I, Xuanyuan, once the heir of the first family in Jinling, now I have become a beggar laughed at by everyone. At the banquet, I was expelled and mocked, and everyone looked down on me. However, just as I left silently, 3 helicopters of the War Department descended from the sky, and several high-ranking officials and generals arrived, and all the bigwigs knelt to greet me. All this is just because I am the Northern Territory Emperor, Xuanyuan. In an instant, the faces of the nobles in Yangzhou changed drastically, and the wealthy people who laughed at me in the past were terrified. A beggar who was ignored and laughed at actually had the absolute power to control life and death. At the banquet, the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of War saluted me solemnly, and the governor knelt down to plead guilty to me. Who could have expected that this young man, who was thought to be a beggar, was actually the arrogant emperor of the North? My return means that this revenge has just begun. Chapter 1. The beggar is actually the emperor? I am Xuanyuan. Today, I stand by the slender West Lake in the ancient capital of Yangzhou, as if I were a gust of wind, silent. The moon is bright, and the clouds are sparse, and the lake reflects the full moon, as if telling the passage of time. But under this beautiful scenery, tonight is destined to be no longer peaceful. Yangzhou's celebrity event was in full swing. The birthday party held by Zhao Yalong, the head of the Zhao family, for his daughter Zhao Ziru, was a gathering of elites and young people. Zhao Ziru wore a red classical long dress and a princess hairstyle, which made her look particularly cool and noble. The young men and women around her were all flattering this pearl of Yangzhou City, and some even complimented her as the most beautiful woman in Suzhou. I listened to this empty compliment with a blank look in my eyes and unconsciously let out a sigh. Although she is beautiful, she is just a mirage after all. Why do you have to laugh at her? Although the sound was light, it was enough to stir up a stir. The originally lively scene around them suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their heads to look for the sudden sound. A girl who had been flattering Zhao Ziru before was the first to react. She looked around angrily and said, "Who? Who's talking?" Dissatisfaction and surprise spread quickly. Zhao Ziru's face darkened, her smile froze on her face, and a bit of anger was revealed in her coldness. Not far away, everyone's eyes finally locked on a secluded pavilion by the lake. I stood in the pavilion, my figure slender, my hands behind my back, looking up slightly into the distance. But my attire caused a burst of laughter. I thought he was some big shot, but turns out he's just a beggar. It's really hilarious. This stinking beggar actually dared to speak nonsense at the birthday party of the Zhao family's daughter. Everyone burst into laughter, but Zhao Ziru didn't even bother to take another look. She waved her hand and signaled the bodyguard. "Get him out. Don't let me see this kind of person here." At this time, a middle-aged man came from the center of the banquet. He was dignified and held a red wine glass in his hand. He walked towards me step by step. He was Zhao Yalong, the head of the Zhao family and the host of the night. "What's going on?" Zhao Yalong frowned slightly and spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Father, it's just a beggar who sneaked in. Don't pay any attention to him." Zhao Ziru explained disdainfully. Zhao Yalong was furious when he heard this and severely rebuked the housekeeper beside him. "How did you do things? You actually let a beggar in? Throw him out right away." Just as they were about to drive me away, a sudden roar in the sky broke the little storm. "3 helicopters?" someone exclaimed at the banquet. Everyone looked up and saw 3 helicopters from the War Department descending from the sky and slowly landing on the shore of Slender West Lake. As the helicopters landed, the entire banquet fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighter planes, their hearts beating like drums. The door of the planes slowly opened, and several young soldiers in the uniforms of the War Department filed out. The rank badge on each of their shoulders represented their prominent status in the War Department. 2 bars and 4 stars. 4-star general. Everyone at the banquet was horrified, and the heads of Yangzhou's noble families turned pale. These people were all high-ranking officials in the War Department, with high positions and power, especially the general with a golden star on his shoulder. His aura was like a dragon, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Zhao Yalong's heart seemed to stop suddenly. He couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "How could it be? Who is this for?" But before he could come to his senses, there was another roar of an engine outside the banquet. Then, a black red flag car slowly drove in, with the license plate number SU A00001. "Governor Suda's car?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "Impossible. How could it be?" The door opened, and the governor of Sudu, Kwang Bingshu, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, slowly stepped out of the car. His face was stern, and his eyes were solemn. Behind him followed several high-ranking officials of Sudu, the lowest of whom was actually a third-rank official. The whole banquet had fallen into a silent panic, and Zhao Yalong, the head of the Zhao family, was already at a loss. The general of the War Department, the governor of Sudu, and even so many high-ranking officials came here in person. For whom? Just when everyone was confused, all the big shots looked in my direction. I saw the group of soldiers from the War Department come forward and bow to me in unison. We are the 5 members of the War Department, and we respectfully welcome the return of the Emperor. Then the governor of Sudu, Kwang Bingshu, also knelt on the ground and said in a respectful and low voice, "Your humble servant, the governor of Sudu, Kwang Bingshu, and all the officials of Sudu above the 3rd rank, have come to kneel and welcome the Emperor. Please forgive me for being late to welcome you." At this moment, everyone at the banquet was filled with shock and fear, as if the world had turned upside down in an instant. I, who was originally mocked as a beggar, turned out to be the emperor that they looked up to but could not reach. Zhao Yalong, Zhao Ziru, and all the people from Yangzhou's aristocratic families suddenly looked as pale as death. Chapter 2, Returning from the North. All living things in the world open up to him. I stood by the West Lake. The moonlight was like water, and the breeze blew across the lake, bringing a hint of coolness. All around was quiet, with only a solemn atmosphere permeating the air. In front of him, the general with a golden star on his shoulder led several elites of the War Department and stood in awe. The governor of Sudu, Kwang Bingshu, and his team of officials also bowed and knelt, shouting in unison, "We are here to pay our respects to the emperor. May the emperor be in good health." At this moment, the aristocratic family heads and young elites of West Lake were completely eclipsed. Zhao Yalong was terrified, sweating profusely, and was too shocked to speak. Kwang Bingshu, the governor of Suzhou, actually led all the officials to bow down for a beggar like me. This scene was enough to subvert everyone's cognition. I just raised my hand calmly and said softly, "Get up." Everyone held their breath and concentrated. They might not understand my identity, but in the hearts of Zhanbu and Kwang Bingshu, I, Xuanyuan, have become a mythical existence. 5 years ago, in the earth-shaking battle in Kunlun Mountain in the northern border, I fought against the 6 strongest men in the world, defeated the arrogant enemy, and shocked everyone. Kwang Bingshu's eyes were full of awe and restraint. This once cold and self-sufficient frontier official was now as cautious as a student. Although the royal family was once afraid of my rise, in the end, the old emperor named me the emperor of the northern border, gave me the Longquan sword, and granted me the absolute power to kill first and report later. Now I am not just a man, but a being who controls life and death. I looked up at the night sky calmly. 5 years had passed in a flash. The promise I made in the past had come to be fulfilled. With a look of vicissitudes in my eyes, I murmured in a low voice, "It's been 5 years. It's time to fulfill the promise I made back then." General Kohongji stepped forward and whispered, "My lord, would you like to change your clothes?" I nodded and responded coldly, "Change clothes." Following Kohongji's order, several members of the War Department took out neat clothes and a sharp Longquan sword. Even with the scabbard closed, the sword's aura was still compelling. Seeing this sword, all the officials, including Kwang Bingshu, couldn't help but gasp. This is the Empire's 1,000-year-old sword, Longquan. I took off my worn-out clothes, entered the cold West Lake, and washed off the dust on my body. A few seconds later, I walked back to the shore and put on the green dragon robe that symbolized authority and glory. With black hair, handsome sword eyebrows, sharp eyes, and the 5-star badge on my shoulder that symbolized supremacy, I seemed to be reborn from the ruins, brand new. When I walked out of the pavilion again, Zhao Yalong and all the Yangzhou family heads were stunned. The figure that they once laughed at as a beggar has now become something they cannot bear to look at. Zhao Yalong's legs went weak, and he could barely stand, while Zhao Ziru's eyes were filled with fear. It was obvious that they both realized the truth before their eyes. I am not a beggar, but the Emperor of the North, the legendary living myth. Kohongji asked in a low voice, "Emperor, how should we deal with these people?" Zhao Yalong and the others instantly turned pale. Their legs and feet trembled, and sweat poured down their foreheads. I glanced at them coldly and said calmly, "Forget it. Let's forgive them this time." Then I changed my tone and added coldly, However, I don't want to let everyone in the city know about what happened tonight. Do you understand? Everyone nodded frantically. Even Kwang Bingshu and his officials kowtowed in agreement. The 5-year agreement has expired. Follow me to the Chin family, I said in a cold voice, turned around, and left Slender West Lake. Behind him, Kwang Bingshu and other officials knelt down in unison and said, "We respectfully send off the emperor." The water of the West Lake trembled slightly by the quiet side. Under the moonlight, I wore a green dragon robe and walked forward with the warriors of the War Department. At that moment, everyone seemed to have witnessed the return of a legend. An emperor who had been silent in the world for 5 years finally appeared in the world again. Chapter 3. Forbearance and Revenge. The world has not changed, but people's hearts have changed. The night outside was quiet, and the Hummer of the War Department was already waiting. When I walked out of the banquet, Kahongji immediately opened the door for me, his brows full of worry. "Emperor, your injury?" he asked cautiously. I waved my hand gently and replied calmly, "It's okay, I'm healed." In the Battle of Kunlun Mountain 5 years ago, although I defeated the 6 great masters of the god list, I was also seriously injured. The wounds on my body were relatively minor, but what really tormented me was the demons in my heart. In order to get rid of these, I had to put everything aside, leave the north, travel around the world, and find peace of mind. Now, the demons in my heart have been eliminated, and I can finally come back. Kohongji obviously saw my deep thoughts and hesitated to speak. "Emperor, you seem to have some feelings." Several members of the combat team also looked concerned. They probably didn't understand the heavy burden I was carrying. I fell from the heights to the bottom of the valley, experienced life and death and loneliness. And no matter how many hardships I went through, they couldn't change my will. I closed my eyes, leaned back in my chair, and asked calmly, "What changes have taken place in the north in the past 5 years?" Kohongji took out a report, and his expression instantly became serious. All the members of the combat department immediately straightened up with respectful expressions. "Emperor, during the years you were away, several cabinet elders jointly submitted a memorial and recommended 3 candidates. 2 years ago, the empire's richest man, Manhwa, wanted to subsidize the northern frontier's military expenses with 80 billion and asked to see you. A year ago, His Majesty the Emperor personally ordered the establishment of Northern Frontier War Army statues in major cities across the country to commemorate the soldiers who died in the Battle of Kunlun Mountain." I waved my hand to stop. "Okay, I get it. Despite the passage of time, the situation remains complex and changeable. Even if the Empire has not experienced fundamental turmoil, people's hearts are always unpredictable. This sky, this earth, remains unchanged." I sighed slightly, looking out the car window at the bustling city in the distance. The bright lights could not hide the exhaustion in my heart. But the human heart is always unpredictable. Kohongji and the others were silent, knowing what I meant. That year, my family was tragically wiped out, and hatred had long been buried deep in my heart. "Emperor, I'm so sad." Kohongji's voice was low. They knew that even though I protected the entire empire, I couldn't protect my loved ones after all. "Have you found out?" My voice was cold. Although it was calm, it was chilling. "I have found out, Lord Emperor," Kohongji said solemnly. 5 years ago, the Su family tragedy was caused by the 5 major families in Jinling, and your wife, Chunmei Xian, was also involved. The air in the car suddenly became heavy and the temperature dropped sharply. I narrowed my eyes slightly and uttered 3 words coldly. "I know." Chunmei Xian, who was once my nominal wife, was sent to the Su family when the Su family was at its peak in order to get close to us. Now that I think about it, this marriage was a trap from the beginning. The car drove for a short while before arriving in Jinling. This prosperous city was once the foundation of my family, but now its glory belongs to others. Tonight, Jinling Hintang Hotel held a grand banquet, the birthday banquet of Chen Haiyang. The son of the Chen family and all the bigwigs in Suzhou were present. In the brightly lit hall, there were laughter and joy, as if this land had never been stained with blood. I walked slowly into the hall, looking calm. Although I was dressed modestly, I still attracted many attention. Behind me, Kohongji, although he had taken off his combat uniform, still had an extraordinary aura. These 2 young men seemed to be of extraordinary status, especially the one in front. His temperament is unparalleled. No one among our Jinling youth can compare to him. I was indifferent and sat down at random. Ko Hongji stood silently behind me. Here, the enemy was right in front of me, and all the grudges would be settled in the end. Not far away, Li Manhua and a group of young people obviously noticed me. Her eyes trembled slightly, as if she felt that I was somewhat familiar. Do you think this person looks like Su? Li Manhua didn't finish her words, but realized that the Su family had become a taboo, so she quickly stopped talking. But as she took out her phone, looked through an old photo, and looked at me carefully, her face suddenly changed, her pupils shrank, and she blurted out, Su Xuanyuan. Her voice involuntarily rose a few notches, shocking the crowd around her. Su Xuanyuan. This name seemed to carry an invisible force, instantly causing the entire hall to fall into a brief silence. People around him cast strange glances at him. He, the son of Su Chunrei, the heir to the first family in Jinling, actually appeared here? The air became heavy, and people's faces changed. The former Su family had long been destroyed. Behind it were not only the 5 major families, but also the planning of Chun Haiyang's sister, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Meixian. Now that I suddenly appeared, hatred would surely erupt. But some people laughed at him disdainfully. He is just a young man who has been in the army for 10 years. How capable can he be? He is just a lieutenant colonel. At this moment, Li Manhua came over with a glass of red wine and deliberately raised her voice. Hey, isn't this the eldest young master of the Su family who pursued me back then? Her voice was full of sarcasm and provocation. The students around me smiled bitterly, knowing that she was lying, but no one would defend me in this situation. Li Manhua continued to sneer. Why, you can't make it anymore? Do you want to take advantage of this party to find someone to hang out with? The disdain in her eyes made me feel even colder, but I remained calm and just looked at her coldly. In this world, anyone who has insulted me will pay the price for their stupidity. Chapter 4. I was a traveler who never returned to the Green Mountains, but I stayed in the world because of the turbid wine. Every word Li Manhua said was full of sarcasm and teasing. She walked up to me, holding up a wine glass, like a proud peacock with contempt and disdain in her eyes. Everyone around us stared at us, their eyes full of amusement and watching a play. It was indeed a bit pathetic that the eldest son of the first family in Jinling was now teased by such a woman. Is it pathetic? I don't care, Li Manhua said with a smug smile. Come on, Su Xuanyuan, have a drink with me? Her voice was gentle, but every word was deliberately prolonged, as if she was giving me this opportunity as a gift. 5 years ago, Li Manhua pursued me, but I ignored her. Now, the disdain in her eyes is even stronger, as if she has finally found an opportunity for revenge. However, I ignored her and continued to close my eyes and rest, as if her existence was not important. Li Manhua's smile suddenly froze, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, Hey, Su Xuanyuan, I'm giving you a chance to rise to prominence. Don't be ungrateful. The young men around shook their heads slightly, with helplessness in their eyes. A real man can bend and stretch. They all think that I should obey Li Manhua. After all, the Su family no longer exists. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at her. Seeing that I finally reacted, the mockery in Li Manhua's eyes became more obvious. She thought I finally gave in, but I just picked up a glass of red wine on the table, shook it gently, and then said lightly, You are not worthy of me drinking your wine. Li Manhua was stunned, and everyone was speechless for a moment. The anger in her eyes became stronger and stronger. What did you say? Likewise, you are not worthy of toasting with me, I said in a cold voice, as if stating a fact. Okay, now you can go away. The air around us seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned. Li Manhua's face instantly changed from shock to anger. She raised her hand high, wanted to hit me hard in the face, and roared. You useless thing, your Su family is gone. Why are you pretending to be noble in front of me? Before her hand fell, it was firmly grasped by a large dark hand. Ko Hongji looked at her coldly. You dare to catch me? Let me go. Li Manhua screamed and tried to break free from Ko Hongji's hand, but to no avail. Ko Hongji said in a cold voice, Where did you come from, bitch? Didn't you hear me? Get out of here right now. Li Manhua was so angry that she was shaking all over. She raised her other hand to hit Ko Hongji, but before she could move, a loud slap echoed in the hall. You dare to hit me? Li Manhua covered her swollen face with one hand and screamed, falling into a state of near madness. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance. "Who dares to hit someone at my birthday party?" The crowd dispersed, and a young man in a black tuxedo walked in. He was Chun Haiyang, the second son of the Chin family. Seeing Li Manhua's red and swollen face, his face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were filled with anger. "It's Chun Haiyang, the second young master of the Chun family." People around were talking about it, with a bit of gloating in their eyes. They all thought that things would no longer be under control. Chun Haiyang strode up to me and sneered. "Who did I think it was? It turns out to be you, a piece of crap. What are you still doing sitting there?" Kneel down and apologize to MANHUA. I still gently shook the wine glass in my hand, with a calm expression. "In theory, I am still your brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Chun Haiyang sneered. "Do you think you are still the eldest young master of the Su family? Don't you see what time it is now?" I looked at him, still calm. "What if I don't? I'm afraid this is not up to you." Chun Haiyang showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and waved his hand. The bodyguards immediately surrounded him, each of them equipped with a gun. I gently put down the wine glass, slowly stood up, straightened my collar, and calmly walked forward. The bodyguards' eyes instantly became alert, but before they could react, they saw a flash of afterimages, and several bodyguards all fell to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. "You!" Chun Haiyang's face turned pale instantly, and he couldn't even finish his words. I raised my hand and slapped him lightly on the face. He seemed to lose his support, his body spun around, his neck cracked with a clear sound, and he fell heavily to the ground. The people around him stared with disbelief. Chun Haiyang, the second young master of the Jinling Chin family, was slapped to death by me at his own birthday party. The entire banquet hall was in a dead silence, as if time had stopped. Everyone looked at me petrified. No one dared to believe what was happening before their eyes. I returned to my seat, picked up the wine glass, walked to Chun Haiyang's body, and the red wine slowly dripped onto his body. I was born a person who would never return to the mountains, but I stayed in the world because of the muddy wine. I said softly, and my voice echoed in the silent hall. "This cup is a toast from your brother-in-law. Have a safe journey." Li Manhua and all the guests were stunned. Chapter 5. The storm is coming. The road to the underworld is dreary. I'll lend you my heads. The air seemed frozen. At this moment, the silence in the room was suffocating. The breathing was clearly audible, and everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. No one dared to believe that Chun Haiyang, the second son of the Jinling Chin family, was shot dead on the spot by me, Xuanyuan, at his own birthday party. A low exclamation broke the deadlock. "It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. He actually killed young Master Chun. Now things in Jinling are going to change." Shock, fear, doubt, all kinds of emotions mixed together. Everyone's eyes were trembling, as if they were expecting a thunderous counterattack in the next second. The entire Chin family rushed down from the second floor of the hotel in an instant. The furious Chin family head, Chun Tianxing, was the first to rush to his son's body, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Xuanyuan, how dare you kill my son? Just wait. I will make you live a life worse than death." He held Chun Haiyang's body, and his cries of grief echoed in the hall. His voice only made the atmosphere more tense. Then, Chun Haiyang's sister, Chun Meixian, appeared at the stairs. She was wearing an evening gown and looked elegant, but when she saw her brother lying on the ground, her expression instantly twisted. "Xuanyuan, what on earth do you want to do? You dare to kill my brother? Are you really crazy?" She widened her eyes, her tone full of anger and sarcasm. Looking at Chun Meixian, I had no expression. This woman who was once my nominal wife has now become a participant in the downfall of the Su family. She doesn't care about me or the Su family at all. She only cares about the interests of the Chin family. The Chin family of Jinling was just a small family in Jinling back then. How did you become the #1 family today in just a few years? My voice was cold, as if I was asking an ordinary question. The whole place fell silent again, and everyone could hear the chill in my words. Everyone knew that the Chin family and the other 4 major families had conspired to swallow up the Su family's foundation, and today, I was just here to settle this old account. "Xuanyuan, don't spit blood on me." A cold light flashed in Chin Meishuan's eyes, and she denied it outright. "The demise of the Su family and the death of your father Su Qingrui have nothing to do with our Chun family." I chuckled and raised my head. "When did I say it has anything to do with you?" Chun Meixian was speechless for a moment, and everyone around her was also stunned. I spoke again, my tone still calm. Don't forget, Su Qingrue was once your father-in-law. Don't you even know this little bit of etiquette? Chun Meishuan's face changed, as if she had been hit in a sore spot. Chun Tianqing recovered and shouted angrily. Meixian, ignore him. The police will be here soon. I will make this murderer go to hell. I completely ignored his threat and waved my hand gently. Ke Hongji immediately opened a bottle of matai, poured a full glass of wine, and handed it to me. I took a sip gracefully, slowly savoring the mellow taste. It's top quality, but unfortunately the taste is still a bit lacking. I said to myself. The Chen family members present were completely furious at the moment, and they simply could not tolerate my leisurely and carefree attitude. I finished my drink, put down my glass, and my eyes became cold. You, the Chen family, joined forces with the other 4 great families in Jinling to annex my Su family's foundation. Today, I am not here for revenge, but just to inform you. In half a month, it will be the anniversary of my father's death. The road to the underworld is desolate, and I hope that all of you 5 great families can go down to accompany him. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have dropped to freezing point. No one dared to believe that I could say such arrogant words. The heads of the 5 major families? This is simply ridiculous. Chun Tianqing laughed in anger and said coldly, Su Xuanyuan, do you really think you can change your fate? You are just a waste who has lost your family. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the building, and a burly middle-aged man walked into the hall with several armed bodyguards. This was the captain of Jinling, Bu Tianzeng, a 4th-rank official of the empire. As soon as he entered the room, he walked straight up to me and ordered in a cold voice, Stand up and put your hands on your head. I still ignored him and continued to pick up the wine glass and take a sip, as if he didn't exist at all. Bu Tianzeng was furious and shouted, Boy, you dare to ignore me. Are you looking for death? His hand had already reached for the gun at his waist, but I remained unmoved. At this moment, Ke Hongji stepped forward and gently opened his collar, revealing the combat uniform underneath. Bu Tianjing's eyes froze instantly. It was a battle uniform of the Northern Army, with a golden star on the shoulder. Bu Tianjing's face turned pale instantly, and his legs began to weaken involuntarily. He finally realized who he was facing. Northern War Army, a first-class general. What does this mean? It means that my identity, Su Xuanyuan, is far beyond his imagination. You are? Bu Tianzeng swallowed hard and couldn't speak clearly. I said calmly, Just know it yourself. Don't say anything. The next moment, the captain of the Jinling school fell to his knees in front of me as if he had seen a god. The bodyguards behind him also knelt down and saluted. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. The Chen family members were all stunned, their faces pale as paper. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Bu Tianzeng actually knelt in front of me. Su Xuanyuan, who was once regarded as waste by them, actually possessed such terrifying power. The entire hall, what is going on? Chapter 6, you alone are not worthy of riding on our heads. At this moment, the lobby of Hentang Hotel seemed to be frozen in time. In the magnificent 200 square meters of space, everyone was silent, and only the rapid breathing sound proved that there were still people here. Everyone's eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. What exactly did they see? Even though these people were well-known celebrities in Jinling, there were only a few who could compare with the 4th-rank officials of the empire. And now, Bu Tianjing, the captain of the Jinling school, who was only one step away from the Governor General's mansion in Sudu, actually knelt down and saluted in front of me. This was completely beyond their understanding. Even Chun Tianqing and Chun Meixian frowned and remained silent at this moment, with obvious doubts in their hearts. Su Xuanyuan, the former eldest son of the Su family, has not been seen for several years. What status has he achieved? Those old classmates were already shocked. They remembered that I was the young master of the most aristocratic family in Jinling, and I was very young and glorious. However, the Su family collapsed in an instant. They felt sorry for me and even speculated how miserable I would be after returning from the army. But now, they were wrong, completely wrong. When Bu Tianzeng knelt down, they suddenly realized that this former classmate had now reached a level far beyond what they could reach. Even a 4th-rank official was so respectful in front of me, and they were shocked beyond words. Especially Li Manhua. She was so scared that her face turned pale, her legs were weak, and she buried her head tightly, afraid that I would see her. Just now she was fantasizing about humiliating me, but now she just wanted to escape from here. How could this world become so absurd? Her pride and sense of superiority collapsed in an instant. The whole place was still silent. No one dared to speak. The faces of the Chun family members became uglier and uglier, and Chun Tianqing's face was full of blue veins, and it was obvious that he was furious. I slowly stood up, took a sip of the wine in my hand, and looked around calmly. Everyone I saw lowered their heads involuntarily, and no one dared to look me in the eye. Since it's quiet, I'll say it again, I said calmly, and my voice was particularly clear in the silent hall. In half a month, it will be my father's Memorial Day. 6 years ago, my father died, and there wasn't even anyone to attend his funeral. My tone remained calm, as if I was describing a very ordinary matter. I hope that everyone will wear mourning clothes and see my father off. Before he finished speaking, the faces of the people around him changed drastically. Wearing mourning clothes? This is simply a great shame and humiliation. They are all celebrities in Jinling. How could they possibly perform the rite of passing down their birthright for someone of Su Qingrui's status? I ignored everyone's astonishment and continued. As for the heads of your 5 great families, I hope you can carry my father's coffin and support his spirit. As a gift, I will leave your bodies intact. These words suddenly chilled the atmosphere in the entire hall. Chun Tianqing's face turned livid, his fists clenched tightly, and his whole body trembled with anger. Asking my father to carry the coffin? This is a naked humiliation. Just as he was about to explode, a mocking voice came from the door, breaking the deadlock. How dare you? I thought something big happened, but it turned out to be such a farce. A middle-aged man slowly walked into the hall, his face full of contempt and mockery. He locked his eyes directly on me and said with a mocking tone, "Just because you are a waste of the Su family, have you forgotten your identity after joining the army for a few years? Why do you ride on the heads of our 5 great families?" This person is Song Xuanyuan, the head of the Song family, one of the 5 major families in Jinling. Like the other 4 major families, the Song family also participated in the demise of the Su family. I looked at him, his expression still cold and without a trace of emotion. "Do you think you can overwhelm our 5 great families by yourself?" Song Xuanyuan sneered, approached step by step, and continued to provoke. "The Su family has long been in decline. You are just a stray dog, and you still dare to act pretentiously here." Song Xuanyuan's words rekindled hope in the eyes of the Chen family. They no longer suppressed their inner anger and showed disdainful expressions, as if they felt that Song Xuanyuan's arrival had allowed them to regain the initiative. Chun Tianqing also sneered. "Su Xuanyuan, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some background in the War Department. If you dare to touch my son today, I will make you pay the price for it." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The heads of the 5 major families all looked down on me. They didn't take me seriously at all. I smiled calmly, shook my head slightly, and said in a low and cold voice, "It seems that you don't really understand your situation yet." I slowly turned around, looked at Bu Tianzeng, and said calmly, "Let's teach them a lesson." Bu Tianjing's face changed. He immediately straightened up, took out a document, and handed it to Chun Tianqing respectfully. The head of the Chun family is Chun Tianqing. The head of the Song family is Song Xuanyuan. The head of the Zhu family is Zhu Jinan. The head of the Li family is Li Zhonghua, and the head of the Wang family is Wang Deming. Bu Tianjing's voice was sonorous and powerful as he read out the document. In compliance with the order of the Imperial War Department, the 5 major families will freeze all assets and seal up their properties from today onwards, and all the heads of the families will assist in the investigation. The whole audience was in an uproar, and no one could believe what they were seeing. Chun Tianqing was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. "This is impossible. How can you do that? You have violated the laws of the Empire." Bu Tianjing's voice was cold and ruthless. "This is your doom." Chapter 7, A divorce letter gives you freedom. Until this moment, everyone gradually realized that tonight was not only a big day for the Qin family, but also the other 4 great families had sent people to the scene. Although many people only sent gifts and did not show up, this was enough for everyone to understand one fact. The 5 great families of Jinling have always been of the same blood. I understand that even though I just saw the 4th-rank lieutenant of the Empire kneeling in front of me, many people still don't believe that I can challenge the 5 great families. However, I never care about these doubts. I've already walked a path that ordinary people can't imagine. Tonight, I came here to end it. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Wang Longfeng, the eldest son of the Wang family in Jinling, walked slowly over. The Wang family, as one of the 5 old families in Jinling, had an even more transcendent status. The presence of the first heir of this family undoubtedly gave the Chun family greater confidence. Wang Longfeng had a scornful smile on his face. He glanced at the pale-faced Chun Tianxing and Chun Meixian, gave them a soothing look, and then walked towards me with a mocking look. Su Xuanyuan, do you really think you are still the eldest son of the Su family? Wang Longfeng sneered, his tone full of disdain and contempt. He stopped in front of me, as if he was sure of victory, and said contemptuously, I can tell you directly that the Su family was destroyed by the joint efforts of our 5 major families. So what if you know? Do you think that with your few years of experience in the War Department, you can fight against us? It's as easy to crush you as to crush an ant. He looked down at me with contempt. Now kneel down, apologize to my Uncle Chun, and crawl under my crotch, and today's matter will be settled. His arrogant words reached their ears, and the people around him couldn't help but exchange complicated looks. A strange feeling emerged in their hearts. This arrogant and frivolous scene seemed to have been repeated at the banquet not long ago. However, under the gaze of everyone, I did not say anything, but slowly raised the wine glass and poured the red wine at Wang Longfeng's feet without any warning. He was stunned, obviously not expecting such a response, and asked angrily, What are you doing? I said indifferently, Nothing. Didn't you say that killing me is as easy as killing an ant? Then I want to try it. Is that right? As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Longfeng's expression changed instantly. Before he could react, I'd already grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him off the ground easily. He struggled desperately in the air, kicking his legs wildly, his eyes showing great fear and disbelief. His breathing became more and more difficult, and his face turned red. When you came just now, I had already sent away a fly. I looked at him coldly. His name is Chen Haiyang. Wang Longfeng's eyes were wide open. His face was full of fear and despair. However, I did not hesitate at all. With a snap, his neck was like a fragile wooden stick in my hand, breaking instantly. The whole place fell into dead silence again. Chun Tianxing and Chun Meishuan's faces turned pale instantly. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Wang Longfeng, the heir of the Wang family, was killed by me so easily right in front of them. Wang Longfeng's body fell limply to the ground, and I let go of it lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter. I waved my hand casually, and Ko Hongji immediately handed me a pen and a piece of paper. Everyone looked confused, not knowing what I would do next. I said calmly, Back then you entered my Su family. Today I will give you a divorce letter and give you freedom. After saying that, I quickly wrote a few words on the paper and handed it to Chun Meixian. It was a divorce letter with a big divorce written on it, and my name, Su Xuanyuan, was signed on it. Chun Meixian was stunned. Her face suddenly turned pale. She had never thought that she would be divorced in public. Moreover, this divorce letter was not only a personal humiliation to her, but also a public slap in the face of the entire Chun family. Chun Tianxing's face instantly turned pale, his eyes full of humiliation and anger. At this moment, he was no longer the head of one of the 5 great families in Jinling, but a loser who was trampled on the ground. Everyone in the hall held their breath, shocked by what was happening before their eyes. Not only did I kill Wang Longfeng, I also divorced Chun Meixian in public and severely humiliated the Chun family. Things had gone beyond their imagination. I stood there, my eyes cold, as if what just happened had nothing to do with me. I glanced at the whole audience and said calmly, Remember, this is just the beginning. After saying that, I turned and left, my back disappearing from everyone's sight. What was left behind were the silent guests and the 5 major families of Jinling who were completely shaken. Chapter 8. The Northern Border of Kunlun, 18 Riders. I stood in the lobby of the magnificent Hentang Hotel, and the scene before my eyes seemed to be frozen in that moment. Su Xuanyuan's figure completely disappeared in front of everyone, and everything in the hall seemed to be still. Those sophisticated upper-class people, the wealthy aristocrats of Jinling, all had livid faces and trembling eyes, as if they had not yet recovered from the shock just now. Chen Haiyang, the heir of the first family in Jinling, died. Wang Longfeng, the heir of one of the 5 old aristocratic families, died without even a chance to resist. The heirs of the Chun and Wang families died one after another, and it all seemed like a dream. The person who brought about this storm was Su Xuanyuan, whom he had not seen for 6 years. I stood aside and witnessed all this with my own eyes. I couldn't help but be shocked. Xuanyuan actually dared to ruthlessly kill two heirs of aristocratic families at the Chun family's birthday party. His aura was like that of a god on earth, which made people's hearts flutter. The Chun family members could no longer suppress their anger, and their leader Chen Tianqing was even more cold and frosty, trying hard not to lose his composure. When he waved his hand and ordered all the guests to leave, I knew that this night was far from over. As the guests left one after another, the younger generation of the Chun family finally couldn't help but burst out. Xuanyuan must die. Their voices were filled with anger and humiliation. Who could have thought that after the fall of the Su family, its former glory was a thing of the past, and that the now rising Chen family was being humiliated in this way on its own territory? Just when everyone was indignant, the appearance of Chun Meixian made the atmosphere even more tense. She was wearing an exquisite classical long dress, with a cold and arrogant temperament, and she remained silent. However, when she spoke up to agree with Chun Tianqing's proposal, the entire Chen family suddenly became quiet. It turned out that Chen Tianqing had already contacted a big shot in Yanjing, and this big shot proposed that Chen Meixian become his slave. Although this sounded insulting, the Chen family regarded it as a great opportunity. The other party was from an invincible royal family under the royal family. As long as they climbed up this high branch, no one would be able to shake the future status of the Chen family. At this moment, I walked out of the Hentang Hotel with everyone else. The cool breeze on my face did not dispel the depression in my heart. What just happened made each of us shudder, and Su Xuanyuan's incredible behavior kept replaying in our minds. Is this really Su Xuanyuan? Zhomi asked in a low voice. In her eyes, Su Xuanyuan was completely different from 6 years ago. At that time, although he was extraordinary, he was far from being as crazy as tonight. Zhang Tianqing's voice was filled with worry. What happened tonight has already caused too much trouble. The 5 great families will never let it go. Even if Su Xuanyuan has some status in the War Department, he will not be able to withstand the coming storm. At this moment, a cold voice interrupted our thoughts. In the darkness in the distance, a group of black-clad men on horseback slowly approached. Each of them had a golden unicorn totem embroidered on their chest and a curved sword on their waist, looking majestic. These were the 18 riders of Kunlun North, the Imperial Desert North Guards, the strongest team that served the Emperor of the North. Suddenly, a flash of cold light passed by, and my heart suddenly tightened. The next second, Li Manchue's head fell to the ground. We were all stunned and couldn't believe the scene in front of us. The knights seemed to have nothing happened. After saying, "You wait for a few people. I will spare your death," they disappeared into the night. This is the power of the Northern Emperor. No one can defeat him. Chapter 9. Golden Kylan Flag, the Northern Territory Emperor. Jinling Schoolmaster Building. The lights are on. Located somewhere in the suburbs of Jinling. Normally, very few people are qualified to enter here. Looking at Jinling as a whole, even the 5 major families have to give some face to any member here. Not for anything else. Because the Shaowei building is backed by the Suda governor's mansion. Bu Tianzong. As the captain of the Jinling school, he was only one step away from becoming a subordinate of the governor general of Sudu. In ancient times, he was a direct descendant of the provincial governor. But tonight, ever since many members of the school returned from Hentang Hotel, the entire school building has been silent. Only the intermittent chirping of cicadas can be vaguely heard outside. Everything it is so quiet, harmonious. But the mood of all the captains was extremely heavy. Everyone could not help but look at each other, and then at the captain Bu Tianjing, their lips moving slightly, as if they wanted to say something but stopped themselves. Did you see everything clearly? At this moment, Bu Tianjing, who had taken off his captain's uniform and put on a simple black suit, lost some of the aura of a superior and looked more like an elegant middle-aged man. He was listening to a report from a captain who had just returned from outside. This young lieutenant member, he specially arranged for observation outside Hentang Hotel. But after Bu Tianjing heard it, his expression, however, was changing from solemn to doubt to contemplation, and finally, a hint of shock and horror flashed in the depths of his pupils. It seemed unbelievable that such a thing could happen. How? How could this happen? This person even was transferred here? Jinling, things are really going to change now. A trembling murmur. The members around them, who were already in heavy moods, suddenly felt a little frustrated and confused. They really don't understand. Captain, what are you afraid of? Why wasn't the young man who caused trouble at the Chun family banquet arrested? The other party has already killed someone, and the person killed was not an ordinary person, but the eldest son of the Chun family. Isn't this a violation of imperial law? You know, their Jinling schoolmaster was an organization established with the mission of enforcing the laws of the empire. Trampling the laws of the empire. It's a slap in their face. When they followed Captain Bu Tianjing to the Hentang Hotel, they did not take the other party seriously at all. They could arrest anyone who violated the imperial law, even if the person was from a noble family. But I didn't expect it. Before they could make a move, the captain suddenly knelt down. They didn't understand the situation, so they just followed suit in confusion. But afterwards, they realized what they were doing. These members of the school actually knelt down before each other in front of all the important figures in Jinling. It's so embarrassing. How can they survive in Jinling in the future? What they didn't expect was, I thought that when they left Hentang Hotel, everything would return to peace and safety. But I didn't expect it. Now it was reported that Wang Longfeng, the heir of the Wang family, one of the old aristocratic families in Jinling, was also killed by that young man. Isn't this too lawless? The more I think about it, the more frustrated I feel. Finally, someone couldn't help it. Captain, who is that man? Are we going to let him kill people and trample on the laws of the empire? Yes, if this gets out. How can we, the Jinling captain, put our reputation aside? Even if that person really has an identity, are we just going to leave those murderers wearing black cloaks and killing people in such a cruel way alone? One person's words. Everyone says. The captains, who were already filled with frustration and unwillingness, all stood up at once. They are the sword bearers of the imperial law. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Uncle Boo, although I don't know why you do this, you must have your own difficulties. Xiao Feng, who was standing in front of him, couldn't help but speak and asked tentatively, how about I send someone to capture those people now? Look, don't think that Xiao Feng is new here, but he was Captain Bu Tianjing, the son of an old comrade in arms. Therefore, on weekdays, Bu Tianjing was more caring towards Xiao Feng, and there was no obvious superior-subordinate relationship between them. Only, he had just finished speaking. Bu Tianjing, who had been silent, could not help but shudder. He immediately reacted and said subconsciously, catch who? Xiao Feng pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. Can't help but say, of course it's the group that killed the eldest daughter of the Li family. Xiao Feng guessed. Since their captain couldn't touch the young man who caused a scene at the Chun family's banquet, then someone else could, right? But he had just finished speaking. Bu Tianjing's face suddenly changed in shock. His pupils shrank instantly. His hair stood up in fear, as if he was stimulated by something, and he grabbed Xiao Feng's collar with both hands. Said angrily, can you move those people? You want to die? Don't take me with you. Bu Tianjing's abnormal behavior. It came very suddenly. All the captains were stunned instantly. Xiao Feng was also frightened. For a while, Bu Tianjing came to his senses and found that he was pulling Xiao Feng's collar, and he couldn't help but let go. But he sighed helplessly, seeming a little tired. Alas, you are still too young. Do you know who those 18 people are? All the captains looked confused. Bu Tianjing's eyes were filled with fear, and his voice was trembling, as if he didn't even dare to mention it. Kunlun North Border, Mabe Imperial Guards, 18 riders. I really didn't expect that the Black Cloak, the Golden Unicorn Totem, the Dragon Head Bow, the Kunlun North, and the 18 riders would appear in our Jinling one day. From the moment I knew who Xuanyuan was, Bu Tianjing understood that the ancient capital of Jinling would sooner or later undergo a change, and none of the 5 great families would be able to escape. But he really didn't expect it. The 18 riders from the northern border of Kunlun have also arrived. For the Northern War Department itself, Kunlun, Northern Territory, and the 18 riders are all extremely mysterious existences. Except for the Northern Territory Emperor, no one has ever seen their true appearance. The North. When they heard the word Northern Territory, all the captains' eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Feng was even more speechless. Not to mention China. Even if you look at the whole world, anyone who has the slightest connection with the North is considered a big shot who dares to compete with the gods. Ordinary person. I don't even have the qualifications to meet him. They really didn't expect that those 18 people actually came from the North. Xiao Feng broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He was just talking about arresting someone. Bu Tianjing said solemnly, I have already told you what I should tell you. Now I have only one order. For the next half-month, stay away from the vicinity of the 5 great families. You are not allowed to be even 1 kilometer away from there. Captain, is it that serious? All the members were speechless. Although the characters in the north, it's extremely scary. But there are only 18 people on the other side. It is normal for them to feel respect and awe, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Serious? Bu Tianzeng shook his head and smiled helplessly. This smile was a pity for the ignorant, and it also concealed the trembling in his heart at the moment. He said in a low voice, "In the northern border of Kunlun, the secrets of the 18 riders can only be known by entering the governor's mansion. Today, I will make an exception and tell you once. In fact, Bu Tianzeng is not qualified to know. However, he is now only one step away from entering, and coupled with his own outstanding abilities, he is able to retrieve information about the northern border. Do you still remember the battle 8 years ago, when 300,000 elite troops from the northern Luo kingdom invaded our Chinese borders and attempted to seize our 8 northern cities?" As soon as the words fell, someone spoke up. "Remember, wasn't it the Northern Territory that led the victory in that war? Then do you know how many troops the North has sent?" As soon as these words came out, this really stumped the man. When two armies fight, who can say for sure? Uncle Bu, in that war, Beiluo Kingdom dispatched 300,000 troops, and they were all elite soldiers. Xiaofeng couldn't help but speak. "In my opinion, the North must mobilize at least 300,000 troops, right?" Everyone nodded. Express agreement. But Bu Tianzeng just shook his head. "No." Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment and wanted to speak, but Bu Tianzeng said calmly, "In that battle, the Northern Territory only sent out 19 people, 18 of whom were from Kunlun Northern Territory, the 18 riders. Xiaofeng. Members around." After these words, the entire school building fell into silence again. Cicadas chirping outside the window. It was like the beating of a drum, shaking everyone's heart and making them tremble. For a long time, Xiaofeng laughed and said, "Uncle Bu, you must be kidding me, right? 19 people, repelling 300,000. Are you still human? Do you think I have the time to joke with you now?" Xiaofeng. "And let me correct you. They didn't repel them, but annihilated them. The 300,000 elite soldiers of Beiluo were killed by those 19 people. The blood flowed like a river. If you go to the place where the battle took place, you can still see the blood soaking the mountains and dyeing them red." Xiaofeng. Members around. If Bu Jingtian had not seen the images taken by satellite in the confidential files, he would not have dared to believe that this was true. Black cloak. Golden Kirin flag. This whole world belongs only to the Northern Emperor. 19 people. Annihilate an army of 300,000. This can no longer be called a war, but a brutal massacre. For the entire Beiluo kingdom, with the northern border army guarding the country, there is no hope for Beiluo to ever return to China again. For all life in China, with the northern border army here, China can be guaranteed eternal peace. Uncle Bu, now I finally understand why you stopped me. The 18 riders in the northern border of Kunlun are too terrifying." Xiaofeng was so shocked that his scalp was numbing. All the officers and soldiers around him were swallowing their saliva and dared not say a word. "Uncle Bu, there are only 18 riders in the northern border of Kunlun. Who is the other one?" "The Emperor of the North." Xiaofeng. Members around. "Do you know why I suddenly knelt down today?" "Because Xuanyuan is the Emperor of the Northern Territory." Xiaofeng. Members around. Chapter 10. Anyone who refuses to obey will be killed on the spot. I sat in the Hummer, my eyes calmly scanning the familiar villa in front of me, and finally my sight fell on a classical building. I silently said in my heart, "It's been 8 years since we last met. I wonder if Uncle Shin still recognizes me." I recalled the time when my father was murdered and the huge Su family collapsed overnight. Uncle Shun was the only one who collected my father's body and buried him in the storm. People's hearts are unpredictable. The Su family was once so prosperous, but only Uncle Shun did not leave us when we were at our lowest point. "You wait here," I said lightly to the entourage in the car, tidied my clothes, got out of the car, and walked slowly towards the villa. The air was fresh in the morning, and some people were doing morning exercises in the backyards of the surrounding villas. Their eyes turned to me, and they were obviously puzzled by my appearance in a Hummer. After all, the people living here are all from the upper class of Jinling, and they usually see expensive sports cars. A car like mine seems out of place. "Whose young master is this? He has an extraordinary temperament," someone whispered. As I walked towards the classical villa, the confusion on everyone's faces was gradually replaced by a touch of contempt. "So we are going to the Shun family." Someone shook his head. The Shin family is no longer in a good situation. Uncle Shun's act of burying my father angered the 5 great families. Now the Shun family has long since fallen from a first-rate family to a third-rate one, becoming an existence that everyone avoids. Anyone who goes to the Shun family, no matter what their status, will be retaliated against once the 5 great families know about it. At the very least, they will lose everything, and at the worst, they will disappear from the face of the earth. What a pity! This young man is probably going to get into big trouble. Someone sighed softly and watched me walk towards the Shun family. Just as everyone was mocking, waves of majestic aura descended from the sky, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared in amazement at the golden Chilean flag fluttering in the air. The flag, which symbolized supreme power, danced with the wind, shocking everyone's heart. I walked to the door and knocked on it a few times. After a while, the door opened, and an elegant middle-aged man stood at the door. He was stunned for a moment, then recognized me. Xuanyuan, it's really you. A hint of joy flashed in Uncle Shun's eyes, and he quickly invited me in. I walked into the villa, Uncle Shun's voice echoing in my ears, but I noticed that the scene outside the villa had completely changed. The roofs of the surrounding villas were already full of combat team members with sniper rifles, and the men in black holding golden dragon-headed swords walked into the villa area in unison, completely blocking the entire area. The discussion in the crowd had long since died down, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. They had never seen such a scene before. This was not a simple blockade, but a strict preparation like a trip by a provincial governor. And I, a young man under 30, how could I enjoy such a grand ceremony? The scene that followed was even more shocking. Several generals carrying golden stars on their shoulders walked in from outside. The youngest among them was the General Kohongji from the northern border of Kunlun. The rest of the generals were all first-class generals from Sudu. Normally, even the governors would find it difficult to get them to come in person, but today they all gathered here because the emperor of the northern border had come to Jinling. Remember, whoever dares to disclose what happened today will be charged with treason. Kohongji glanced around coldly. His voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in the field. If anyone disobeys, he will be killed without mercy. The upper-class people who were still curious and watching the excitement were now cold under their feet. They all lowered their heads and dared not speak again. They had seen many big scenes, but the scene before them was something they had never seen before. Half an hour later, I sat in the living room of the Shun family, facing Uncle Shun, and whispered, "Uncle Shun, you have suffered all these years. If it weren't for my father, the Shin family wouldn't have fallen to this point. What the Su family lost, I will definitely get back for you." Uncle Shin sighed, his tone full of helplessness. "Xuanyuan, I appreciate your kindness. When the Su family collapsed, I didn't want to help, but I was powerless and could not do anything. I hope you don't blame me." I shook my head, my tone still calm. What the 5 great families owe to the Su family will be returned sooner or later. At this time, footsteps were heard on the stairs, and a woman in white pajamas slowly walked down. It was Shun Shuefei. She stood at the stairs in a daze, looking at me with complicated eyes. "Are you Su Xuanyuan?" "Long time no see." I nodded slightly, my tone calm. However, Shun Shuefei's face was full of displeasure. She said coldly, "You didn't come back when Uncle Su died. Why are you back now? Is it because you can't make it in the War Department? So you came back to find my father?" Her tone was full of sarcasm. Just as I was about to respond, another harsh voice came from the stairs. "Hey, Su Xuanyuan, you came back after the news died down. You really know how to pick the right time." Chapter 11. Unrivaled beauty, but rooted in the earth. I stood in the living room. My eyes involuntarily turned to the stairs. A woman in red home clothes, looking quite noble, slowly walked down the stairs. It was Shun Shuefei's mother, Su Yuya. When she saw me, a look of disappointment flashed across her face. I knew that in her eyes, the once brilliant young master of the Su family was now just a downtrodden mortal. Since the collapse of the Su family, my connection with this family has become distant, and my father's burial also brought great trouble to the Shin family, causing them to offend the 5 great families of Jinling. As a result, the Shin family fell from a first-class family to a third-rate one. Brother Xuanyuan, Shun Shuefei, who was standing next to Su Yuya, had a calm face and said nothing. We were playmates when we were young, and she always followed me and called me Brother Xuanyuan, but now she has already regarded me as a stranger. "You too, stop talking." Shin Mingwen suddenly slapped the table, somewhat unhappily stopping the mother and daughter sarcasm. He seemed to still remember the help the Su family had given to the Shun family when it was at its peak, and he was always grateful to me for that. Xuanyuan, don't mind. This is your home from now on. If you need anything, just tell Uncle Shun. He spoke gently, trying to ease the awkward situation. I nodded slightly to show my understanding. Shin Mingwen then suggested that I live in their house. Xuanyuan, since you just came back, you probably don't have a place to live yet, right? There is a room on the second floor. Let Xuefa clean it up for you. You will live here from now on. Before I could refuse, Shin Xuefa said dissatisfiedly, he is a grown man. Can't he even clean his own room? Why should I go? Her tone was full of disdain. Suya also chimed in. Old Shun, Xuanyuan has been a soldier. He should be self-reliant. Besides, who knows what people will say if it gets out that the eldest young master of the Su family actually needs our help to arrange accommodation. I chuckled and shook my head. Uncle Shun, no need. I've already found a place in Jinling and will buy it in the next few days. No need to trouble you. Shin Xuefa sneered. Su Xuanyuan, you must have become stupid after joining the army. The housing prices in Jinling are much higher than before. They have increased several times. Do you have the money to buy a house? Her tone was full of sarcasm, and she obviously didn't believe that I had the ability to purchase a house. I didn't care about her ridicule and responded lightly. Don't worry, I can handle this. Seeing that I refused to give in, Su Yuya and Shin Xuefa didn't say anything more and turned to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Xuanyuan, tomorrow is Xuefa's engagement day. Shin Mingwen suddenly said, seeming apologetic. The place has been chosen. It's at Hentang Hotel. I will send someone to pick you up, and I hope you will be there. Okay. I nodded gently and recalled Shin Xuefa's fiancé, Lu Shaoqing, in my mind. Although the Lu family is not as powerful as the Shun family at its peak, it is also a well-known family in Jinling. It is not easy to appease the dissatisfaction of the 5 major families towards the Shun family. Just as I was thinking, footsteps came from the stairs again, and a young man in an elite suit came down. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a hypocritical smile on his face. It was Shun Xuefa's fiancé, Lu Shaoqing. Hey, isn't this Su Xuanyuan? Lu Shaoqing's voice was full of sarcasm. What a coincidence. We haven't seen each other for 8 years. How come you have time to come to the Shun family today? I took a sip of tea and ignored his provocation. Lu Shaoqing sneered and said, I sympathize with the Su family. However, you came to the Shin family today. Do you want to use Uncle Shin's favor to protect yourself? Or do you want to interfere in my marriage with Xuefei in order to seek glory and wealth? I'm not interested. I put down the teacup and responded coldly. Not interested? Lu Shaoqing sneered. Did you retire early because you couldn't make it in the War Department? But it doesn't matter. After Xuefei and I get engaged, I'll see how you behave, and if you're in a good mood, maybe I can give you a meal. In his eyes, she was more like a weed, seemingly rooted in the soil, but in fact, her fate had already been wasted. Now she didn't even have a place to stay. What else could she be visiting the Shun family for at this time? Isn't it just to lean on a big tree? Listening to his words, I just looked at him quietly, but in my heart, I had already seen through his little thoughts. Although the Lu family has some connections, in my eyes, they are insignificant. These so-called descendants of wealthy families are just self-righteous clowns. Disha Zhang asked the curtain roller. The crabapple tree remains the same. I sat at the dining table, stirring the milk in the cup with my fingers. Uncle Shun had just asked me to stay here, but I declined his offer. After all, I'd already arranged my own place in Jinling. Although the Shin family had fallen on hard times over the years, they still maintained a decent life, and a simple breakfast was in line with Su Du's habits. Su Yuya and Shin Xuefa, mother and daughter, who were sitting opposite me, never had a good look on their faces. I saw their indifference and disdain, but my heart was as calm as water. Shin Mingwen was still trying to chat with me about family matters, while Lu Shaoqing, holding a glass of milk and flipping through the newspaper, showed a hint of disdain from time to time. He lowered his head to read the newspaper, occasionally looking up at me with a scornful smile in his eyes. To him, I was just a passerby. The current Su Xuanyuan is no longer worth mentioning. Even if I am sitting here, it is only because Uncle Shun misses the old times and keeps me here for a while. Shin Mingwen suddenly asked, Xuanyuan, have you found a job after you came back? I didn't answer, knowing that he was concerned. Lu Shaoqing immediately took over the conversation and said awkwardly, Uncle, it's not that I don't want to help Xuanyuan. It's just that the minimum requirement of our company is a bachelor's degree. Xuanyuan has been in the army for so many years, so I'm afraid his academic qualifications are not enough. As he said this, he changed the subject and seemed to have found a suitable position. However, if Xuanyuan doesn't mind, the security team does not have any educational requirements. Security? Shin Mingwen's face suddenly darkened. After hearing this, Shin Shufa sneered and said, Xuanyuan, given your current situation, it's not that you can't consider the security job. At least you have a place to settle down, which is better than doing nothing. Suya echoed, it's hard to find a job nowadays, Xuanyuan. It's great that you have a job like this. I knew that they were all hinting at me, especially Lu Shaoqing, who could no longer conceal the smugness and mockery in his tone. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of making the former young master of the Su family bow his head. If you still think security isn't suitable, Lu Shaoqing suddenly smiled playfully. My company is still short of a cleaner. This position is more low-key. Would you like to consider it? I smiled and responded calmly. No, thank you for your kindness. After this breakfast, there was no need for me to stay any longer. 8 years had passed, and all the people and things in Jinling had changed. Only Uncle Shun was still grateful and caring for me as he was back then. The rest no longer mattered. I stood up and said goodbye. Uncle Shun, Shuefei is getting engaged tomorrow, and I will come to celebrate for her. I'll take my leave today, and take care of yourself. Just as I was about to leave, Lu Shaoqing said with a smile behind me, it seems that Xuanyuan's self-esteem is still damaged. Huh, what's wrong with being a security guard? Being a security guard, at least you can have a meal to eat. He shook his head, as if he thought I was extremely ridiculous. I smiled, opened the door, and walked out. Just as I walked to the door of the villa, Shin Shuefei suddenly chased out and called me. Su Xuanyuan, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. I stopped and turned to look at her with calm eyes. Shaoqing was kind enough to help you find a job. Why did you refuse? Do you know how difficult it is to find a job now? Her tone was still like scolding a junior. Besides, the Lu family can help the Shin family break the blockade of the 5 major families, and can also speak for you in front of the 5 major families. You really shouldn't refuse. I chuckled, my eyes still calm. The Su family collapsed, and the 5 major families were the masterminds behind it. Are you saying that I should beg them and bow to them? Shin Shuefei was choked by my answer, stunned for a moment, then sneered. So what are you going to do? Resist the 5 great families? I responded calmly. Half a month later, all the people from the 5 great families will be in mourning for my father. By then, all the wealthy families in Jinling will offer sacrifices to the Su family. This sentence was extremely calm, but the determination and coldness contained in it made Shun Shuefei unable to react for a while. She opened her eyes wide and looked at me, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Are you crazy? She sneered. Do you know what you're talking about? But before she finished her words, her eyes suddenly froze. She looked around in astonishment, with an incredible expression on her face. The birdsong that was supposed to be there in the morning disappeared, and the silence around her made her feel a little strange. Looking up, she saw a sniper standing on the rooftops of the villa area, and the golden unicorn flag flying in the sky made her pupils shrink suddenly. The entire villa area has been put under complete martial law silently. She finally realized that a powerful figure had come to this area, and this powerful figure was standing right in front of her. Su Xuanyuan. Chapter 13, I've only heard of it, never seen it. I stood outside the courtyard of the Shun family, feeling the strange tranquility in the air. Without moving, all kinds of possibilities flashed through my mind, but when I looked up at the surroundings of the villa area, the real shock slowly swept over me. Shin Shuefei was standing beside me in a daze at this moment, and was obviously shocked by the scene in front of her and speechless. I followed her gaze and saw that in front of the residences of the wealthy families, those usually arrogant family heads were all kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads and bowing to greet them. What kind of grand ceremony was this? Although this area was home to many celebrities from Jinling, it had never seen such a scene before. Shin Shuefei's face turned pale, and her hands involuntarily clenched the corners of her clothes. Xuanyuan, what on earth is going on? Her voice trembled slightly. I didn't answer, my eyes still looking forward. She may never have expected that she would be in such a shocking scene. The scene in front of her was like a historical scroll, full of ancient etiquette and inviolable authority. The martial law of the War Department, the fluttering of the golden unicorn flag. All these indicate that a big man is coming to this villa area at this moment. Just as I was about to respond, Shin Mingwen also came out and looked at us with a frown. Xuefei, why are you still outside? Xuanyuan, why haven't you left yet? However, when he turned his eyes to the surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. He looked around and saw the wealthy family heads kneeling and kowtowing, and then looked at the fluttering golden unicorn flag, and his breath stagnated instantly. As the head of a first-class family in Jinling, Shin Mingwen may have never seen such a scene with his own eyes, but he knew very well that this was definitely not a courtesy that ordinary people could enjoy. What's going on? Shin Mingwen's voice trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Dad, these people seem to be looking at our family. Shin Xuefei's voice suddenly broke the silence, with a hint of fear and confusion in her words. She had already discovered that the wealthy family heads kneeling on the ground would occasionally cast fearful glances at her, as if they were in awe of someone in our Shin family. Shin Mingwen's expression became more complicated in an instant. He looked around, and countless questions surged in his mind. Jinling, is the world really going to change? At this time, Su Yuya and Lu Shaoqing also came out of the house. When Su Yuya saw me, she immediately showed a hint of displeasure on her face and said in a tone of pretended concern, "Hey, Xuanyuan, you haven't left yet?" Her words seemed caring, but in fact they were full of indifference and disdain, as if urging me to leave quickly. Lu Shaoqing also sneered and continued with a look of contempt on his face. "Xuanyuan, you are still here? Have you figured it out? To be honest, there is nothing wrong with cleaning the toilet. It is better than starving to death, right?" His sarcastic tone was extremely harsh. I ignored his sarcasm and just looked around calmly. These people who once looked down on me were now just pitiful characters on the stage, and they didn't understand what they were facing. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the golden unicorn flag fluttered in the air. The solemn and awe-inspiring aura enveloped the entire villa area, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Shin Xuefei froze again, staring at the flag, as if at this moment, she finally realized something. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Xuanyuan, what is going on? Why are these people kneeling? Who are they waiting for?" I smiled and responded calmly, "They are waiting for me." This sentence struck her heart like a bolt of lightning. She turned her head sharply and looked at me, her face full of disbelief. What did you say?" I walked forward slowly, with my back to the quiet villa of the Shin family, and swept my eyes over the wealthy family heads who were kneeling and kowtowing, and said in a calm and firm voice, "The wind in Jinling has changed." Chapter 14, he is like a god, walking into the world. Standing in the courtyard, I felt the atmosphere suddenly stagnant around me. Lu Shaoqing's contemptuous words seemed to echo in the air, but as his gaze shifted, his smile gradually stiffened, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. I could clearly feel Su Yuya beside him, trembling uncontrollably, staring into the distance. Following their line of sight, I raised my head slightly and saw the golden Qilin flag swaying in the wind, and the neatly arranged team of 1,000 people, holding knives and on martial law, with stern faces and a solemn atmosphere covering the entire villa area. This area used to be the gathering place of Jinling's wealthy families, but now, those once powerful family heads are kneeling humbly outside the villa, bowing their heads, as if they are afraid of offending some powerful being. Lu Shaoqing's expression gradually changed from contempt to fear. His body stiffened slightly, and he no longer had a trace of ease and confidence. He walked to Shin Mingwen and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, can you tell which big shot is here?" Shin Mingwen's expression was equally heavy, his eyes never leaving the fluttering Qilin flag. Such a grand ceremony must have at least one general, and more than one. This made Lu Shaoqing look even uglier. Although he considered himself a child of a wealthy family in Jinling, the scene before him was obviously beyond his understanding. Shin Xuefei seemed to have noticed something strange and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, did you notice? Their eyes seem to be looking at our family." Shin Mingwen was also stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. "This is impossible." He shook his head gently. At this moment, Su Yuya was also a little flustered. She whispered to Shin Mingwen, "Old Shin, should we go out and kneel to welcome him? Such an important person is coming. Our family can't neglect him." Shin Mingwen thought for a moment and nodded. He also knew that this kind of ceremony was unusual. If he neglected it, the consequences would be disastrous. So he walked out first, took Shin Xuefei, Su Yuya, and Lu Shaoqing, lined up and knelt in front of the villa. "What are you still standing there for?" Shin Shuefei suddenly turned around and looked at me anxiously, her tone full of blame and confusion. Kneel down quickly. Don't cause trouble for the Shun family. Her voice seemed to carry a hint of command. Lu Xiaoqing and Su Yiya turned to look at me at the same time, with indifference and sarcasm in their eyes. Shin Mingwen also reminded, Xuanyuan, come here quickly, don't mess around. I looked at them kneeling on the ground and felt a little absurd. The Shun family, once the most powerful family in Jinling, is no longer the glorious place it once was. These people who were once high and mighty were so easily overwhelmed by power. However, how could they understand this power? Seeing that I didn't make any move, Lu Xiaoqing showed a hint of ridicule on his face. He shook his head and sneered in his heart. This Su Xianyuan really lives in the glory of the past. 8 years have passed, and he can't even recognize the most basic reality. At this moment, several figures appeared at the gate of the villa complex. The sun was so bright that it was hard to see the faces of the people coming. But when I saw the golden stars on their shoulders, all my thoughts froze at that moment. 4 first-class warriors walked slowly towards this side. Each of their steps was extremely steady. The air in the entire villa area seemed to freeze at this moment. Shun Mingwen, Shun Shuefei, and Lu Xiaoqing were all stunned, and their breathing became rapid. Oh my God! Su Yiya's voice trembled with fear when she saw the shoulder straps of the 4 generals. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look again. They couldn't believe what they saw, for generals actually gathered together just to protect a big shot. The footsteps were getting closer, but I stood still, with no intention of kneeling down. At this moment, my voice slowly rang out, breaking the silence around me. Uncle Shun, please move aside. They are here to take me back. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Shun Mingwen, Lu Xiaoqing, Shun Shuefei, and Su Yiya were all stunned, staring at me blankly, as if they were looking at a stranger. Their eyes were full of shock and disbelief, as if at this moment, all their cognition was broken. At this moment, I am still as young and vigorous as I was 8 years ago, but in their eyes, I have become so unfamiliar. I used to be the eldest son of the Jinling Su family in their memories, but now I am the one who holds power and strength that they cannot reach. They finally realized that I was no longer the unknown descendant of the Su family standing behind them. I was the Emperor of the North. Chapter 14, he is like a god, walking into the world. It is said, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. When Lu Xiaoqing said these 2 sentences in a condescending and sarcastic manner, he keenly felt that something was wrong with the surrounding situation. Because Su Yiya, who was standing next to him, seemed to have seen something shocking, and her body was shaking. Involuntarily, he raised his head and looked in the direction Su Yiya was looking. A moment. It was as if thunder struck overhead, which was so frightening that his eyes trembled. Look up. The entire area was empty. The golden Chilan flag fluttered in the silence and the breeze. No matter which villa it was or the people in it, their status in Jinling was at a certain level. Now, they all knelt on both sides of the villa avenue like humble commoners, bowing their heads and not daring to raise them. A big shot is coming, the kind that is powerful enough to reach the sky. This was Lu Xiaoqing's first reaction. Immediately, his expression changed again and again. He dared not speak again. He even turned his head and observed the situation around him extremely cautiously. Only, the more he looked, the more frightened he became. Especially the 1,000 men holding knives, extending towards this side one by one, standing in martial law on both sides of the Villa Avenue, made him feel even more incredible. Golden Dragon Head Sword. Such a grand occasion. Big shots travel. There will definitely be martial law everywhere. It is normal to be equipped with firearms. However, this kind of martial law based on ancient rituals is extremely rare, but precisely because of this, the visitor seems more noble. Who on earth is this? Lu Xiaoqing frowned. At this moment, his every move was restrained, and he no longer had any interest in ridiculing Su Xuanyuan. He quickly walked to Shun Mingwen. Uncle, can you tell who this person is? Although the Shin family is now in decline and is only third-rate in terms of status, Shin Mingwen is, after all, the head of a wealthy family. In terms of knowledge, it will take him, the heir of the Lu family, at least another 30 to 50 years to catch up. I can't tell, but with such a grand display, he must be a general. Shin Mingwen's voice was heavy. Even he found it unbelievable. The villa complex where they lived, which was not considered the top figures in Jinling, would one day welcome the visit of an important figure. Dad, did you find out? Shun Shuefei spoke. Why, do they always look at our family? She moved her steps carefully and retreated back from outside, fearing that her slightest action at this moment would cause dissatisfaction from that important person. Because it's so quiet around here. The silence is so great that one cannot help but feel awe and even an urge to kneel down. Shin Mingwen shook his head. I don't think this is possible. Could it be that the big shot is in their house? If he guessed correctly, that big shot is now near their home, so everyone's eyes are looking in this direction from time to time. Lu Xiaoqing frowned slightly. It still feels impossible. The area where the Shin family lives, he had already investigated it. They're all a bunch of second-rate wealthy families in Jinling. Old Shun, should we go out and kneel down to welcome them? Look at them. Su Yuya's face trembled. Her tone was shocked and afraid. She didn't dare to speak loudly. Even during the heyday of the Shun family, she had never seen such a scene. Uncle Shin? Lu Xiaoqing's heart was becoming increasingly agitated, and he was very uneasy. He looked at Shin Mingwen, who also had a shocked expression on his face. Hurry out and kneel down to greet him. Shin Mingwen had a heavy face. He didn't say much and just walked out. Such a big shot. Although he was born high and mighty, he might look down on people like them in his heart and their so-called bowing and greeting. But if it gets out, it would be bad if someone with ulterior motives took advantage of my words and attacked me in the future. See Shin Mingwen kneeling. Lu Xiaoqing, Shin Shuefei, and Su Yiya did not dare to stand there any longer and hurriedly followed. They lined up in a row and knelt outside the villa. At this time, Shin Shuefei just remembered that Su Xuanyuan was still standing behind her. She turned her head and whispered with a frown. What are you still standing there for? Get down on your knees. Shin Shuefei was very angry. She didn't want to care where Su Xuanyuan would live after he retired from the army. But if it's because of this kind of thing, offending a big shot, and if the Shun family suffers, that would be very bad. Lu Xiaoqing and Su Yiya were also stunned for a moment, turned their heads, and looked at Su Xuanyuan with some surprise. Xuanyuan, come here quickly. Shin Mingwen quickly reminded. Ancient emperors. When the emperor travels, all the subjects who see him must kneel and kowtow. If there is anyone who does not worship, it will be punished for the crime of great disrespect. Into today's era, although it is not as feudal as in ancient times, the ancient etiquette cannot be changed. This is the consensus. But seeing that Su Xuanyuan still had no response, Shin Mingwen suddenly became a little anxious. Xuanyuan, don't you even know this little bit of etiquette? This shouldn't be the case. Lu Xiaoqing looked at him sarcastically. Immediately. Then he turned his head back. Su Xuanyuan, it seems that you have really become stupid in the past 8 years of being a soldier. You can't even see through the most basic judgment of the situation. You are still clinging to your identity as the eldest son of the first family in Jinling. Peerless beauty? Now it seems so ridiculous. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head with deep understanding, his eyes showing emotion and a hint of sarcasm, but also regret. He felt that the Su Xuanyuan in his memory, after 8 years, had really drifted away and would never return again. This person, the most frightening thing is not being able to recognize the reality. Now, even you, Su Xuanyuan, cannot escape. Xuanyuan, come here quickly. Seeing that Su Xuanyuan remained indifferent, Shin Mingwen became really anxious. But just as he was about to stand up and pull Su Xuanyuan over, Su Yuya on the side quickly grabbed him. Old Shin, don't move. Someone is coming. The main gate of the villa complex. For figures were walking slowly towards them. The glaring sunlight made it difficult for them to see clearly what each other was wearing. At this time, people can still move around freely. Not a big shot. He is the confidant of the big shot. Shin Mingwen immediately lowered his head again. Su Yuya looked disdainful, glanced at Su Xuanyuan behind her, and quickly lowered her head. This Su Xuanyuan. When I was a kid, I thought he was pretty smart. Now it is so foolish. The land and water nourish the people. It seems that even if he was once the most noble young master in Jinling, after serving in the army for a few years, he would become a dull private. Silly. I don't understand anything. Who is here? Then, Su Yiya couldn't help but glance over her head and took a cautious look, but it would have been better if she hadn't looked at it. As soon as she looked at her hair, she was shocked. 4 figures. Obviously coming this way. Because of the line of sight, Su Yiya could only look from bottom to top. The first thing that caught her eye was a set of clothes unique to the members of the combat department. But then she followed her line of sight and continued to look. Immediately, Su Yuya's breathing was rapid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her eyes widened. I can't believe it. What on earth did she see? There were 4 figures, each carrying a golden star on their shoulders, which looked so bright and shining under the morning light. It turns out, everyone is a first-class general. Oh my god! Shin Mingwen was completely shocked. Shin Shuefei, on the other side, was shaking all over, with a look of shock on her face. 4 first-class generals. It seems that he is only responsible for martial law. This, Lu Shaoqing was completely confused and kept swallowing his saliva. A few people didn't dare to look any further and quickly lowered their heads. But it's in the heart. Waves of storm have already been set off. Definitely a big shot. And he's not just any big shot. Da-da-da. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the few people didn't even dare to raise their heads. Their guess was right. The big shot was indeed near their villa. Before anyone could calm down. Footsteps, but it had already stopped in front of them. Shin Mingwen. Several people were stunned. This is? However, at this moment, a faint voice came from behind, like a cool autumn breeze sweeping past, shocking everyone and making their hair stand on end. Uncle Shun, please move aside. They are here to take me back. Shin Mingwen, Lu Shaoqing, Su Yuya, Shin Shuefei. In an instant, everyone seemed to have just woken up from a dream. In a flash, they raised their heads in an extremely unreal way and turned around to look. The eyes of several people were trembling, as if they were dreaming. They couldn't believe it and stared blankly at Su Xuanyuan, who was in their sight. But at this moment, that young man in his prime, the young man who had always been standing behind them, was once praised as peerless and would be able to make Jinling, the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, feel honored in the near future. But it is at this moment. In their eyes, it was so strange. Strange. He was like a god, walking into the world. Chapter 15, Returning the Shun family to you, Rising from Desolation. Don't ask if there are no friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Su Xuanyuan has been admired by thousands since he was young, and has been praised by the entire Jinling upper class as the most outstanding person. That year, his father, Su Qingrui, asked him if he was happy with such a life. He was silent. That year, his father, Su Qingrui, sent him to the combat department for training. That year, he had tears in his eyes and didn't understand. That year, he was in Kunlun in the northern border and was deified. He looked at the corpses at the foot of the mountain, at the mountains in the distance that were dyed red with blood, then looked towards Jinling, and then towards every city in the empire. He felt relieved. A man stands between heaven and earth, compared with the so-called top-class aristocratic status of Jinling. Truly stunning. It should be so. That year, the old man in the imperial palace in Yinjing asked him the same question. At that time, he was no longer confused. No more silence. Just smiled and replied. A man standing between heaven and earth should establish his mind for heaven and earth, establish his destiny for the people, inherit the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. Even if you walk alone, I have no regrets in this life. That year, he became the youngest lord of the north in history, commanding millions of the most powerful soldiers in the empire. Looking at Su Xuanyuan walking past them, their limbs were numb with shock, and their minds went blank. Especially Lu Shaoqing, his eyes widened in shock, and his teeth were almost broken. So scary. 8 years. Su Xuanyuan has actually grown to this point. Since he had mocked him like that before, the other party wouldn't come after him for revenge, right? Think of this. Lu Shaoqing broke out in a cold sweat. The moment 4 first-class warriors, with a golden star on their shoulders, shone brightly, walked here from the gate of the villa complex. Everything. And then there was no more words. Su Xuanyuan is actually that important person. Boom. Although she had stood up, Shin Shuefei could not even stand steadily at this moment. She looked at Su Xuanyuan with shock on her face as he walked past her. Her heart was shaken like an overwhelming tidal wave. Su Yuya, who was standing aside, was so frightened that she dared not utter a word, and even her breathing became a little difficult. Long before, from the moment she met Su Xuanyuan, she never gave him a good look. Even when they were having dinner just now, she did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks from time to time. But now, her face was burning with heat, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. But her feet suddenly felt cold, and the courage that kept her standing was almost exhausted. Xuanyuan, Shen Mingwen had a complicated look as he looked at the four first-rank generals standing behind Su Xinyuan. Even he couldn't help but tremble in his voice. 8 years of war career. How many military achievements does one need to have to reach such a status? This is clearly done with blood and sweat. Forged an immortal identity. He wanted to ask. Su Xinyuan did not give him this opportunity. His face remained calm, and he said, Uncle Shun, Xinyuan will take his leave today. I will definitely be there for the engagement party tomorrow. All right. Shen Mingwen smiled bitterly. I felt even more self-deprecating in my heart. Having been ridiculed repeatedly in his own home, what qualifications does he have now to ask this once brilliant and outstanding person to clarify his identity? Look at him, looking at Su Xinyuan getting on the car, and the 1,000-man team with golden dragon-headed swords following him. When the car disappeared, Shen Mingwen smiled bitterly and shook his head again, thinking in his heart that he really couldn't reach him. Look at him now. This is the real, peerless beauty. However, Lu Shaoqing, who was standing by, had a bad feeling after hearing Su Xuanyuan's words. Suddenly, his face turned extremely pale. Lu Shaoqing immediately felt a chill all over his body. His back felt cold, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. That sentence, I will definitely be there at the engagement party tomorrow. Is it just a polite remark, or is there a hidden meaning behind it? If it were him, just suffered such ridicule, can I still leave as if nothing happened? Not to mention Su Xuanyuan's current identity, accompanied by 4 first-class generals. Can he really let it go? It was not only Lu Shaoqing who heard the other meaning, but also Su Yuya. Their palms were sweating coldly, and they looked at Shun Mingwen with trembling bodies, and said in a trembling voice, Old Shun, do you think Xinyuan, he won't come to cause trouble on purpose tomorrow? Make trouble? Shen Mingwen asked back, why do you think we are qualified to allow someone of Xuanyuan's current status to come and cause trouble? Su Yuya looked guilty, lowered her head, and spoke to Shen Mingwen without the confidence. I'm not. Are you scared now? What were you doing before? Su Yuya. Dad, he won't really want to. Shen Shuifei looked nervous and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Shun Mingwen in a bad mood. And you still have the nerve to talk like that. I have taught you for nothing all these years. Shen Shuifei. 8 years. After 8 years in the War Department, how many people can have 4 first-class generals accompanying them? Shen Shuifei didn't dare to think about it. Even now, she still couldn't believe that Su Xinyuan, who was not even 30 years old, had reached a status more honorable than that of a provincial governor. Uncle Shen, why don't you go and tell Xinyuan not to come to the engagement party tomorrow? My father and I will visit him together another day. Lu Shaoqing suppressed his trembling and pretended to be relaxed. In fact, the heart. So scared. He was really afraid that Su Xinyuan would show up at his engagement party tomorrow and make him lose face in front of so many guests. Such a character. Once something is done to the extreme, from now on, the Lu family will have no place to survive in Jinling. Do you think he will let you go if I tell him? Lu Shaoqing. You guys please think about how to apologize to Xinyuan at the engagement party tomorrow. With his status now, not killing you is already a great favor. Lu Shaoqing. Su Yuya. Shen Shuifei. Jinling is still the same Jinling. Willow leaves fluttering. The night scene is exceptionally colorful, like a North Star silhouetted against the vast expanse of the empire. Standing on the tallest building in Jinling, Tianan Building, looking down, you can see the entire world. Su Xuanyuan's eyes were cold. With his hands behind his back, he looked towards a certain direction on the bank of Jinling River. That was once the ancestral home of his Su family, but now it has changed hands. Several dark shadows carrying large bows with dragon heads on their backs. The breath is cold. Appear out of thin air. Fall behind. It has been found out that the whereabouts of the Su family's foundation are all here. Please take a look. Ko Hongji, who was standing aside, showed curiosity on his face. After all, even though he was also a member of the Northern Border Army, he rarely had the opportunity to observe the 18 riders of Kunlun Northern Border at such a close distance. Su Xinyuan waved his hand. Ko Hongji walked over and took a piece of paper handed to him by one of them. Immediately, handed it to Su Xinyuan. Su Xinyuan took the paper and waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. The leading man raised his head slightly, as if he had something else to say. Tell me, what else is there? A member of the royal family appeared in Jinling yesterday. People from the 5 great families are going to visit him tonight. Should we send someone to warn him not to contact him? a direct descendant of the royal family? Kohonji's eyes moved slightly. A little unexpected. It has been a long time since I heard of any royal family traveling around. Those royal families who boast of their noble bloodline. He has always disdained contact with the outside world. Even, it has reached the point where every word is worth 1,000 gold. In their view, ordinary people were born lowly, and contact with them would only humiliate the noble status of the royal family. Even if they were from a family with a good background, they would look down on them. But Kohonji smiled helplessly and looked at Xuanyuan. But in front of this person, that group of so-called undefeated royals. But I really don't dare to use the words of noble bloodline to label what kind of people are allowed to speak. If I remember correctly, there are probably more than 10 members of the royal family who died at this man's hands. No! Xuanyuan waved his hand. Immediately, several members of the 18 riders from Kunlun North disappeared again. Take a look. Xuanyuan casually handed the report to Kohonji. At this moment, his eyes fell on the other side of Jinling, which was a brightly lit and ancient manor. Looking down from Jinling building, there were indeed a few expensive cars parked there. It turns out to be the Yanjingli family. Kohonji muttered to himself. That piece of paper indicated where the Su family's assets went after the collapse. In addition to the 5 major families themselves, the few wealthy families that followed behind and cheered for the family also took some. But the biggest one, however, it ended up in the hands of a direct descendant of the Li family in Yanjing, Li Shijian. Kohonji silently memorized the name. At the same time, he sighed. Why do members of the royal family always find themselves in trouble? Get something. It actually got on this person's head. I'm afraid he has no idea about the relationship between the Su family and this person. Otherwise, let alone a direct descendant, even the patriarch of a royal family would feel like a hot potato and quickly push it away. How dare I accept it? Kohonji smiled bitterly. No wonder this person said no. Some people can escape the punishment of death, but cannot escape the punishment of death. Should we send someone to talk to those small, wealthy families first and ask them to return the things that belong to the Su family? Kohonji asked tentatively. Send someone to handle this matter yourself. Xuanyuan's eyes were cold, and he said calmly. If they don't hand it over, tell them that in half a month, they can also be buried alive with the people from the 5 great families. Kohonji nodded. After leaving for a few minutes, he stood behind him again, but I couldn't help but ask, why did you spare that rich kid during the day? If he hadn't heard the report from the people who were under martial law on the rooftop of the Shin family villa afterwards, he wouldn't have known that such a thing had happened. The dignified emperor of the North. How can I be humiliated? A mere kid from a wealthy family is worthy of this. Xuanyuan glanced at Kohonji. Kohonji? The latter had no choice but to shut up. There's one more thing. Go and tell them to go to the Shun family's engagement banquet tomorrow to celebrate the engagement of the 12 noble families in the 13 cities of Sudu, except Jinling. Tell him, Kwang Bingshu, to bring all the people from the governor's office here as well. Xuanyuan said indifferently. The words fell. The surroundings were empty, with only Xuanyuan left. But his gaze fell on a suburban cemetery in Jinling. Father, you once taught me that a real man should distinguish between gratitude and resentment when walking between heaven and earth. The child remembered it. You, Shun Mingwen, buried my father. Tomorrow, I, Xuanyuan, will return your daughter to you, hold a grand engagement banquet, and let your Shun family rise again from its decline. You say, is that okay? Chapter 16, even if you did nothing, it would be a capital crime. Since ancient times, Jinling has been the first choice for literati, princes, and nobles to travel and have fun. Ancient emperors. They even believed that there was a dragon vein hidden here, and that it was a place where one could look around and overlook the world. Therefore, in the history of the imperial capital, Jinling became the ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Linglang Manor. Once upon a time, it belonged to the Su family. After the Su family collapsed overnight, the 5 major families and some small wealthy families in Jinling divided up all the Su family's properties. It can be said to be sucking the marrow out of the bones. Even the insignificant needle and thread of the Su family were distributed to their servants. There is only Linglang Manor. No one dared to take it. This ancient manor has a history of nearly 400 years. Every item inside, even a tile, is full of a heavy and vicissitudes of history. An authoritative organization once estimated the value of this 400-year-old manor. If calculated in cash, can be auctioned for 30 billion. Ever since the fall of the Su family, Linglang Manor has become an ownerless property in the eyes of all Jinling people. It is strange that no one from the 5 major families has taken it over. I thought the lights of Linglang Manor would be extinguished forever, but unexpectedly, red cages were hung everywhere tonight, and the lights were on, illuminating the eyes of many wealthy families in Jinling. The fact that the 5 great families drove over and gathered together made everyone think that there were princes and nobles coming. Now, sitting in the center of the lobby of Linglang Manor was a young man dressed in silk and green, with an elegant temperament and seemingly just over 20 years old. The young man was extremely handsome, with a face like a sculpture with distinct features and angular features. Just by looking at his clothes and appearance, ordinary people would think that he had an extraordinary background. This person is Li Shijian, a direct descendant of the Yinjing royal family and the Li family. Only 20 years old. The extraordinary aura of the person sitting there was just like that of an ordinary commoner meeting a prince or a nobleman, ethereal and noble. One could only look up to him. The air around seemed to be driven by the other person's aura. An atmosphere as still as a mountain spread from the young man's side, overwhelming the heads of the 5 great families sitting on both sides, forcing them to sit there obediently like street vendors. It's a delight to watch. Very restrained. The young man seemed to be enjoying the current atmosphere. He smiled and took a sip of tea. Then, he used the tea lid to scratch the tea and looked around with an attitude as if he was in control of the whole situation. I couldn't help but feel funny. In the eyes of the local people in Jinling, these 5 heads of the aristocratic families were high and mighty, and they were not to be approached. But at this moment, they seemed to be at a loss in front of him, a direct descendant of the royal family of Yinjing. It's really ugly. Even when drinking tea, he had to tiptoe for fear of disturbing himself. Li Shijian took a sip of tea and put it aside. Then, he tapped his legs and straightened his wrinkled clothes with his hands. He acted elegantly, but said lazily, "Tell me, is there anything important that is worth asking for your advice?" Chen Tianxing and the others couldn't help but look at each other with hesitation, as if they didn't know where to start. For ordinary people, even wealthy families, these heads of aristocratic families are truly out of reach. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the local emperors of Jinling, but only they themselves know clearly. In front of real princes and nobles, what does their status mean? I really don't know how to start. In their eyes, Xuanyuan might be a troublesome matter. If they're not handled properly, it might really cause these experienced old foxes to lose everything. After all, until now, they have not even found out the other party's background. In the eyes of lions, tigers are opponents that are worthy of headaches. But the tiger and the dragon overlooking the clouds. Still, the person in front of me is a genuine descendant of the royal family. Talk about creepy. Those ancestors were all meritorious officials who followed the old emperor of the empire to expand the territory. Just Xuanyuan, after 8 years, has really made a name for himself. Can you be greater than princes and nobles? Everyone present is an old fox. The question is who will speak first. If they were to cause dissatisfaction to this person and be accused of bringing disgrace to the royal family, they would really not be able to bear it. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Shijian couldn't help but frown. But his tone remained as lazy, as if no matter what happened, it was as simple as brushing off the dust with a light hand. Tell me, what is it that makes you guys feel so troubled? Go ahead, I forgive you. Hear this. Only then did Chen Tianxing dare to speak. But I still felt a little embarrassed and rubbed my hands nervously. It's like this. Do you still remember the collapse of the Jinling Su family a few years ago? Su family. Li Shijian was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be in deep thought, as if he had forgotten. But in fact, it was just to create an image of himself as noble and extraordinary in front of Chen Tianxing and others, and to make him remember him deeply. What qualifications do ordinary people have? 2 or 3 seconds passed. With an expression of sudden enlightenment, he patted his forehead and said, "Oh, I remember now. It's the Su family that was known as the #1 family in Jinling a few years ago, right?" Then, he shook his head and smiled again. When I first left Jinling and went out to travel, whenever I passed through a city in the empire, it was not the noble families who greeted me, the dignitaries who greeted me, and took care of everything for me. The head of the Su family? His name is Su Qingrui, right? Speaking of, Li Shijian glanced at Chen Tianxing. The latter smiled awkwardly. I wanted to appreciate the scenery of Jinling and let this ancient capital of the six dynasties add more color to it because of my visit, but he turned a blind eye to it. You say, if the Su family doesn't fall, who will fall? Li Shijian showed disdain on his face and glanced around. Immediately, Chen Tianqing and others nodded in agreement. It seems that I still find it funny when I recall it now. He, a direct descendant of the royal family, came to Jinling. It's the smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves in Jinling. Dare you not give me face? I'm so tired of living. But it also revealed the story behind the Su family's collapse. There is also the shadow of Li Shijian. If this descendant of the royal family had not spoken up, how could the Su family, once the #1 family in Jinling, collapse in just a few days? Afterwards, in Li Shijian's own words, that's it, a lowly family head, even if he has done nothing but dares not to take the initiative to welcome this young master, is guilty of death. Chapter 17. With the royal family's direct descendants around, Xuanyuan is nothing to worry about. If this matter gets out, I guess all the people in Jinling felt it was a dream. It turns out that once upon a time, the Su family, which was like a real dragon, unstoppable and overlooking the entire Jinling, collapsed because it did not take the initiative to welcome a royal descendant. Li Shijian's eyes flickered. You suddenly mentioned the Su family. Is it because the heir of the Su family is back? As expected of a direct descendant of the royal family, he was very sharp-minded and was able to figure out the aftermath of the conversation just from a few words from Chen Tianqing. Chen Tianqing smiled bitterly. I had no choice but to nod. Interesting, the Su family is in ruins this. Li Shijian smiled faintly. If I remember correctly, his name is Xuanyuan, right? Without the Su family, I alone have made it difficult for you to deal with it. It seems that he has been in the War Department for a few years and has a certain status. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. While talking, Li Shijian remained calm and did not feel any pressure at all. He is of royal descent, of noble descent. Not to mention his own identity. If he took it out, he would be able to shock a group of so-called family heads, not to mention that behind him stood a royal family. How many people in the world dare to challenge him? What did he do? Li Shijian picked up the teacup on the table and asked casually. Chen Tianqing suddenly said with grief. A few days ago, he suddenly appeared and killed the child in public. Oh, and there's Brother Wang's son. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Chen Tianqing was Wang Longfeng's father, Wang Jinan. Wang Jinan also smiled bitterly and nodded. Li Shijian. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The imperial laws were meaningless to princes and nobles like him, but they were extremely binding on everyone from wealthy families to ordinary people. This is especially true for members of the combat department. Only, Li Shijian didn't expect it. As a member of the combat department, Xuanyuan actually dared to kill people in front of everyone, which surprised him. Didn't you call the police to arrest him? Li Shijian said in a light tone. Even if he heard that Xuanyuan had killed someone, it wouldn't be a big deal for him? Yes. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianqing's expression was still helpless. He looked at Li Shijian and waved his hand. Even when the Jinling school lieutenant came, it was useless, and he knelt down in front of him instead. Soon after he left, Li Shijian took a sip of tea, and his expression no longer showed any fluctuation. The captain of the Jinling school, an imperial official of the 4th rank. The official title is neither big nor small. However, to him, it is not worth mentioning. A 4th rank colonel? If it were placed in Yanjing at the feet of the emperor, there would be a lot of them. To put it bluntly, if this level of people were in Yanjing, one brick would probably hit 1 or 2 of them. It's nothing at all. Besides that, what else? Li Shijian said lightly. Chen Tianqing and the others fell silent. But he felt delighted in his heart. They had already explained the whole story clearly, but Li Shijian's tone was still casual and lazy, and he didn't sound troubled at all. It seemed that their worries were unnecessary. 2. There are direct descendants of the royal family here. Justa mera su Xuanyuan. What the hell is that? There is just one thing that Chen Tianqing is still a little confused about. The day after the incident, he met with Jinling captain Bu Tianjing alone, hoping to find out Su Xuanyuan's background from him. What to do? Bu Tianjing dismissed him with a perfunctory remark that it was an internal secret and sent him away. The key moment. He hinted to Bu Tianjing that the person standing behind him was a direct descendant of the royal family, and warned him not to ruin his future and be careful not to offend someone who should not be offended. But even so, Bu Tianjing still did not reveal any information about Xuanyuan. Could it be that he didn't hint enough? Forget it. Anyway, he has direct descendants from the royal family. How much trouble can Xuanyuan make? Chen Tianqing shook his head secretly and stopped thinking about these things. At the same time, he suddenly felt that all the pressure brought to him by Xuanyuan's appearance in the past 2 days disappeared at this moment, and his mood gradually improved. Bu Tianjing, don't you want to talk about it? Okay then, after we deal with Xuanyuan, I wonder how long you, the captain of Jinling, can keep doing this. Chen Tianqing and his friends looked at each other and suddenly felt relieved. But at this moment, standing behind Chen Tianqing, Chen Meixian, who had never spoken before, suddenly spoke casually. He also said that in half a month, he would take the heads of all the people from our 5 great families to commemorate Su Qingrui. At the same time, we must also ask the wealthy families in Jinling to go there in mourning and pay their respects together. Chen Meixian suddenly spoke. It seems to be exaggerating. Suddenly, Li Shijian raised his eyebrows, glanced at Chen Meixian, smiled evilly, and said jokingly, "You are not honest." "I dare not." Chen Meixian quickly lowered her head. "You don't have to irritate me," Li Shijian said calmly. "Don't worry. Since Su Xianyuan wants to play, I will accompany you and have a good time with him." I like to see people who are so confident that they finally kneel down and beg for mercy in despair. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianqing and the others couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation in their eyes. It was really because Su Xianyuan was too arrogant before. "You, Su Xianyuan, haven't you made a name for yourself in the War Department in recent years?" "Okay. It depends on who has more confidence. Do you know who our backer is?" "Tell you, it'll scare you to death. Royal direct lineage. Your daughter needs to be disciplined. When I leave Jinling, she should come back to Yanjing with me." Li Shijian smiled faintly. It was like looking at prey. It moved around Chen Meixuan's body for a while, which made Chen Meixuan feel a little uncomfortable. Chen Meixuan's face turned red, and she felt a little unwilling in her heart. In the past few years, as the eldest daughter of the most aristocratic family in Jinling, she was extremely noble and respected everywhere. When had she ever been laughed at like this? Chen Tianqing was naturally very happy and nodded quickly. Before Wang Jinan and others came, he hoped that Li Shijian could accept Chen Meixian. Of course, what was said before, that Li Shijian wanted to take Chen Meixian as his slave, was just his wishful thinking. Being able to become a slave of the royal family is a real honor for his Chen family. It would allow his Chen family's foundation to last another 100 years. Wang Jinan and the others also roughly guessed what it meant, and immediately a hint of envy and jealousy appeared in their eyes. So annoying. But their offspring are all boys. And just at this moment, a figure walked outside. He was an old man with white hair and wearing a black Zhongshan suit. Chen Tianqing and his companions recognized the old man at a glance. He was the old servant of Li Shijian, a direct descendant of the royal family. His name is Lu Qingho. Anyone who is a direct descendant of the royal family, they would assign an old servant to follow them throughout their lives to demonstrate their extraordinary status. If Li Shijian hadn't revealed it by accident, they didn't know that this old servant who followed the royal family actually had some connection with their local wealthy family in Jinling, the Lu family. Otherwise, when they heard that the heir of the Lu family, Lu Shaoqing, was going to marry the daughter of the Xin family, they would not instruct others and would no longer target the Xin family. Everything would go with the flow and return to peace. I have to sigh. This person, it depends on fate. As the saying goes, if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. This is absolutely true. If in the past, the reputation of the wealthy Lu family means nothing in the eyes of the 5 major families, who would let Xin Mingwen's family go just because of the Lu family? But things are different now. They had to be respectful to the people around the royal family, even if they were just old servants. The old servant came back. Li Shijian asked calmly, "Lu Bo, where have you been?" Even though he was just a servant by his side, it was rumored that he had followed the current patriarch of the Li family, the royal family of Yanjing, when he was young. He was only assigned to his side because he was old. Such a character. Looking at the Li clan, there are only a handful of them, although it is a foreign surname. But in terms of status, no one except the direct descendants dared to treat them as real servants. Even Li Shijian himself. Sometimes, you also need to use a respectful title. Otherwise, one day, this person might stab himself in front of the patriarch's door, which would be bad. Lu Qingho's old face was slightly embarrassed. After all, as Li Shijian's personal servant, he should be by his side all the time, but he had been missing for several hours. Quickly explain. It's like this. I, an incompetent junior, am going to hold an engagement party tomorrow. Unfortunately, I offended a big shot during the event. Chapter 18. Bring him over tomorrow and tell him to get out. Big shot. Li Shijian felt amused and asked lazily. How big is it? I heard that there are 4 first-class generals accompanying him. Chun Tianxing, Chun Meixian. Others, 4 first-class generals? Several people looked at each other with wide eyes and couldn't help but gasp. Some of them couldn't believe it. Jinling, when did a person of this level come? How come in advance? They have no idea. Li Shijian's face changed slightly, as if he was thinking about something. But he said calmly, what else? But seeing Li Shijian's nonchalant reaction, Chen Tianxing and others were even more trembling in their hearts. The royal family was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing that such a big shot suddenly appeared in Jinling, they were still so calm. According to what this old servant said, that person will also be attending the engagement banquet tomorrow, so I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Li Shijian interrupted, his face full of disdain. They are just 4 first-class generals. In Yanjing, where there are many wealthy families, aristocratic families, and the royal family overlooking, there are just a few guys who have just come on stage. You can only abuse your power in Jinling. Chun Tianxing and his companions immediately held their breath. Just a good one. As expected, he is a direct descendant of the royal family. Speak with confidence. Lu Qingho thought that Li Shijian's reaction was very normal. Within the empire, under the royal family, the undefeated royal family, no one can defeat them. It is not just a simple sentence. Judging from the description of his younger generation Lu Shaoqing, the other party is most likely from the War Department and holds real power. Otherwise, how could they be accompanied by 4 first-rank generals? Such a character. It is indeed extraordinary. As for the Lu family itself, even if 10 of them were added together, they would not be able to stop the other side. But who asked him to stand behind the Lu family? And behind him, there stood the entire Yanjing royal family, the Li family. If you want to act like a big shot, you've really found the wrong person. Lu Qingho was confident. The problem is, what to do next? Master, what do you think? It goes without saying that you, Uncle Lu, are a long-standing member of our Li family. Your descendants should be protected by our Li family. A person who can barely be called a famous figure is not qualified to touch someone protected by our Li family. Li Shijian asked someone to bring a piece of fine ink paper, and then, without saying any more nonsense, he wrote a big word gun on it in a flamboyant manner. At last, he also wrote his identity in the lower right corner. The royal family of Yanjing. Li family. Li Shijian. Uncle Lu, take him there tomorrow, and by the way, tell that so-called big shot that I, Li Shijian, have the Jinling Lu family under my protection. Tell him to get as far away as possible. By the way, tell him that this calligraphy is a gift to him. The calligraphy written by the direct descendants of my royal family has always been worth 1,000 gold coins. If he can get a copy, it means that his ancestors have accumulated merits. For him, it is also a great fortune. After these light words, Li Shijian sat down again, sipped the tea, as if nothing happened. Chun Tianxing and his companions were stunned, staring at each other in a dream. It seemed like they were in a dream. It seemed that today, they had refreshed their understanding of the undefeated royal family. Previously seen, just the tip of the iceberg. This is the real big shot standing at the top of the empire. So domineering. With just a wave of his hand, he can make 4 first-class generals accompany him. Get out. Backed by the royal family. Who the hell is Xuanyuan, the one they are worried about? After collecting the ink writing, Lu Qingho felt relieved and couldn't help but sneer. Big shot. We'll see who's the big shot at tomorrow's engagement party. The night fades away. In the early morning, the first ray of morning sun shines out from the distant sky and descends upon the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day in Jinling. Boom! It's almost 8 o'clock. Fireworks bloomed at the Lu family residence. The place was bustling with people. On and on. Most of Jinling could hear it. The engagement party between the Lu and Shun families was scheduled for the evening. But as soon as the morning arrived, an endless stream of luxury cars drove towards the Lu family compound. The reason why wealthy families are wealthy. In addition to his own abilities, he is able to obtain information much faster than ordinary people. I don't know if someone leaked the news on purpose. Some people still want to add a glorious history to this engagement party. There are many wealthy families in Jinling. After learning the news that some of the elders in the Liu family were actually members of the high and mighty royal family, they all went crazy and crowded into the Liu family compound. On the surface, he came to congratulate the Liu family. In fact, I just walked in. Those wealthy family heads looked around constantly, hoping to find the elder of the Liu family, who was rumored to be related to the royal family of Yanjing. Human beings. It has always been like this. As a human being, you will pursue fame and fortune. If they could get the elder of the Liu family to pay some attention to them and say a few good words to the almost legendary royal descendant, then perhaps these wealthy families wandering around the bottom of the Jinling class might be able to change their minds. Then you can jump up. Dragonflies to the sky. But things didn't go as planned. Have they all been sent away? In the Liu family compound, a tall middle-aged man in a suit and tie looked at Liu Shaoqing, who was coming back from outside and walking towards him, and asked, "They've all been sent away. I asked them to come back in the evening." Liu Shaoqing shrugged helplessly. He looked quite relaxed. Greeting guests and exchanging pleasantries were very familiar to him. But a hint of worry could not help but flash across his eyes. "Don't worry, Shaoqing. Your great-grandfather will be here tonight. By then, I'm sure Su Xuanyuan won't dare to cause trouble." Liu Tianliang comforted. He is Liu Shaoqing's father and the current head of the Liu family. Even so, when I said this, my heart was still trembling slightly. If his own son had not come back to tell him, he really would not have believed that Su Xuanyuan was so unattainable to their wealthy families. 4 first-class generals accompanied him. It's really unimaginable. How could Su Xuanyuan reach such a height in just 8 years? But he thought his son was worried that Su Xuanyuan would come and cause trouble. But he didn't know what Liu Shaoqing was thinking at this moment. Ever since his father, Liu Tianliang, told him the identity of his great-grandfather last night, Liu Shaoqing no longer had any worries. "My great-grandfather is a member of the royal family who is high above everyone else, no matter how high Su Xuanyuan's status is. What can I do?" What he was worried about was not whether Su Xuanyuan would cause trouble, but whether Su Xuanyuan would come. Think of this. Liu Shaoqing couldn't help but show a hint of excitement in his eyes, as well as a hint of sarcasm. "Su Xuanyuan, you must come tonight. You can't imagine, I, Liu Shaoqing, am now a person of status. If you want to step on me, you are 800 years too early." Chapter 19, I will be a good person and forgive him this time. During the day, many wealthy family heads rushed to the Liu family, just on the eve of the engagement party. It was night. The highlight of this engagement party has finally begun. Red cages are everywhere. Fireworks are set off. Outside the Liu family compound, luxury cars were constantly coming and going. Guests who came to congratulate were not even qualified to enter unless they were worth tens of billions. A large group of members from the Liu and Shin families had never had such a glorious time as tonight. Everyone had a beaming smile on their face, and they toasted those who came over to greet them. Not the head of a wealthy family. They're the high-ranking officials in Jinling. If it were normal, how could they, who were insignificant members of their own family, get these people to come and toast them on their own initiative? Guests present. I got the news at the first time that among the elders of the Liu family, there was actually a high-ranking royal family member. Even if he is just an old servant, to them, he was already an unattainable figure. As for Liu Qingho, ever since the moment he showed up at the engagement party, all the heads of the wealthy families had surrounded him, their eyes glowing with green light, and they couldn't wait to stick to Liu Qingho as if they were meeting their own father, with fawning faces and vying with each other to toast him. The Liu family is truly blessed. I'm afraid that after tonight, the Liu family will be completely free and will most likely become the 6th largest family in Jinling. Who says it's not? At this moment, the one who could stand out from the crowd of wealthy family heads and stand in front of Liu Qingho to toast must be at least the head of a top wealthy family in Jinling. As for the group of small wealthy families, they could only stand by and watch with envy in their eyes. Besides that, even more jealous. How come they don't have an elder like this? The rise of the Liu family. It has become the consensus of everyone present. Even the 5 great families in Jinling have sent gifts of congratulations. It is only a matter of time before the Liu family surpasses the wealthy families and becomes a noble family. The men vied for compliments. The women, naturally, were not idle either. Compete for beauty. It's so lively. In particular, around someone, there were 7 or 8 wealthy ladies gathered, holding red wine glasses and smiling happily. Mrs. Su, I will have to rely on you more in the future. Please say a few good words to Mr. Shun in front of your family. Someone. Naturally, it was Shun Shuefei's mother. Suya was dressed like a noble lady. She was in the crowd, and from time to time, she greeted and nodded to the guests who came to toast her. The smile on her face never stopped. Don't worry, I'll let our old Shun talk to the Lu family about what you said. It had been a long time since Suya had felt as glorious as she did today. It really made her feel as if she were in another world, and her mood suddenly became happier. Among the wealthy ladies who came up to her and toasted her, there were several who had once looked up to the Shin family during its heyday. Nowadays, but he took the initiative to talk to her. If she hadn't known that there was a high-ranking royal among the elders of the Lu family, she would still be worried that Su Xuanyuan would show up later, which would be bad. But nowadays, don't be afraid of anything. After sending away a group of wealthy ladies, Su Yuya, holding up her wine glass, couldn't help but glance towards the gate with a smug look on her face. Then she rolled her eyes lightly and turned her head away. Look relaxed, proud of oneself. Come on, Su Xuanyuan. Even if you can get 4 first-class generals to accompany you now, what can you do? Even if you are truly more noble than the governor of Sudu, so what? Su Yuya looked at Lu Qingho, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, and couldn't help but snort. Her every move was full of disdain. When you come, I'll scare you to death. He is a member of the royal family who is high above us. Even if he is just an old servant, every hair on his body is far more noble than you. Shun Shuefei, who accompanied Lu Shaoqing to toast the elders of the Lu and Shin families, seemed unusually relaxed tonight compared to the shock Su Xuanyuan brought to her yesterday. Toast. Graceful and elegant. There was no sign of any distress on his part. Royal family can suppress everything. Old Lu, you really gave birth to a good son. I think Shaoqing's temperament has become unusually good in recent years. He is really outstanding. Haha. Lu Tianliang grinned and nodded heavily, saying, That's right. Don't you see whose son he is? How can a son born to me, Lu Tianliang, be like an ordinary rich family kid? My old friends are always harsh in judging people. But today is different from usual. Even though he knew the reason, Lu Tianliang pretended to be confused. Anyway, as long as it sounds good, that's enough. Father, the auspicious time is approaching. While they were talking, Lu Shaoqing slowly walked out from the crowded crowd, came to his father Lu Tianliang, and reminded him softly. Shun Shuefei stood aside obediently. Su Yuya called over Shun Mingwen, who was chatting with someone but looked like he was worried. 2 families. This is what it really means to come together. My dear, I think the auspicious time is almost here. How about letting Shaoqing, Shuefei, come on stage first? Su Yuya urged. In her eyes, Lu Shaoqing is now a hot commodity in the eyes of all the wealthy daughters in Jinling, and there are countless people eyeing him. She had to quickly get her daughter engaged to Lu Shaoqing. Lu Tianliang glanced. However, he looked at Shin Mingwen, who seemed to be worried, and said with a smile, But I see. Brother Shun is a little unhappy. Are you planning to regret this marriage? Old Shun, Su Yuya reminded quickly. How could that be? Shin Mingwen suddenly became alert and smiled awkwardly. Shaoqing, I like this child very much. How could I not agree? I was just thinking about something else and was a little distracted. That's good. Lu Tianliang said calmly. Brother Shun, don't worry. After Shaoqing and Shuefei are engaged, our Lu family will help the Shun family return to the ranks of top wealthy families. After all, we are a family from now on, right? Excuse me for a moment. I'll go get my uncle. Lu Tianliang actually saw what Shun Mingwen was thinking, but due to the current relationship between the 2 families, he did not say it in public. He just gave a few hints and reminders. When Lu Tianliang left, Su Yuya was full of complaints. Old Shin, you're not worried about Su Xuanyuan, are you? The expressions of Lu Shaoqing and Shun Shuefei changed slightly. Shin Mingwen was silent. Old Shun, it was Su Xuanyuan who spread the word that he would come to the engagement party. If he embarrasses himself, you must not stand up and speak for him. Su Yuya reminded. We are now with the Lu family, and we are about to become a family. Don't always be so stubborn and try to be outward-looking. Shaoqing, don't you think so? Su Yuya looked at Lu Shaoqing with a smile on her face. Uncle, you are kind-hearted. Lu Shaoqing smiled slightly but said in a gloomy tone. Before Xuanyuan left, Didn't he deliberately remind us that he would come to the engagement party? Uncle, don't worry about him. If he really wants to make trouble, at worst, I will be a good person and ask my great-grandfather to forgive him this time. After saying, he shook his head helplessly, pretending to feel regretful. But in fact, deep down, he hoped that Xuanyuan would come quickly more than anyone else. If he didn't come, how could he watch him embarrass himself? A person who could make 4 first-class generals lose face in public. He had never dared to think about it before. Now, I'm looking forward to it. Dad, please don't be so merciful and worry about him. Shin Shuefei frowned, raised her neck, and said with a slightly arrogant tone, he threatened us with his own words. He brought this shame upon himself. What's so great about that? Isn't it just about having 4 first-class generals accompany you? Why are you pretending? Before leaving, he deliberately reminded himself that he would come to participate. Xuanyuan, who are you showing off to? Chapter 20, I want to see who has a noble status. Well, Shin Mingwen sighed helplessly. I don't want to see anything more to say. Since we are here, let's make the best of it. Xuanyuan, Uncle knows that you are angry. Xiaoqing, Shuefei really shouldn't have mocked you earlier. You should ask them to apologize at the engagement party. Uncle, I have no objection. But now, you must not anger a member of the royal family. Someone is coming this way. Shin Mingwen's eyes trembled slightly. It was Lu Qingho. 2 newcomers. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. LV Qingho, who was wearing a black Zhongshan suit, smiled and patted LV Xiaoqing on the shoulder, jokingly saying, I'm a bit of a distraction today. You won't blame me, right? LV Qingho, who has been in the Yinjing royal family for decades, even though his identity is just that of an old servant. But that aura, having been baptized by the royal family, has become very mysterious and otherworldly in the eyes of others. Even the heads of the Jinling families are somewhat inferior to him. Shin Mingwen, Shin Shuefei, Su Yiya, and others were all flattered and forced to smile. Lu Xiaoqing was at ease, laughing. Grandpa, that's right. It's my grandson's honor that you can come to my engagement party. There's no such thing as stealing the show. You are too polite. Lu Qingho laughed heartily. The more I look at this junior, Lu Xiaoqing, the more satisfied I feel. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Lu Qingho looked around and said, if everyone is here, let the 2 newcomers come on stage. It would be bad if we missed the auspicious time. Stayed in the Yinjing royal family for decades. He was responsible for all matters, big and small, of the Li family, so Lu Qingho attached great importance to these. Lu Tianliang leaned over and whispered, Uncle, there is one more person who hasn't come yet. Snort. Lu Qingho naturally understood the other person Lu Tianliang was talking about, and who it was. He snorted coldly and said with disdain, you are quite arrogant. Could it be that he really thinks that his status is more noble than that of Governor Sudu? Shin Shuefei was stunned for a moment. Shin Mingwen and Su Yuya both looked puzzled. Isn't it? Accompanied by 4 first-rank generals, he is still not as good as Governor Sudu? Lu Xiaoqing volunteered to explain, and the faces of several people changed again and again. Finally, they realized that they had overestimated Su Xuanyuan's identity. Turned out to be, the identity of the Governor-General of Sudu should not be viewed as an official title, although he was also a first-rank official in the empire. But it was His Majesty the Emperor who appointed him personally. Extraordinary identity. Lu Xiaoqing had just learned about this from a conversation between Lu Qingho and his father Lu Tianliang. Su Xuanyuan, your identity is nothing more than this. But since he can be accompanied by 4 first-class generals, his identity is still quite extraordinary. Lu Tianliang said indifferently. Extraordinary? Lu Qingho smiled. I see you guys are really intimidated by Su Xuanyuan. In the eyes of the Yinjing royal family, a first-rank general is just qualified to be received once. Even so, it depends on the mood of the royal family. Even if they are to receive an audience, most of the time they will appoint a royal concubine to go. In the eyes of the true royal family, they are just second-rate people, the so-called illegitimate child. In fact, they are only 1 level higher than servants. Several people looked at each other, feeling as if they were listening to a foreign language, and all fell into a trance. Shin Mingwen was also shocked when he heard this. In the past, I'd only heard that the royal family had a superior status, but I didn't expect it to be so high. A first-class warrior is in front of him. It feels like they're no different from ordinary people. The royal background is too unfathomable, right? Okay, let's stop here. Lu Qingho waved his hand. If we continue talking, I'm afraid we will miss the auspicious time for the two newlyweds to go on stage and complete the engagement ceremony. Then, lightly said, as for Xuanyuan, if he came just to congratulate, that's fine. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, I want to see if he is a member of the Yinjing royal family with a noble status. It's still him, Xuanyuan. Wait for Lu Shaoqing and Shun Shuefa to stand on the engagement platform. Thunderous applause suddenly broke out all around. Lu Qingho was invited by Lu Tianliang to be the master of ceremonies for the two. Lu Qingho did not refuse because of his status. Instead, he acted like a kind old man, nodding as he walked without stopping. First of all, as the elder of the two newlyweds, I am honored to host the engagement ceremony for them. The words fell. Applause broke out again all around. Besides, because of my status, I, as an elder, may have to return to the royal family of Yinjing soon. At that time, I hope that everyone present here can help the Lu family. That's all I have. I'm sure you guys won't give me any face, right? After all, he is the elder of the Lu family. Lu Qingho also has his own selfish motives. At this moment, standing in front of everyone, he naturally had to give a hint to the heads of these wealthy families present that whoever dared to go against the Lu family in the future would have trouble with him. Lu Qingho. On top of him, there is also the royal family of Yinjing. Su Yuya, who was standing below, was extremely excited. When her daughter married into the Lu family in the future, who in the whole Jinling would dare not give her, as a mother, some face. But she never expected that when she turned her head, she saw Shin Mingwen still looking at the gate of the compound from time to time, which made Su Yuya feel dissatisfied. Old Shin, what are you still looking at? Wave your hand, disdainfully. Don't look at it. Su Xuanyuan will definitely not come. He has probably heard about it and doesn't dare to come. Da-da-da. Yes. Just as Lu Qingho was on the stage, signaling to the two newlyweds that they were about to exchange engagement rings. Just heard. At the gate of the Lu family compound, there were steady and slow footsteps. This change made all the guests look towards the gate of the compound, and a faint voice was heard by everyone present. Excuse me, for the sake of my dignity. Can you please wait a little longer? Chapter 21, I am alone here. Does it matter whose gift it is? The sound is too good to be heard. Everyone's first reaction was just 4 words. Arrogant. Ridiculous. How much is your face worth? Wait for you? Who do you think you are? Who is this? He is so reckless. Don't you know that someone from the royal family is here today? Guests present. They couldn't help but look at each other and smiled knowingly. Where did this idiot come from? 2 slender and tall figures came into everyone's sight, immediately attracting the attention of all the guests present, especially the figure walking in the front. He was dressed in white. Come with hands behind your back. Not yet 30. But the aura of the whole person, as soon as he appeared, had a tendency to overwhelm the whole place. The sound of steady footsteps, tap-a-pack, spread from the young man to the whole place, as if there was the sound of thunder ringing in his ears. I don't know why. Everyone's heartbeats began to move to the same rhythm, and the guests all around could not help swallowing their saliva and took the initiative to make way. Su Xuanyuan. Why? Is he here? Many of the guests present were attending the Chun family's birthday party held at the Hentang Hotel. They recognized the visitor at a glance, and their eyes could not stop trembling. Because the memories of Hentang Hotel suddenly came to my mind at this moment. If the 5 great families had not spread the word, anyone who dared to reveal what happened that night would do so at his own risk. Chun Haiyang and Wang Longfeng's death. It has already shaken the whole Jinling. Until now, no one knows except them. See Su Xuanyuan coming. Shun Shuefa remained silent. His eyes were full of pride. Su Yuya pouted and seemed to be muttering something, which didn't seem to be a good thing. Well, Shin Mingwen had a complicated expression and sighed secretly. Xuanyuan, please don't mess around. There is a royal family member among the guests present. On the stage, Lu Qingho probably guessed who Su Xuanyuan was. He glanced at Lu Shaoqing. The latter nodded. This surprised Lu Qingho quite a bit. His brows were slightly furrowed. I don't know what to think. He originally thought that a person who could be accompanied by 4 first-rank generals must be at least 40 or 50 years old. However, looking at Su Xuanyuan's appearance, he was not in his 40s or 50s at all. He might even be less than 30 years old. Too young. Although he was an old servant of the Yinjing royal family, he had followed the current head of the Li family when he was young and had seen many big scenes. He had seen as many as 7 or 8 first-class generals. But the person in front of me, I am really getting old and confused. Why am I thinking about these things? Lu Qingho shook his head and laughed at himself, thinking calmly. Even if there are 10 or 8 first-class generals accompanying me, what can I do? How can the royal family of Yanjing be compared with these rough soldiers? Looking at Xuanyuan coming, he spoke casually, waved his hand, but with a hint of command in his manner. The auspicious time has passed. All outsiders should leave immediately to avoid disrupting the auspicious atmosphere. The words fell. Lu Shaoqing, however, chided from the side, sneering in a somewhat sarcastic manner. Grandpa, you are joking. This person is not some idler at all. He is a big shot who could be accompanied by 4 first-class generals. 4 first-class generals? Hiss. The guests around stared at Xuanyuan with wide eyes and couldn't help but gasp. No wonder this guy dared to openly kill the eldest son of the Chen family and the heir of the Wang family in Hentang Hotel. Even the captain of the Jinling school knelt down before him. Turned out to be, after a few years, Xuanyuan has grown to this point, accompanied by 4 first-class generals. With this status, it seems that the 5 major families are no longer impressive enough in front of Xuanyuan. First-class general? Lu Qingho frowned, but he sneered without disguising himself. In such a huge city like Yanjing, the status of a first-class general is not even as good as that of an old servant of the royal family like me. All right. Today is the day of a great celebration for the younger generation of my Lu family. You just barged in and ruined the atmosphere. I won't make things difficult for you. Get out of here now. Hiss. The guests present couldn't help but gasp again and were deeply shocked. As expected, they are the royal family of Yanjing, even if he is just an old servant. They all have such confidence. Xuanyuan's current status is right in front of you, and you actually ask him to get out? Xuanyuan, I'm so sorry. You should leave now. Lu Shaoqing said. You can see that my great-grandfather doesn't welcome you. It's no joke to annoy him. Speaking of, he walked up to Xuanyuan and whispered in his ear, my great-grandfather is a member of the royal family who is high above us. Seemingly a reminder, caring about each other. In fact, at this moment, Lu Shaoqing felt like he was floating in the air. If it weren't for the gravity of the earth holding him back, he would have floated away to who knows where. It's so enjoyable. In the past, no one would have dared to imagine that someone would openly or covertly mock Xuanyuan of his current status. Who said that my great-grandfather, Lu Shaoqing, was a member of the high and mighty royal family. You, Xuanyuan, no matter how aggrieved you are, you have to bear it from me. The guests around couldn't help but smile secretly. It really can't be said that Xuanyuan was unlucky. I guess before this guy came, he had already thought about how glorious he would be and how he would be in control of the whole situation. It's a pity that although the idea is good, who can blame him for being the grandfather who comes from a high and mighty royal family? Showing off? Haven't started yet. It has already kicked onto the aluminum alloy steel plate. Are you angry? You have to hold it in even if you are angry. Xuanyuan, you are nothing special. My son-in-law's great-grandfather is a member of the royal family. His status is much higher than yours. Su Yuya, who was standing aside, snorted softly, also feeling smug and extremely happy. Aren't you leaving yet? Standing on the stage, Lu Qingho looked down with a condescending attitude. He is confident. Anyone who hears the word royal family will become extremely nervous and will just obey. But unexpectedly, Xuanyuan stood there with his hands behind his back and smiled at Ku Hongji beside him. This posture, when he fell into Lu Qingho's eyes, he suddenly felt ashamed. It was obvious that Xuanyuan didn't take him seriously. He was just about to speak. Xuanyuan said calmly, don't you want to see what gifts I brought? Gift? Lu Tianliang sneered and said, today my Lu family has an engagement party. People from all over Jinling are coming. What gift do you need? How ridiculous. He also doesn't need to be afraid of Xuanyuan's identity. Anyway, he has his uncle around. Xuanyuan's identity is nothing. Lu Qingho couldn't help but smile and said sarcastically, young man, do you think my Lu family still needs your gift? As long as I'm here, does it matter whose gift it is? Chapter 22. Just a bunch of noble families, don't worry. Lu Shaoqing's face was full of sarcasm. What Xuanyuan said was really ignorant. Is this how big shots behave? Return the gift? My Lu family needs your gift? Didn't you see my great-grandfather's identity? Grandpa, since Xuanyuan is so sincere, Why don't we take a look at what gift he has sent? Lu Shaoqing sneered. It will also prevent people from saying that our Lu family doesn't know how to entertain guests, right? Okay, since you said so, let's take a look. Lu Qingho looked at Su Xuanyuan with a playful expression and sneered. What are you waiting for? Take it out. I'll be there in a minute. Just be patient. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. He no longer paid attention to Lu Qingho and others. Start closing your eyes and resting. Su Xuanyuan. Isn't he too arrogant? Yeah. Didn't you see that old Master Lu was a little angry? Isn't he afraid of ruining his performance? It's none of our business anyway. Let's just watch the show. The guests present all felt that Su Xuanyuan's actions were a little inappropriate and believed that it was ignorant and ridiculous for a royal family member to put on airs. Gift? What gift could be more precious than the presence of old Master Lu? Lu Tianliang and Lu Shaoqing looked at each other with sarcasm on their faces, both waiting to see Su Xuanyuan make a fool of himself. Gift? Lu Qingho even had someone bring a royal chair, sat on the stage calmly, crossed his legs, sipped his tea, and looked at Su Xuanyuan below the stage, sneering in his heart. You are such an ignorant young man. I don't know how you got to such a high position. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Xin Shuefei shook her head helplessly. It felt like Su Xuanyuan was too arrogant, and was even putting on airs above the royal family. Su Yiya's face was full of sarcasm, sitting aside, waiting for Su Xuanyuan to perform. Well, Shen Mingwen sighed inwardly and shook his head secretly, not knowing what to say. Xuanyuan, you are in a high position now. Why are you acting so rashly? There are times when you can be in the limelight, but there are times when you absolutely cannot be in the limelight. Just as several people were sitting there, waiting to see Su Xuanyuan make a fool of himself. There were bursts of exclamations coming from outside. What's going on? How come so many family heads are here to order a luxury car? These license plates are actually, this is impossible. There are too many. There are only 5 noble families in the whole of Jinling. Come out and take a look. Many guests ran out. Then I saw that the Lu family compound was surrounded by nearly 100 luxury cars inside and outside. Even, there are still luxury cars that haven't come in. Just like a long dragon. Heading this way. Isn't this the head of the Zhao family in Yangzhou City? The head of the Zhao family, the leader of the 6 great families in Yangzhou, is here too. Looking at all the great families in Sudu, he can be ranked in the top 5. Everyone looked shocked. Outside the Lu family compound, a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance got out of a custom-made Lincoln sedan. It's Zhao Yalong. He rushed over here nonstop, fearing that he would be late, and shouted. Zhao Yalong, the head of the Zhao family in Yangzhou City, has been ordered to come here to congratulate. I'm sending a copy of the 1,000-character classic and a set of calligraphy works by Xuanyuan, a contemporary famous calligrapher from the Song dynasty. All the guests stared with wide eyes. Needless to say, Zhao Yalong's identity is among the top 5 among all the noble families in the 12 cities of Sudu. The 5 great families in Jinling are all somewhat inferior. Today is the Lu family's engagement banquet, and the 5 major families have only sent gifts, but no one has arrived. And then, gifts sent. Everyone in Suzhou knew that these 2 items were Zhao Yalong's favorite collections, and he refused to sell them even after someone offered 3 billion yuan. Now, I'm willing to give it as a gift. But soon after, the people who followed were no less valuable than Zhao Yalong, and the gifts they brought were more precious than each other. Hu Tianxi, the president of the Jiangling Merchant Alliance Red Cross, has been ordered to come and congratulate you. Give the Merchant Alliance 30% of the shares, worth 5 billion. Su Dong, chairman of Nantong Group, has been ordered to come and congratulate you. I'll give you 3 Tang Dynasty Imperial Jades and 5 scrolls of Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Qiqian Group Chairman Lu Xingxing has been ordered to come and congratulate you. Deliver. Everyone was stunned. Normally, it is a great honor for them to be able to curry favor with one of these family heads. In comparison, compared with the other party, these guests are really different, especially outside. There is also a steady stream of famous people from Suzhou. Finally, everyone discovered that except for the 5 major families in Jinling, all the heads of the families in the 12 cities of Sudu had come. The most important thing is those 2 words. On orders? Could it be? In an instant, everyone's head shuddered, and they all turned to look at the young man who was sitting upright in the chair, drinking alone, with an indescribable dignity and elegance in his manner. Is it really Su Xuanyuan, accompanied by 4 first-rank generals? To have the heads of the 12 noble families in Suda gather in Jinling to celebrate the engagement party for the Liu and Shin families. Isn't this too much of a favor? Even in Jinling, none of the 5 great families came in person. Liu Tianliang and Liu Shaoqing were both shocked and couldn't help but reveal a hint of disbelief in their eyes. If it was just one family, it would be fine, but this is the heads of the aristocratic families in the 12 cities of Suda gathered in their Liu family compound. Did they miscalculate Su Xuanyuan's identity and status? Give face and gifts. That's one thing. Both giving face and being willing to come in person. That's another matter. Shin Shuefei looked dazed and felt it was a little unreal. Su Yuya's eyes were filled with dullness. Watching the heads of the Suda family come in one after another, he was speechless for a long time. Shin Mingwen was also stunned. Uncle this? Grandpa? Will anything happen? Liu Tianliang and Liu Shaoqing hurriedly walked up to Liu Qingho and asked with a worried look on their faces. Liu Qingho's face looked unusually relaxed. There is no sign of pressure at all. He looked disdainful. He sneered and said, "It's just a bunch of noble families. You don't have to worry. If it were the royal family, who in the entire empire would dare not come if they were willing? Only a young man like Su Xinyuan would use him as a capital to show off. He is really stupid and has seen too little of the world." Liu Tianliang and Liu Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. They felt relieved. Before the two of them could sit down, they heard extremely obvious trembling sounds from outside the door. Put it far away. You can hear the teeth chattering. Here comes an important person. Big shot. Liu Qingho smiled with disdain. Immediately, he calmly picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and shook his head secretly, feeling that the people of Jinling nowadays were becoming more and more unworldly. Do you call everyone you meet a big shot? Finally, he lazily asked. Who is it? Su. Governor General of Sudu, Quang Bingsu. Liu Qingho, Liu Tianliang, Liu Shaoqing, Su Yuya, Shin Shuefei, Shin Mingwen, His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. Jade Edict. Appointed personally. Control Sudu and have the power of life and death. Governor General of Sudu. First rank Marquis. Quang Bingshu. Congratulations to you. Look, what about this gift? Chapter 23. This person, a thief. Now, for Liu Tianliang, Liu Shaoqing, Shin Shuefei, Su Yuya, and others, they really feel that this world is very dreamy and mysterious. They can hardly tell. Is the world they are in now the real world? Several people's eyes widened, and they all stood there in shock. Mind. The sound of those light words that Liu Qingho had said earlier kept echoing in my mind. Could it be that he really believes that his status is more honorable than that of Governor Sudu? Liu Qingho's expression lost all his composure, and he stood up from the armchair with a look of disbelief. He has been in the Yanjing royal family, the Li family, for decades. Know it better than anyone else. Governor Quang Bingshu, who is in charge of the 12 cities of Suzhou and has the power of life and death, is at most a first-rank official. Can identity? That would be of great significance. It is an official rank appointed by the imperial edict written personally by His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. To be frank, Governor Sudu should only obey the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. How could? The whole audience was silent. The guests present were all stunned and shocked, staring blankly outside the Liu family compound. When a middle-aged man with an extremely majestic aura, wearing a purple official robe and a jade crown on his head, appeared at the gate of the Liu family compound. This moment, all the guests' eyes widened, and they couldn't help but gasp. Really, it's really the governor. My God, how could a person of this level be willing to come forward? Not being a guest here, looking down on yourself. To put it bluntly, these so-called wealthy family heads and high-ranking officials are essentially no different from street beggars in the eyes of this governor-level figure who overlooks the 13 cities of Sudu. Except Quang Bingshu himself. Behind him were all the officials of the governor's office. Each of them looked very dignified, and the lowest rank was 3rd grade, which made all the guests so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Governor of Sudu Quang Bingshu. He actually brought all the officials from the governor's office with him. Liu Tianliang and Liu Shaoqing came to their senses and looked at Governor Quang Bingshu walking outside. Cold sweat kept pouring down their faces, and they almost had the urge to kneel down to greet him. You can't really be here because of Su Xinyuan, right? Why are you panicking? Come with me to see him, Lu Qingho said in a low voice. Compared to before, his face had long returned to normal. He felt more and more that Su Xuanyuan's identity was still suspicious. It's not about how noble your status is, but the other party's identity is definitely fake. A young man who is not even 30 years old. He is neither a prince or a noble, let alone a member of the royal family who is as tall as the sky. No matter how high your status is, it is also impossible for Kwang Bingshu, the governor of Suzhou, to come in person. The only possibility. This Su Xuanyuan's identity was completely fabricated, and even Kwang Bingshu was deceived. Governor Kwang, I am a disciple of the Li clan. I am honored to meet you here. Lu Qingho bowed respectfully towards Kwang Bingshu, who was walking towards him. Behind him, Lu Tianliang, Lu Shaoqing, and others also smiled flatteredly and nodded obediently. Kwang Bingshu, the governor of Suzhou, come and congratulate in person. Who would dare to think of this? The expressions of several people were all unnatural. They looked at Su Xuanyuan with lingering fear. He was still sitting there, drinking alone, as if nothing had happened. All the guests in the audience had stunned expressions. All eyes were on Su Xuanyuan, and they couldn't help but tremble. Is it really because of him? The next moment, Kwang Bingshu's slight bow towards Su Xuanyuan made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly, and their hearts almost exploded. Are they dreaming? The governor of Sudu actually saluted Su Xuanyuan. Shen Shuefei, Su Yiya, and Shen Mingwen all had their hair trembling and were all stunned. Lu Qingho suddenly sneered. Pretentious young man. Isn't it a bit too much to fake your identity like this? Forgery? Everyone present was stunned. Could it be that Su Xuanyuan's identity is fake? Immediately, Lu Qingho took out a folded piece of ink paper from his arms and handed it to Kwang Bingshu. Governor Kwang, this is the royal decree written by my son, the prince of the Li clan. I now have reason to believe that this person forged the identity of a member of the royal family and is trying to deceive the world and gain a good reputation. Please, Governor Kwang, verify my identity. From the moment suited Governor Kwang Bingshu stepped through the door, Lu Qingho deduced a fact. Su Xuanyuan's identity was definitely forged. He must have used some means to come up with such a series of shocking lies. He stayed in the royal family for decades. What kind of brilliant young people have you not seen? Even members of the royal family. He was lucky enough to meet one. And why should a young man who is not even 30 years old make the governor of Sudu bow down to him? This is not identity fraud. What else? Fake? Shen Shuefei and Su Yiya were also stunned, feeling that all this was a little too dreamy. Su Xuanyuan. It has only been 8 years since I left Jinling. How could his status be higher than that of the governor of Sudu? Shen Mingwen looked even more thoughtful. Feeling everything, it really doesn't make sense. Chapter 24. I once covered the world with snow and went to Yanjing. Governor Kwang, please check this person's identity again, said Lu Qingho. He just doesn't believe it. How could Su Xuanyuan have done all this if he had not forged his identity? Roll! But at some point, the piece of ink paper came into Su Xuanyuan's hand. He looked at it with cold eyes, then threw it aside and smiled. You said my identity is fake, isn't it? Lu Qingho sneered. In his eyes, the calmer Su Xuanyuan was, the more he was pretending and the more it showed that he was guilty. I drank too much. I smell of alcohol. Su Xuanyuan said calmly. I'm going to change my clothes. Immediately. Get up. Go to the side hall. But Su Xuanyuan's look in Lu Qingho's eyes made him more certain of his previous guess. He sneered with sarcasm on his face. Young man, if you want to get away with it, I advise you to admit now how you forged your identity. In this case, you can still be given a lighter sentence. See Su Xuanyuan leave. Lu Qingho was not in a hurry either. Even if Su Xuanyuan really saw that the truth was revealed and ran away, what could he do? Want to catch it back? It's really too simple. Could it be that this is really a fake identity? I don't think it's right either. What kind of person is Governor Sudu? How could he possibly obey Su Xuanyuan? I guess even Governor Kwang has been deceived. Su Xuanyuan's sudden departure caused the guests present to feel suspicious. Old Shen, I told you that Su Xuanyuan has only been away from Jinling for a few years. He has no power or influence. How could he rise to fame overnight? Su Yiya's eyes showed sarcasm, but there was also a hint of helplessness and relief in them. She was almost frightened. You pretend very well. Even Governor Sudu was deceived. Fortunately, the great-grandfather of the Lu family was sharp-minded and saw through your disguise, Su Xuanyuan, in time. Lu Qinghe walked back onto the stage and said apologetically, Okay, everyone. I'm sorry to have scared you. The farce caused by Xuanyuan ends here. After the engagement party, he will definitely be caught and punished. Yeah. At this moment, a slightly magnetic voice sounded from the side hall, and there seemed to be a swaying figure. Everyone was stunned. Xuanyuan, haven't left yet? Isn't it? Not leaving yet? Lu Qinghe looked at him, sneered, and asked back. But the next moment, he was about to continue speaking. In an instant, he seemed to see something, his pupils dilated, and he felt like the sky was falling. He was so scared that the hairs on his body stood up. Da-da-da! A slender and calm figure walked out slowly from the side hall door with his hands behind his back. But that dress, a robe embroidered with a blue dragon. Facing the wind and the rapidly shrinking eyeballs of the crowd, it swayed majestically like a living creature. There's also a long sword on his waist. Anyone in the Empire. Everyone knows that sword. That is the Empire's famous sword passed down through the ages. Longquan. The golden belt woven from 13 purple gold threads made his figure look as majestic as a mountain. The most important thing is the gold star on the shoulder, shining brightly, as bright as the moon at this moment, so dazzling. Wow! In an instant, there was an uproar at the scene, and the guests who had just sat down again stood up in fear as if their butts were on fire. How could he be? Clatter. Take another step forward. Everyone had goosebumps and were scared. Xuanyuan put his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. He glanced at LV Qinghe, who was far away on the high platform, and said lightly. When Su was 19 years old, he went into battle in military uniform and was deified in the northern border of Kunlun. He killed 100,000 surrendered soldiers from the enemy country. No one dared to accuse Xuanyuan of cheating and insulting the country's prestige. Boom! Lu Qinghe only glanced at Xuanyuan at this moment. His limbs turned cold, and he fell to the ground with a pale face. Lu Tianliang and Lu Shaoqing were breathing rapidly, sweating profusely, and their eyes were almost popping out of their heads with fear. He is... When Su was 21 years old and ranked first among the 10 first-class generals, no one dared to accuse Xuanyuan of deceiving his superiors and subordinates and not living up to his reputation. Shen Shuefei on the stage followed Xuanyuan not far away and slowly stepped onto the stage. Her whole body was shaking, and her vision was becoming more and more blurred. She was almost frightened to faint. Su was 26 years old, and the world was covered with snow. He went to Yinjing. The princes, nobles, 300 dukes, 800 marquises, and 10 great kings bowed their heads. No one dared to say that Xuanyuan was just a name and arrogant. Deng. Su Yiya's legs went weak, and she took several steps back in fear. At this moment, looking at Xuanyuan on the stage, her mind went blank. How could he be? Shen Mingyuan was surprised and happy. Even more afraid. Wild sands of Mabe. There once was a peerless general, with his weapons and cavalry, inspecting his troops on the battlefield in autumn, shocking everyone in all directions. That day, he left, causing unrest in the government and the country. Everyone searched for him 1,000 times. But unexpectedly, this day, suddenly looking back, that person is there in the dim light. When Su was 28 years old, he was granted the title of 9 Dragon Crown Pearl and the Northern Territory Emperor. When he was second only to the Emperor and above 10,000 people, no one dared to say that Xuanyuan was more powerful than the Emperor and held his head high. Governor Sudu, what should we do? If he wants, the current prince must also kowtow to welcome him. Xuanyuan took a few steps forward, looking down at Lu Qinghe from a high position with a calm gaze. Who do you think would dare to pretend to be the Emperor of the North? Boom! Lu Qinghe was so frightened that his hair stood up, his face was filled with horror, and his body was shaking. 5 stars on shoulders. Under one person, above 10,000 people. Longquan sword, kill first and report later. Kunlun in the northern desert, the Emperor of the North. How is this possible? Chapter 25, I see the Green Mountains are so charming. I think the Green Mountains see me the same way. 5-star general service. A famous sword handed down from generation to generation. The blue dragon with purple gold lines and sharp claws over its shoulders looks lifelike and majestic. Dressed like this, he is no longer an ordinary person and can wear military uniform. Not to mention, the 9 Dragon Crown Pearl is second only to the Emperor and above everyone else. granting him the title of the Emperor of the North. The huge Lu family compound was filled with deathly silence. This, Xuanyuan, that is, in just a short moment, no matter who it was, including Lu Qingho himself, their eyes widened and their hairs trembled, as if a 12-magnitude avalanche was right in front of them, and they were so frightened that their limbs became numb. The moon hangs high in the sky. With his hands behind his back, he slowly stepped onto the platform amidst the trembling gazes of the crowd. His voice was calm, and his aura was somewhat restrained, but it made everyone present feel as if they were dreaming of the sound of horns blowing in the camp, and there seemed to be an army of thousands of horses galloping in their ears. 50 strings play the sound of the frontier. Who is that? To complete the king's affairs and win fame in life and after death. Then who is it? Second to none, above 10,000 others. Finglangeksu, the king of the same character, the emperor and the regent. What should I do? No one dared to question it. No one will be jealous. The empire's beings. In today's era, we can enjoy peace. No matter what you think of the Northern Emperor, you cannot deny that with the Northern Emperor, China can enjoy eternal peace. Xuanyuan, the emperor of the Northern Territory? Shin Shuefei collapsed on the ground, her eyes dull, unable to believe it. At this moment, she was only half a step away from Xuanyuan, but from the bottom of her heart, she and the other party, and the brother Xuanyuan who followed her and called her when she was a child, were far apart. She really wanted to say, how is this possible? This identity, falling between them, is no different from God. Royal family? Shin Shuefei was completely confused. Royal family? She laughed at herself inwardly. Telling is ridiculous. I'm really ridiculous. To the common people, especially a daughter of a wealthy family like her, the royal family who are high above her are like real dragons, looking down on her and despising her. You, the Northern Territory Emperor, isn't it the same as her? The 5-star blue dragon general is in uniform, with claws extending beyond his shoulders, shining brightly. He really looks like a majestic living creature, lurking in the rivers and seas, majestic and inviolable. Every glance. She felt as if the blood under her skin was about to coagulate and her pores were about to stand upside down. Your subordinate, the Governor General of Sudu, Kwang Bingshu, and all the officials of the Governor General's office, come to pay their respects to the Emperor of the Northern Territory. Knock, Emperor. The moment Xuanyuan turned around and swept his eyes across the entire audience, all the officials of the governor's office, led by Kwang Bingshu, quickly kowtowed in unison, like a huge wave washing away the sand, shaking the entire Lu family compound. The head of the 12 city families, except Yangzhou City. The others didn't know Xuanyuan's identity. They were only following orders from the governor's office and drove nonstop towards Nanjing. It was discovered that it was actually the emperor of the Northern Territory. It was like being struck by lightning, and they all knelt down in shock. Knock, kowtow to the emperor. What a blessing from heaven. For local families like them, it is a great honor to be able to see the true face of the Northern Territory Emperor today. Next, I don't know which guest among the guests suddenly felt his knees go weak, and he fell to his knees on the ground, kowtowed in fear. Common people, kowtow to the emperor. Moment. One wave follows another. Everyone knelt down, even Shin Mingwen. Xuanyuan walked off the stage. Walked towards Shin Mingwen. Da-da-da. The footsteps were very light, but they made everyone present bury their heads a little deeper. Uncle Shun, you buried my father, so you were Xuanyuan's benefactor. You can skip these red tape. Xuanyuan said indifferently. He bent down. He put his hands on his shoulders and slowly helped Shin Mingwen up. At this moment, Shin Mingwen's eyes were still in a trance, looking at Xuanyuan in front of him, who was wearing a green dragon robe with 5 stars on his shoulders, and whose status was noble enough to illuminate the entire night. He was a little confused. Uncle Shun, Xuanyuan would like to thank you for burying my father here first. But when he saw Xuanyuan in front of him, who raised his hands to him and bowed slightly, his pupils dilated, his body trembled, and he came back to his senses. Xuanyuan, not daring to be arrogant, he immediately made the corresponding movements, looking flattered. Reminisce the past. He is Xuanyuan's elder. To this day. How dare he do that? This is the Emperor of the North, second only to one man and above 10,000 others. He is in charge of millions of the most powerful soldiers in the empire. Iron horses and golden swords. How many people in the world dare to claim to be respected in front of the Emperor of the Northern Territory? Xuanyuan's eyes were calm. He turned around and stepped onto the platform again. Looking at the swaying green dragon robe, Shen Mingwen's eyes became even more complicated. A quick step to success. There are few people in the world who can do this. Since ancient times, how many people have had an easy time standing tall and proud? Xuanyuan, how much blood and tears have you endured in these years? Get up, Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. Everyone below dared to stand up. No matter who they were, their eyes were full of respect and awe, and some people still didn't dare to look up. Emperor of the North. How can the royal family compare to them? Su Yiyao was already frightened silly. He stood there blankly, as stiff as a statue. Lu Tianliang, Lu Shaoqing's father, gasped in shock, his face filled with fear and anxiety, his entire body trembling nonstop, and he couldn't stop shaking at all. How dare they think about it? The emperor of the Northern Territory is Su Xuanyuan. In the past, they had hoped that if the emperor of the Northern Territory came from Jinling, how wonderful it would be. It would also make them, the local people of Jinling, proud. But now, with such a person standing before them, how could they dare to aspire to him? Lu Qingho's face was dull, and his limbs were trembling. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted. Now, what do you think of this gift? Lu Qingho. How? The emperor of the Northern Territory has come to the Lu family compound. What other words are needed to describe it? To put it bluntly, from now on, the Lu family will be glorious. Any member of the Lu family's ancestral tomb in future generations must take this experience into the grave and be buried there with themselves, feeling deeply honored. Please, Lu Qingho wanted to explain, but it was still interrupted. According to the imperial law, what shall be done to those who slander the emperor of the North? Lu Qingho. Bang! After a few seconds, there was only a sound of banging against the wall, and then Lu Qingho committed suicide to apologize for his crime. Everyone's heart stopped, and they dared not even breathe. Hiss! Lu Tianliang and his son Lu Shaoqing stared with their eyes wide open, cold sweats breaking out, and they were filled with fear. They even covered their mouths with all their strength, fearing that they would scream out. Lu Qingho knew it in his heart. He is immortal. The entire Lu family must die. He even felt that with his status, it was such an honor for him to be able to get the Northern Territory Emperor to speak up. Undefeated royal family. That's all. But his death was indeed somewhat unjust. At the beginning, Lu Shaoqing told him that Su Xuanyuan's identity, which allowed him to be accompanied by 4 first-rank generals, was not the most important thing at all. The most important thing, but it was the golden Qilin flag fluttering in the wind. If Lu Shaoqing mentioned this, okay, everyone, the engagement party continues. The 2 newlyweds, please come on stage. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. Lu Shaoqing was so frightened that his body trembled, and he stood up quickly. Shen Xuefei was also terrified, her steps weak, and she walked over blankly. I'll be the master of ceremonies for both of you. Is that okay with you too? Lu Shaoqing. No objection. Shen Xuefei's voice trembled. In that case, let's get started. Su Xuanyuan looked indifferent, as if nothing had happened, and looked at Lu Shaoqing, who was trembling and didn't even dare to raise his head. Sir, are you willing to marry this lady and love and protect her for the rest of your life? Lu Shaoqing. Excuse me, lady. Are you willing to marry this gentleman and stay with him forever? Shen Xuefei's eyes trembled. I am willing. The audience was even quieter. However, everyone's eyes were no longer on the 2 protagonists of the engagement party, but were staring blankly at Su Xuanyuan on the stage. Well, in that case, please exchange engagement rings. The moon is high outside the courtyard. Su Xuanyuan spoke loudly. The master of ceremonies, the Northern Territory of Kunlun, the emperor of the Northern Territory. Everyone's eyes were already dull. They seemed to see the shadow of the peerless elegance of Jinling a few years ago, and the desolate figure sitting alone on the top of the snowy region. At last, there was only that sound that made their hearts tremble. Jinling, Su Xuanyuan. I see how charming the Green Mountains are, and I guess the mountains see me the same way. Hold this name. I will ensure that your Shen family will enjoy endless wealth and glory. From now on, the Shen family's kindness has been repaid. We will never owe each other anything. Chapter 26. You are required to commit suicide tomorrow. From the day I entered the North, Su Xuanyuan doesn't like to owe anything. Take revenge when there is a grudge. Repay a favor with a favor. This is his usual code of conduct. Xuanyuan left before the engagement banquet was completely over. Hongji, who had been waiting outside for a long time, hurried forward and got the casual clothes for Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan got in the car. Just as Hongji was about to ask where they were going, he was interrupted by a faint voice. Suburban cemetery. Soon, the Hummer disappeared outside the Liu family compound. Also leaving were 18 cold figures that had been hiding in the darkness. Linglang Manor. Ever since Li Shijian, a descendant of the Yinjing royal family and the Li family, came to Nanjing, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and other heads of the 5 great families wished they could live in Linglang Manor so they could be by Li Shijian's side every day and curry favor with him. What kind of fun can there be at the Liu family courtyard's engagement party? They can send gifts. It is already important enough. Compared to this, it would be better to stay by Li Shijian's side, currying favor with him all the time, and trying to please this great master. From now on, they are the 5 major families. Not to mention in Jinling, where he can cover the sky with one hand. Even in the entire Suzhou city, you can get whatever you want. If this noble man were to introduce them directly to Governor Sudo, wouldn't the 5 great families be overjoyed? Come, let's toast to the prince again, and wish him good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains. From a long distance away from Linglang Manor, one can hear the flattering laughter coming from inside. Isn't it the head of the Chun family, Chun Tianxing? The main hall of the manor. The large square table was filled with people. They are all from the 5 major families, and there are also young people from the families who come to keep them company. Come, let's toast to the prince. A toast to the prince. The heads of the 5 great families stood up and quickly bowed to toast Li Shijian, who was sitting in the middle. They bent their waists so high that they were more respectful than when they were meeting their own father. Several young people also kept smiling and toasting. Only one person. At this moment, I felt nauseous. It was Chun Meixian, who was held in Li Shijian's arms and flirted with him as he pleased. Yet she could not show the slightest sign of displeasure. Especially when I heard what my father Chun Tianxing said when he toasted just now. She even wanted to feel sick. May you be as blessed as the East Sea and as long-lived as the southern mountains? These are clearly words that only the younger generation can say when congratulating the elder. In order to please Li Shijian, a man 20 years younger than him, my father actually said such words against his will. He doesn't look like the head of a noble family at all. But she also has to smile. Xuanyuan, all of this is thanks to you. Chun Meixian silently clenched her fists. My lord, are you really not worried at all about that big shot who is causing trouble in the Liu family? At this moment, a young man from the Wang family who came to accompany them couldn't help but ask a question. Suddenly, Li Shijian, who was in high spirits and reluctant to leave, frowned and glanced at him with some displeasure. Atmosphere. All of a sudden, it became a little awkward. Shut up. Wang Jinan glared quickly. Immediately. Flattering. Master, calm down. Young people don't know better. Don't mind it. Come and drink. Drink. Speaking of, he quickly stood up and poured a glass of wine for Li Shijian. The others also hurried to smooth things over. Don't be angry, my lord. Young people are ignorant and have no idea of your abilities. Yes, the prince's words are worth 1,000 gold. How can ordinary people like us compare? 4 first-rank generals are accompanying him. So what? Why doesn't he just leave after the prince issues an order? Li Shijian's mouth corners lifted up, and he suddenly looked happy and drank the wine in his hand. That's it. What kind of person am I, Li Shijian? How can we be the same as ordinary people? After the king's decree is issued, why don't you give it to me, master? Get lost. However, just when the sounds of debauchery in the main hall were beginning to rise again, with a bang, a thin figure came out of nowhere and landed directly in the middle of the table, shocking everyone and making them stand up quickly. What? When everyone reacted, they were shocked again. It turned out to be a dead body. Who is it? It was the young man from the Wang family who spoke again. Okay, it seems to be Butler Liu, Li Shijian. Everyone. Wait, there seems to be another piece of paper with something written on it. Look quickly. What's written? What is a royal family? You have until tomorrow to commit suicide. Otherwise, I don't mind removing your Li family from the territory of Yinjing. Everyone. Li Shijian. Chapter 27 signed by Xuanyuan. The entire main hall of the manor fell into deathly silence. The 5 family heads, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, felt as if they were hallucinating. Suddenly, they looked at each other with shock on their faces. Chun Meixian was also stunned. Is there something wrong with your ears? What is written on this piece of paper? Let Li Shijian commit suicide before tomorrow. Otherwise, the entire Yinjingli family will be demolished. Now, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, Chun Meixian, and others all felt that they must have heard it wrong. What a joke. Isn't this too bold? Kill Butler Liu and don't tell him. And you still say such things. Are you dissatisfied with yourself and tired of living? Li Shijian frowned. His eyes looked gloomy, and he stood there without saying anything for a long time. Until now, he didn't quite believe it. In a place like Jinling, there are actually people who dare to demonstrate against him and provoke a prince like him. In ancient times, that is treason. A fire suddenly rose in his heart, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the paper. Bring it here. I want to see who it is that killed the people of the Yinjingli family and even threw the bodies here. This is simply outrageous. The others were still dumbfounded. Their eyes were still a little dull, and it was obvious that they had not yet fully recovered from their shock. In this world, how dare someone kill a member of the royal family? Then, the young man from the Wang family, who first saw the words on the paper, before Li Shijian spread out the paper, spoke with a tone of disbelief, stammering. Well, it seems like the signature is Su Xuanyuan. What? Hearing this, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others' eyes widened instantly. They shuddered and hurriedly moved closer to look. Chun Meishuan's face also showed shock. I looked over there. Hiss. However, when they saw the three big characters Su Xuanyuan in the signature, everyone gasped in shock and were almost stunned. What? It's really Su Xuanyuan. How could it be him? Su Xuanyuan. Is he actually the big shot who can have 4 first-rank generals accompany him? Chun Meixian was stunned. Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others felt dizzy and could not believe the fact. On the one hand, I can't believe that Su Xuanyuan, who is so young, has become a figure of this level. It seems so. If Li Shijian didn't have them, they might really have to go down and accompany that old man Su Qingrui in half a month. On the other hand, they couldn't believe it. Su Xuanyuan is so arrogant. It seems that the previous trouble they had caused to the 5 major families and the killing of Chun Haiyang and Wang Longfeng were indeed not worth mentioning. But this time, he's a member of the royal family. Is Su Xuanyuan really crazy? Since he left a note, he knew that Butler Liu was from the royal family. But even so, he still dared to kill someone? Killing someone is secondary. The most important thing is that he dared to throw the body back. He openly disregarded the dignity of the prince. This is too much of a disregard for the royal family. Chun Tianxing and his companions were indeed old foxes. When they saw that the situation was not right, they immediately looked at each other and started to fan the flames. It's scary just thinking about it. If they didn't know anything beforehand, he doesn't have Li Shijian's support behind him. In half a month, I am afraid that not only will the 5 families lose face, but even their own lives and property will be wiped out. Pity. Su Xuanyuan, do you take yourself too seriously? Self-identity. It can make me wait. It can be said to be out of reach. How can I gain some insights? So shallow. Wang Zhu, do you think you can demonstrate just because you wanna? Threatening the royal family. Do you know that it is a capital crime? Chun Meixian looked at him sarcastically, adding fuel to the fire. She poured a glass of wine and handed it to Li Shijian, who was angry. My lord, please don't be angry. It would be bad if you get angry and make your body sick. Come, have a drink and calm down. Who the hell is Su Xuanyuan? You are worth a fortune. Why do you have to bother with him? Chapter 28, Southern Heavenly King, Su Feng. I have to say, Chun Meixian is quite good at fanning the flames. Take it away. Li Shijian immediately became angry, waved his hand, and knocked over the wine glass, spilling it all over the floor. I am the great heir of the Li family. If I swallow this anger today, then what kind of heir am I? This Su Xuanyuan must die. Not only did they humiliate me, they also dared to provoke my royal family, Li. Do you really think that my royal family is easy to bully? Everyone has dignity. What's more, he is a member of the Yinjing royal family and a direct descendant of the Li family. Being slapped in the face like this. If this gets out, people will laugh to death. Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others looked at each other without saying anything. That's enough. You have angered the royal family. I wonder how long you, Su Xuanyuan, can keep jumping around. The corners of Chun Meishuan's mouth also slightly raised, and her eyes were cold and sarcastic. Xuanyuan, you really surprised me. Accompanied by 4 first-class generals? So scary. Unfortunately, you are too inflated. He who dared to kill my Li royal family. It seems that his identity is not an ordinary member of the War Department. Li Shijian said in a low voice. If my guess is correct, he is from the north and is very likely to hold a high position in the north. Chun Meixian, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, others, the north. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, speechless. Among the 5 major war departments in China, only the Northern War Department has a transcendent status, transcending the Yinjing cabinet, and is not subject to any constraints. You can say that. The northern border is the Chinese War Department, the boss. Chun Meishuan's face was filled with shock. If Xuanyuan belongs to the Northern Territory, then it would really mean you don't have to worry. Even if he really is from the Northern War Department, or even holds a high position, it will not help. Li Shijian said calmly. Without that person in charge, the North is no longer the North it once was. Everyone was silent. I naturally knew who that person was referring to. You guys wait here, I'll go in and make a phone call. Li Shijian's voice was faint. Immediately. Leave the main hall. Brother Tianxing, what do you think? Wang Jinan couldn't help but speak. Brow. Still couldn't help frowning. The expressions of the others also changed. The North. That's the North. Xuanyuan actually came from the Northern Territory. After 8 years, he had completely changed. Not only his status had changed, but he was also from the Northern Territory, able to be accompanied by 4 first-rank generals. Such an identity. Even if there were 20 of them, they couldn't stop us? Chen Tianxing shook his head. But fortunately, there's the Li family, the royal family of Yinjing. So what if he holds a high position? The Northern Emperor has been missing for 5 years now, and his whereabouts are unknown. The whole country has no idea where he is. It is said that this one, after the battle at Kunlun Mountain in the northern border, he disappeared from sight ever since, and even the cabinet in Yinjing could not find him. Maybe that's a very disrespectful thing to say. Maybe that person has already died. Soon, Li Shijian is back. His face looked relaxed. He seems to be in a very good mood. My lord, what's going on? Were you just talking to the palace? Is Xuanyuan really a member of the Northern Territory War Department? Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others quickly surrounded them. Looking at Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others who looked worried, Li Shijian couldn't help but smile and said with disdain, Look at you guys. You are the heads of noble families after all. I just said that Xuanyuan might be from the Northern Territory War Department, and you were so scared? Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan. How can this not be scary? That's the Northern War Department. In the eyes of that level, they're not even ants. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Li Shijian said calmly. Just now, I've already talked on the phone. In 3 days, my father will come to Jinling in person. When the time comes, you just need to prepare to welcome him. Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others were stunned for a moment. Then their faces were filled with joy. Even Chun Meixian, who is such a proud person, couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Li Shijian is a member of the Yinjing royal family and a direct descendant of the Li family. His father, isn't he the patriarch of the Li royal family? With such a person in charge, how could Xuanyuan dare to act so presumptuous? As for Xuanyuan, you don't have to worry about him. Li Shijian sneered. Even if he really is from the Northern Frontier War Department and holds a high position, he will pay the price this time. Just watch and see how he kneels before my father, kowtows 3 times and 9 times, and kowtows to apologize. Because this time, the Southern Heavenly King Su Feng will also come along. Southern Heavenly King Su Feng. Upon hearing this name, everyone, including Chun Meixian, couldn't help but tremble. Ever since the Northern Emperor disappeared, in the imperial court, 3 candidates for the new Lord of the North were nominated, and Su Feng, the King of the South, was one of them. Chun Meixian sneered. The arrival of the patriarch of the Li Shiwang family is enough to give you, Xuanyuan, a hard time. Not to mention Su Feng, the King of the South. This person will become the new Lord of the North in the future, a heroic figure. I'm really looking forward to your reaction after seeing it. You won't be so scared that you kneel down on the spot, right? Chapter 29. Under the Dragon Bed, the Imperial Wine buried deep in the Forbidden Palace. Suburban Cemetery. It takes 2 hours to drive to the center of Jinling. Because of its remote location, once night falls, few people are willing to come here. Grandpa, please tell me more. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. In the cemetery security room, the lights are bright. A little girl with twin ponytails and a childish face, who looks about 6 or 7 years old, is shaking the arm of an old man in an old dark green military uniform with great interest. The old man's name is Kong Dahai. When I was young, I served in the army and fought in wars. After retiring from the army, because he was not used to living at home, he moved out and worked as a security guard at the cemetery. The days are not lonely. His granddaughter would come to accompany him every holiday and pester him to tell her about his past military service. Kong Dahai said with a look of relief, "Nyunyo, it's getting late. Go to bed. Tomorrow, Grandpa will tell you as much as you want." Maybe. This is what it means to be close to a generation. Whenever his son heard him talking about his past as a soldier, he would dislike him nagging and would not listen. On the contrary, it's the granddaughter. Very interested. Go to sleep. Kong Dahai stood up and covered his granddaughter with a blanket. Grandpa is out on patrol. You go to sleep. All right. The little girl nodded and yawned. Just as Kong Dahai put on his clothes, took the flashlight, and prepared to go out to inspect the cemetery. Not far away outside, there was a beam of light shining. Kong Dahai was stunned. A little unexpected. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why are there still people coming here to worship? Walk out of the security room door. Seeing the car parked outside, Kong Dahai frowned slightly and felt even more curious. He is also a veteran. How can you not recognize it? This is the real Hummer of the War Department, and it is definitely not one of those imitations available out there. The car door opened. The people who came down were Xuanyuan and Hongji, who acted as the driver. Kong Dahai's eyes were stunned again, and he looked a little serious. Is he a serious soldier? The old soldier can know the situation with his eyes. Young man, it's so late, and you're still here to worship. Excuse me, old man. Xuanyuan nodded. Can you open the door? I want to go in and pay my respects to my father. Can you please make it convenient for me? Young man, what are you talking about? It is the right thing for a son to pay tribute to his deceased father. How can I stop him? Kong Dahai opened the door for Xuanyuan while talking. Watching the Hummer driving into the cemetery and gradually being shrouded in darkness and disappearing, Kong Dahai withdrew his gaze. It's not easy. The younger generation today is truly better than their predecessors. Kong Dahai sighed. He was a veteran with 10 years' experience, and he could tell at a glance from their figures and postures that these two young men were most likely military officials. The young man he had just talked to, I'm afraid he's still a captain. I'm really old. Every generation has its own talented people. The young generation nowadays is really... Kong Dahai laughed to himself and felt deeply relieved. He closed the gate and went to inspect the cemetery with a flashlight. But how could he know? The two young men in front of him just now, especially Xuanyuan who was talking to him, were not lieutenants at all. But Xuanyuan already knew it. My father, Su Qingrue, was buried in this suburban cemetery. It didn't take long before we arrived at the grave. Looking at the grave of Father Su Qingrue, Xuanyuan didn't speak for a long time. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, he stretched out his 5 fingers to the right. Hongji, who was standing next to him, quickly handed over the brocade box that he had already held in his hand. Father, Xuanyuan is here to see you. Xuanyuan lowered his body, lit 3 incense sticks in front of the tombstone, and bowed. This is the wine I prepared especially for you. Come, I'll pour it for you. While he was speaking, take out the wine from the brocade box. However, it is very different from ordinary bottles. It is crystal clear, like a beautiful jade. In the dark, it sparkles. From a distance, it looks like a night pearl, attracting people's attention. Even the drinks that were poured out, all flowing with golden color. It has an extremely mellow aroma. My child, I don't know if you like it or not, but I'll toast you first. Su Xuanyuan's voice, unusually calm. I can't hear any sadness. But Hongji, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but have tears in his eyes and sighed in his heart. Emperor of the North. What a noble identity. He is second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Even the members of the royal family, who have been influenced by the emperor's aura since childhood, cannot compare to him. In the eyes of others, he is an unparalleled hero who protects China and holds a high status. He is clad in a robe with 13 purple gold threads and a blue dragon claw. At the age of less than 30, he carries 5 stars on his shoulders and commands the entire War Department of China. He is unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed in the future. This man, protected everything in China. But the only ones missing are my closest relatives. The saddest thing is nothing more than this. Father, now that I have repaid the Shen family's kindness, I have repaid your teachings to me when you were still alive. Come, I will toast you again. Xuanyuan sat on the ground, offered a glass of wine, and drank another glass by himself. Looking at the photo of his father Su Qingrui, he said with a gloomy look in his eyes, "Don't worry, in half a month, I will use the heads of the 5 great families to sacrifice to your spirit in heaven." However, at this moment, on the other side of the cemetery, Kong Dahai, who was patrolling with a flashlight, saw that everything was normal and was about to go back to rest. An extremely strange aroma of wine. But it attracted him. When he saw clearly what it was, his mouth suddenly opened wide, and he stood there in a daze. Carry a flashlight. He was like a wooden man with a dull face, trembling eyes, and a look of disbelief. A wave of memories. It instantly emerged from the depths of my mind. That was a battle 50 years ago. He followed the old squad leader and successfully blocked the Bailuo army. On the way back, they had a celebration banquet. Oh, Dahai, I have no other dreams in this life. Apart from hoping to see the 19 northern counties one day and return to the map of China, what I hope most is to drink the Forbidden Palace wine once. Alas, there is no chance. I heard there are only 5 bottles of that stuff in the world. Not only does it taste the best of the best, it's also magical. The wine that pours out is golden. Kong Dahai was shocked. I seemed to hear the old squad leader's voice again. I heard from our captain, who used to be the inner palace guard, that even the princes and nobles have never drunk the imperial wine in the Forbidden Palace. Until now, it is still buried under the emperor's dragon bed. Rumor has it that even princes and nobles had never had the chance to taste the imperial wine from the Forbidden Palace. This young man, it is actually used for worship. Kong Dahai was dumbfounded and completely stunned. Chapter 30. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. Why should we return home wrapped in horsehide? Can't guess. I don't understand. Veteran Kong Dahai just stood in an open space not far away, staring blankly for 15 minutes, shaking his head to himself, attributing all this to the changing times, and walked silently towards the security room. Maybe times really have changed. After all, 50 years have passed. Their generation once talked about it with longing and marveled at it. Even the princes and nobles wanted to have a sip of the imperial wine. But in today's era, it has really become less precious. It was he who guarded the mausoleum for too long. Have you become disconnected from the outside world? A bottle of forbidden imperial wine, full of aroma, drank it all and poured it out. Xuanyuan stood up. Tidy up your clothes and dust them off. Bottle. Kohongji opened his mouth. Just leave it here, it's just a wine bottle, Xuanyuan said lightly. Kohongji smiled bitterly. Just a wine bottle? There are only 5 bottles of Forbidden Palace royal wine in the world. I still remember that year. The emperor of the Northern Territory, with snow all over the world, went to Yinjing. Before returning to the Northern Territory, His Majesty the Emperor personally dug out the 5 bottles of imperial wine buried deep under the dragon bed and gave them to the person in front of him. Princes and nobles. Not to mention even a sip. I haven't even seen it. Rumor has it that even the wine bottle itself was made of top-quality glass diamonds tributed by the Kingdom of MANHUA and was forged by skilled craftsmen in the palace for 10 days and 10 nights before it was finally completed. Take it out. They are all lower than a building. Result. The person in front of me actually said that it was just a bottle. Kohongji was helpless. Seeing Xuanyuan stand up, he spoke again. I just took a closer look. This cemetery seems to be a cemetery for war martyrs. Martyrs' cemetery? Xuanyuan's eyes were gloomy. He looked around. Even though it was dark now, he could see every blade of grass and every tree around him clearly. It's a nice place. Xuanyuan's tone was calm, but he smiled. Kohongji, who was standing next to him, knew it. The person in front of me is angry. And very angry. He is very angry too. The imperial law has long stipulated that all soldiers who died in battle must be buried as martyrs, and special people must be hired to clean each tomb on time every day. Kohongji looked around angrily and said, "But this cemetery is..." If I hadn't noticed it just now, he couldn't believe that such a large martyr's cemetery was so dilapidated, like a garbage dump, beyond recognition, covered with dead grass and spider webs everywhere. Some tombstones. Some of them have even broken due to age. Some. There is no name at all, so no one knows who is buried. What on earth do the officials below do for a living? Kohonji became more and more angry as he spoke. The cabinet allocates a sum of money every year for the repair and maintenance of the imperial territory and the martyrs' cemetery. How could the local officials in Jinling be so negligent? Greedy, Xuanyuan's eyes were cold, and he stated the truth in one sentence. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains, so why should we return home wrapped in our horse's hide? How sad. This may just be a joke made by the ancients, or it may be a helpless act of the previous dynasty. But I didn't expect it. Into today's era, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? They sacrificed their lives and shed their blood for the sake of all Chinese people. They marched forward heroically and never stopped even when bullets pierced their chests. They did it. A man should take dangerous tasks seriously, so as not to let being a scholar ruin his life. They did it. Throw away my old pen and put away my wartime collar. They even did it. What's more, the country is in danger, and the imperial edicts are being sent out without stopping. Because they know I can't retreat. Behind them are parents, brothers and sisters, daughters, sons, and the Chinese nation's centuries-old heritage and vicissitudes of history. That is the soul of China. They have to protect these. After they die, they only hope to have a quiet place to bury their remains, buried underground forever, and look at the beautiful rivers and mountains of China forever. That would be enough. Is it possible that even these cannot be achieved? Let's go, Xuanyuan said indifferently. He knew that this phenomenon was not limited to Nanjing, but probably existed throughout the empire. Take your time. Some accounts need to be settled one by one. Kohonji followed. Even though they knew that with this person around, those corrupt officials wouldn't be able to get away with it for long, they still couldn't let it go. When we were returning and about to reach the entrance of the cemetery, we heard shouting and cursing in the front. Old man, do you really think I'm joking with you? I gave you time to think about it last time because I thought highly of you. What kind of martyr cemetery is this? It's just a bunch of rotten bones. I am only in charge of demolishing the tombs. As for where these dilapidated tombs will be placed, it is none of my business. That's right, old man Kong. Our master Zhou didn't do anything last time. He gave you face and consideration. That's an honor you won't get in your lifetime. And you're still taking advantage of me? At the entrance of the cemetery, late at night, a group of young men holding iron bars appeared from nowhere. There are two bulldozers behind him. Listen to the situation. This martyr cemetery is planned to be demolished and converted into a suburban bar. However, there is still no clear answer as to where these martyrs' tombs are located. You are forcibly demolishing the house. You will be punished. Kong Dahai was obviously very angry. This is the martyrs' cemetery, where the martyrs are buried. How can you just tear it down? If you do, where will you put all these loyal bones? The group of people were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter with a sarcastic tone and disdain on their faces. Ha ha, this old man is telling us jokes again. They're just a bunch of rotten bones, and you still treat them as treasures? You are still loyal, a bunch of lousy soldiers. You were just a bunch of useless cannon fodder when you were alive. You deserve to die. These young people don't care at all. Kong Dahai is right. There is indeed no place to arrange the cemeteries of these martyrs. But what can we do? Just a bunch of dead people. When they were alive, they were just a bunch of stinky soldiers, useless trash. Old man Kong, since you were so willing to block us and not let us demolish it, that's fine. Among the many young people, the leader Zhou Peijun said with a joking smile. How about this? As long as you get under our crotches, we'll leave tonight. How about that? He placed his left leg on the step, looking very proud. He loves playing tricks on people the most. Old man, didn't you serve in the army? Isn't there a saying that goes, soldier's dignity is inviolable? Okay, I'll let you get into my crotch. If you really drill, then at worst you can just go back temporarily tonight. Anyway, he didn't say that he would never tear it down. Chapter 31, sorry. We don't have any bombs, but we have a few grenades. Zhou Peijun put one foot on the stairs and kept the other foot on the spot, shaking it, looking very proud. He looked at the veteran Kong Dahai and said with a smile, How is it, old man? Get under my crotch, and we'll leave immediately. Playing tricks on people. Zhou Peijun felt very happy. It would be even more cool if you could play with someone who had served in the military and was older than you, old enough to be your grandfather. Hurry up and drill. Mr. Zhou, you are so merciful. Hurry up and get out of here, old man. The other young people laughed sarcastically. You, Kong Dahai blushed. You get out of here. Then you have to lock the door. But Zhou Peijun stretched out his right foot and blocked it tightly. Don't be so shameless, you old bastard. It's an honor for you to be able to crawl under my crotch. Zhonggu? Today I am humiliating Zhonggu. If you don't drill today, you can try it. I heard you have a granddaughter, right? Be careful that one day she might be sold to the mountains as a child bride. Zhou Peijun had a sneer on his face and was arrogant. Even though his name contains the word Jun, military, what he hates most is soldiers. They're just a bunch of stinky soldiers. Are you still installing it with me? Young Master Zhou is mighty. I've seen this old man's granddaughter. She's only 6 or 7 years old. She looks pretty. I think in another 7 or 8 years, she should be a beauty. Raising a young girl is quite interesting. Dirty words were spoken unscrupulously from the mouths of this group of young men holding iron bars. Kong Dahai was immediately furious. Just as he was about to pick up the shovel in his hand and hit him hard, a small stone was suddenly thrown out and hit Zhou Peijun's handsome face. Bad guys, you are not allowed to bully my grandpa. The one who threw the stone was the granddaughter Nyonyo, who was woken up. Moment. It's quiet around. Zhou Peijun's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Kong Dahai's granddaughter, Nyonyo. He just felt very happy. But now, he is unhappy. Little girl, I'm going to kill you tonight. There was silence for about 5 or 6 seconds. Zhou Peijun finally exploded and kicked the door open. Kong Dahai was already old and could not withstand such a collision. Immediately, fall to the ground. He ignored Kong Dahai. Instead, he walked directly towards the little girl Nyonyo with a menacing look. Immediately, a slap was swung. The attack was ruthless. He didn't show any mercy at all because he was a child. The little girl Nyonyo was frightened immediately. Close your eyes. Not moving. But the slap was not delivered after all. A slender and strong hand stopped Xuanyuan. Where did you come from, kid? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Do you want to crawl under my crotch like this old man? Zhou Peijun was stunned. Suddenly, sneer and ridicule. Basically, the people buried in this suburban cemetery are a bunch of stinky soldiers. There were no people of noble status coming to pay homage. In addition, Xuanyuan looked young. Zhou Peijun didn't take it seriously at all. In this ancient capital of Jinling, all the young people that young Master Zhou doesn't know are a bunch of inferior people. This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. Xuanyuan said calmly. You can go now. If it weren't for this place, the loyal bones of China would be buried. Don't want to disturb the peace. Just based on what Zhou Peijun and the others said just now, especially the insults to the deceased loyal souls, according to imperial law, each of them must be severely beaten with 300 sticks. However, Xuanyuan's words. When Zhou Peijun heard this, he felt like he had heard the biggest joke since he was born. I was immediately happy. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Xuanyuan. Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? He sneered. That's right. Being able to come to this shabby cemetery to pay homage should not qualify you to know me. I don't blame you. Well, you can just do the same as this old bastard and get under my crotch. I'll let you off if you bump into me. Xuanyuan narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Zhou Peijun's face was full of disdain, and he felt like he had just heard a huge joke. I can't bear it. Ha, it's so funny. Did you hear it? He said I couldn't afford it. Mr. Zhou, I heard it too. He's really good at pretending. From what he said, he seems to be a big shot. But why do you have a loser by your side? Look at what you said. Maybe he is hiding his true abilities. The young men holding iron rods suddenly became sarcastic. There were more than a dozen of them. Is it necessary to be afraid of Xuanyuan and the others? Where did it come from? How dare you put on airs in front of young Master Zhou? Don't you know that his uncle is one of the 8 county magistrates in Jinling? That's a genuine 6th-rank official. Zhou Peijun was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. He waved. 7 or 8 bodyguards with strong builds and murderous faces rushed over and surrounded Xuanyuan. Boy, now do you think I can afford it? Zhou Peijun's face was full of sneers. Is it true that everyone can learn to help others now? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Come, I want to see if I can bear it. You dare to threaten me. Do you think you are very powerful? Xuanyuan only glanced at the 7 or 8 bodyguards surrounding him and Zhou Peijun, who looked disdainful on their faces, then ignored them and walked straight towards Zhou Peijun, looking at Xuanyuan, who was walking towards him. Zhou Peijun laughed immediately. With a smug look on his face, he said, That's right. If you don't have the strength, you have to learn to bow down to others. Come on, come on. Get under my crotch and I'll let you go. A group of young people standing next to Zhou Peijun also looked disdainful and started to mock. That's it. I thought I had really met a ruthless person, but this is all? Is this the only backbone you have? Young Master Zhou is still very powerful. This kid was almost scared to death with one move. Not far away, Kong Dahai, who had stood up to protect his granddaughter, had a complicated look in his eyes. Did he see it wrong before? The young men of the current war department. Are you all so spineless? However, just when everyone thought that Xuanyuan was going to crawl under Zhou Peijun's crotch. Let's see. Xuanyuan just sat quietly on the steps of the cemetery. Xiaoko, be gentle. Just give them a depth charge. Xuanyuan said indifferently. Boy, you dare to play tricks on me? Zhou Peijun was angry. A group of young people were even more unscrupulous, making noises and laughing in an ambiguous manner. Master Zhou, this kid is really pretentious. He even has a depth charge. Does he think he really has a bomb? What are depth charges? You don't understand. The stinky soldiers are just pretending. It's just beer. This is their internal term for stinky soldiers. It's already this late. Why are you still drinking? Then what do you think it is? Don't you know the saying that alcohol makes cowards brave? Could it really be a bomb? Stop being ridiculous. Zhou Peijun kept sneering. Really pretend? It was the first time he met someone who pretended like this. Bang! However, before anyone could react, there was a sudden and deafening explosion in their ears, and a small mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in everyone's dazed eyes. And the 7 or 8 bodyguards who had just surrounded Xuanyuan. Now, it had been blown beyond recognition and was dead beyond belief. Zhou Peijun. Other young people. Kong Dahai. Standing at the other end, not far away, was Ko Hongji, with a pull ring on the middle finger of his left hand. I'm sorry, I don't have any bombs. I do have a few grenades. Would you like to try some? Ko Hongji unbuttoned his clothes. 5 grenades hanging inside. Zhou Peijun. Other young people. Kong Dahai. Chapter 32. You speak on your knees. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces, with cold sweats breaking out. They didn't dare to move as they looked at Xuanyuan, who was sitting on the steps of the cemetery. Who is this person? The people around me? He actually carried grenades with him. Imperial law has long had regulations. No one is allowed to use firearms privately. Violators will be investigated to the end. For ordinary people, this thing called a grenade. It's really horrible. Looking at Ko Hongji, standing next to Xuanyuan, swinging his hands back and forth and playing with a grenade, Zhou Peijun's cold sweat suddenly broke out even more. This is not something Ko Hongji is showing off. Just a battle. He has suffered from the grenade. Therefore, I must carry a few of them on my hands to remind myself not to forget. I warn you, don't do anything rash. My uncle is the magistrate of Jinling County. If you dare to do anything rash, you will be dead. Zhou Peijun turned pale and quickly hid behind several people. But his body couldn't stop shaking. Where on earth did this come from? It's a bit too fierce. Carry grenades with you. Oh, are you scared now? Ko Hongji snorted coldly and said jokingly, Damn it, you stinky soldier. Why are you pretending? I don't believe you killed so many people. And you still dare to throw it away? If you dare to touch a hair of mine, you're done. Ko Hongji was so ashamed and angry that he couldn't face the truth. To be honest, who isn't afraid of grenades? He's afraid too. But he just didn't believe that these 2 stinky soldiers, after killing so many people, had no scruples in their hearts and dared to kill people. Other young people have the same idea. You stinky soldier, who are you trying to scare with a grenade? Those bodyguards just now are dead, so what? We are of different identities. Are you sure you dare to touch us? You 2 stinky soldiers, you want to stand up for this damn old man, right? Tell me your unit numbers if you dare, and I'll make you pay for it. These young people are full of sarcasm and are unscrupulous. They are all Zhou Peijun's bad friends. Although his family background was not as good as Zhou Peijun's, he was still wealthy, so it was very easy to investigate a person's identity. How high can the status of Xuanyuan and the other 2 be, since they are so young? Maybe. He is the soldier in the War Department, guarding the armory. Most of these grenades were stolen. If a person is used to a life of luxury, he will easily fall into his own thinking and become complacent and self-righteous. These 2 stinky soldiers will definitely not dare to throw it again. Come on, there are only 2 of them. Are you really afraid of them? Zhou Peijun fanned the flames, but he shrank back again. But He really didn't believe that Xuanyuan and the other man dared to kill people. This is what Zhou Peijun thought. His gang of bad friends thought the same. Then, someone actually rushed over. Then, there was only another bang. Deafening. The one who rushed in first was blown away. Blood gushed out from between his eyebrows, and a big hole was pierced through his entire head. Zhou Peijun. The remaining young people. The pungent smell of gunpowder can still be smelled in the air. Grenade makes a loud noise, but it's still a good thing. At this moment, Kohonji was holding a shiny black pistol in his hand, pointing it at Zhou Peijun and the others with a playful look on his face, and even waving it in front of them. How's my shooting skill? Is it accurate? Zhou Peijun. Young people. Xuanyuan waved his hand. The pistol was handed to him. With a bang! Suddenly, a sound like slaughtering a pig echoed all around. Zhou Peijun was seen sweating profusely, covering his right leg with a pale face, and curled up on the ground in pain. Young people. Everyone was so frightened that their hair stood on end and they were stunned. Damn it, is this guy crazy? But it was the next moment. Bang! Another bullet was fired. Then there was another burst of extremely miserable wails. Young people. Kongahai. Xuanyuan said calmly. I'll give you half an hour. Call your uncle over. I have something to ask him. And you too. Xuanyuan's voice was very soft. He doesn't sound angry. But when it fell into the ears of these young people, it was like an extremely sharp knife cutting through them. It was so sharp and cold that it frightened them so much that their teeth became numb. Are you all deaf? Kohonji said, hurry up and call your elders over. It's their honor to listen to this lecture. The bunch of young dandies, including Zhou Peijun, who was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face, dared not waste any more time and quickly took out their cell phones and gave a brief account of what had happened here. When veteran Kong Dahai saw this scene, his eyes were full of shock, but also a hint of worry. He knows it clearly. This group of arrogant and domineering young people all come from wealthy and powerful families, especially Zhou Peijun, who is lying on the ground at this moment. His uncle, but the magistrate of Jinling County, wearing a red hat, is a genuine 6th-rank official. But the young man in front of me, not only did he dare to shoot, he also broke Zhou Peijun's leg. He also has to sit and wait for his uncle. This is too reckless. Soon, a BMW sedan was driving towards us from a distance. A middle-aged man with a sullen face and wearing a red-topped official uniform came down. A middle-aged man named Ma Dongyang. It was Zhou Peijun's uncle. Ma Dongyang was in a bad mood at the moment. Tonight, all the wealthy family heads and dignitaries in Jinling went to the Liu family's wedding banquet to celebrate. Rumor. Tonight, some high-ranking royal family members will also be present. He is a member of the royal family. None of the 5 powerful families in Jinling can compare to them. If he could be lucky enough to make friends at the engagement party, wouldn't Jinling be able to rule the country in the future? Dreams are beautiful. However, as a 6th-rank official, he did not even have the qualifications to step into the Liu family compound. You say, how can I be in a good mood? Especially after talking to my nephew on the phone. I felt even worse. How dare someone touch Ma Dongyang's nephew? This is not just being tired of living. What is it? Ma Dongyang. As soon as Ma Dongyang entered the cemetery gate, he was stunned. His own nephew was beaten like this. Isn't he taking his uncle too seriously? You did it. Ma Dongyang stared at Xuanyuan fiercely. He looked down at him and did not take the young man, Xuanyuan, seriously at all. However, what responded to him was the black muzzle of a gun. Ma Dongyang's face changed instantly, as well as an extremely plain and casual voice. I don't like other people's heads to be higher than mine. You, talk on your knees. Ma Dongyang. Kongahai. Chapter 33. Report, 30 heavy tanks are coming at 500 meters. Veteran Kongahai had a dull look in his eyes and looked speechless. He has seen crazy once. I've never seen anything so crazy. Who is Ma Dongyang? Wearing a red hat, the magistrate of Jinling County, an official of the 6th rank in the empire. This young man not only dared to point a gun at Ma Dongyang, but also forced him to kneel down before speaking. Ma Dongyang was even more furious. His face was cold and gloomy. Even his eyes were slightly surprised. As one of the magistrates of Jinling County, a 6th rank official of the empire, he had never thought that one day he would be humiliated like this by a young man. Let him kneel down to talk. Who do you think you are? Bang! However, before he could open his mouth, a bullet was shot out instantly, carrying a flame all the way and hitting him under his feet. Ma Dongyang. Ma Dongyang knelt down immediately. His face was extremely dark. Kong Dahai. Seeing this scene, Zhou Peijun, who was lying on the ground, and his few friends were almost dumbfounded. This thing, where on earth did it come from? That's too crazy. He actually dared to shoot and threatened a 6th-rank official of the empire. Is he crazy? He had originally hoped that his uncle would be there to save his face and punish Xuanyuan and the other two, but he did not expect to see this scene. My good uncle, I asked you to come here to support the party. I didn't ask you to kneel down. That's right. Xuanyuan's tone was flat. She just sat on the steps, looking at Ma Dongyang, who was kneeling below with a dim gaze. Now I ask, you answer. Do you understand? Ma Dongyang. Zhou Peijun. Young people. Ma Dongyang's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He was an imperial official of the 6th rank, but he had to be threatened by a young man. It was really aggrieved. Boy, just wait for me. Before he came, the Jinling War Department, an old acquaintance, had already been notified. Xuanyuan and the other man both look like they're less than 30 years old. How high can their military rank be in the War Department? It's really amazing. At most, he's just a major. And his old acquaintance was actually the regimental staff officer of the Jinling Border Guard Regiment. Military rank, Colonel. Is it impossible to cure these two young fools in front of me? Ma Dongyang narrowed his eyes and stared at Xuanyuan, the anger in his heart rolling like huge waves. Boy, no matter who you are, you'll die before this matter is over. Bang! The bullet was fired. Sparks flew. Ma Dongyang. He immediately became obedient again. Let me ask you, why is there no one responsible for repairing this martyr's cemetery? Xuanyuan said calmly. There is also this martyr's cemetery. Since it is going to be demolished, why haven't they arranged the tombs yet? Where will they be placed? Ma Dongyang was stunned for a moment. He thought Xuanyuan wanted to ask something, but it turned out to be just this. He sneered. You seem to be just a soldier. This is none of your business. You have no right to know. Your nephew. Xuanyuan looked at Zhou Peijun and changed the subject. I heard that your nephew was planning to open an entertainment city here, and it was you who approved the demolition plan of the martyr's cemetery. Is that true? Ma Dongyang. His eyes were cold, and then he looked at the old soldier Kong Dahai beside him. You old bastard. Did you tell him? A chatterbox old man. There was an extremely obvious threat in his tone. It seems to be saying, just wait, after I deal with this guy. You will be the next one. Kong Dahai also noticed it. Looks uneasy. I couldn't help but hug my granddaughter Nyunyo tightly. Didn't you hear this person asking you a question? Kohongji said coldly. Just say yes or no. Why are you looking at others? Ma Dongyang sneered. So what? It is clearly written in the demolition plan that there is not a single clause that is against the regulations or the law. Besides, Jinling's local affairs are not something that a bunch of soldiers like you can question. Ma Dongyang was speaking. Just a little bit. Even if it's against the law, even if I abuse my power for personal gain, what can you, a lousy soldier, do to me? What martyr's cemetery? It's just a pile of rotten bones buried. When they were alive, they were just a bunch of useless cannon fodder. Even if you die, are you still blocking my path to wealth? Pooh! What the hell? At this moment, 6 or 7 expensive luxury cars drove up on the road in the distance, and a group of middle-aged men in expensive suits got out of them. A middle-aged man named Zhou Jianhua is Zhou Peijun's father. The rest were the elders of his gang of cronies. Now, this group of middle-aged men, led by Zhou Jianhua, were extremely angry and came over aggressively. The combined net worth of all of them could rival that of 2 of the most powerful families in Jinling. Result, however, they received calls from their respective sons and roughly knew what had happened. That's ridiculous. Which of their sons didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouth? What's wrong with being a little arrogant and domineering? Stinky soldier. He meddles in everything and even dares to interfere with them. This is outrageous. But take a closer look. I was stunned. This stinky soldier not only killed someone in public, but he even dared to use a gun to threaten the Jinling County Magistrate, a 6th-rank official of the Empire. Who gave him the courage? How dare you threaten Magistrate Ma with a gun? Boy, why don't you put down your gun? Threatening an imperial 6th-rank official. Do you know what this crime is? The middle-aged people spoke arrogantly. It's not that they are brainless, but Xuanyuan is too young. So young. What kind of identity can a soldier have? Father, you are finally here. Hurry up and save me. This guy broke my leg with a gun. We must catch him, make him suffer, and then let him die. Seeing his father Zhou Jianhua coming, Zhou Peijun and his gang of cronies started to complain. Bang! One shot was fired, and the ears were deafening and the body trembled. Zhou Jianhua. Middle-aged people. It became quiet in an instant. What are you arguing about? Are you all here? Xuanyuan spoke lazily as he sat on the steps, his whole body exuding an indescribable elegance. Ma Dongyang sneered. There is one more. Okay, I'll wait for him, Xuanyuan said lightly. Ma Dongyang snorted coldly. Still pretending? Once Colonel Kong arrives, I'll see how long you can keep pretending. Brother Ma. Zhou Jianhua came to Ma Dongyang, hesitant to speak, with a cold look in his eyes. It's okay, Colonel Kong. He's on the way. This kid won't be able to show off for long. Ma Dongyang sneered. Zhou Jianhua nodded. Immediately, he asked the bodyguard beside him to help his son Zhou Peijun to the side to rest. Boy, just wait for death. When Colonel Kong arrives, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. About 10 minutes later, a beam of light came from the corner of the road in the distance, and a dark green Hummer drove towards this side. A burly middle-aged man walked down, followed by two fully armed guards. Colonel Kong, you are here. Zhou Jianhua hurried over and greeted him with a nod. He told everything that happened here, as if he was making a complaint. Colonel Kang's face was grim. He looked at Ma Dongyang, who was kneeling on the ground, and indicated that he could take care of the next thing. Immediately, looking at Xuanyuan, who was still sitting on the steps, he angrily said in a cold voice, Boy, did you do this? You are so bold. Not only did you kill someone, you even dared to threaten the Jinling County Magistrate. Why don't you come back with me, and I will punish you? He waved. The two guards around him immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Xuanyuan with murderous intent. He was too lazy to talk to Xuanyuan anymore. Too young indeed. And it's very unfamiliar. Who is he? Jinling Border Guard Regiment. Regimental Staff Officer Kong Tianlei. In the Jinling War Department, there were few who did not know him as long as they had the rank of colonel. And Xuanyuan and the other one. But he had never seen it before. It is conceivable that those with low positions are not in his eyes. So why would he waste his breath on them? Uncle Kong, wait. Isn't this kid deliberately doing this? Well, I'll call a few bulldozers later to flatten this rotten mausoleum. See if he still pretends. Zhou Peijun's face was full of sarcasm. Although my legs felt unbearable pain, I felt inexplicably refreshed. Especially at this moment, Xuanyuan, who was sitting on the steps, did not say another word. I feel much more relaxed. Dare to go against me, Zhou Peijun. Are you dumbfounded? Okay then, it's up to you. Colonel Kong put his hands behind his back, as if he was in control of the situation, and nodded. Are you the Kundai University professor? Unexpectedly, Xuanyuan's tone remained calm. Facing the threat of two guns, he simply glanced at Kong Tianlei nonchalantly. Kong Tianlei couldn't help but be amused by Xuanyuan's behavior, and said with a joking smile, Why, what advice do you have? Immediately, he glanced at Ma Dongyang. Brother Ma, why are you still kneeling? Get up. He won't dare to do anything to you with me here. Ma Dongyang looked at him sarcastically. Looked at Xuanyuan. Put your feet on the ground and prepare to stand up. However, with a bang, he was shot again and fell to his knees in fear. Did I ask you to get up? Ma Dongyang. Kong Tianlei. The others were also stunned. They had never expected that with Colonel Kong around, Xuanyuan and his two soldiers would dare to be so arrogant. Boy, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Kong Tianlei suddenly felt humiliated and was furious. However, Kahongji, who had not spoken for a long time, couldn't help but laugh. If I were you, I would stop talking now. Maybe I could still survive. Kong Tianlei sneered. Who are you to be so worthy of giving orders? Kahongji said calmly. I just heard from Mr. Zhou that he wanted to call in a few bulldozers to flatten this place. Sorry, I just called some people. They should be here soon. Kong Tianlei sneered. You were joking, threatening this staff officer? Immediately. Instead, he asked the guards around him to ask the sentry posted on the road ahead. This is hilarious. You still dare to act so pretentiously at this time? It's already this time, and you're still pretending? Colonel Kong is the chief of staff of the Jinling Border Guard Regiment. Don't let the people you call kneel down before you. Zhou Peijun and others sneered. But in the next moment, The guard's eyes were dull and blank, as if he had seen a ghost. He ran in frightened, his voice trembling, and he said, "Report! Report to the staff officer. According to the news from the sentry ahead, there is... What is it you tell me?" Kong Tianlei raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, "Could it be that a big shot has come?" "No. No. According to the information sent by the sentry ahead, 500 meters ahead, there are 30 heavy tanks gathering here, followed by a reinforcement group of 3,000 people." Kong Tianlei. Ma Dongyang. Zhou Jianhua. Middle-aged people. Zhou Peijun. Young people. Kong Dahai. Everyone was stunned, and their hair stood on end. Damn it, what a ghost. Chapter 34. We are late in coming to protect the Emperor, and we hope the Emperor will forgive us. Don't underestimate Kong Tianlei. He is the Jinling Border Guard Regiment, the regimental staff officer with the rank of colonel. But the entire Jinling Border Guard Regiment, including him, had 3 regimental staff officers. Most importantly, he only had a military rank in the War Department, but he had no power to mobilize troops. But now, what did you hear? 30 heavy tanks. There is a reinforced regiment of 3,000 people following behind? Damn, the entire Jinling Border Guard Regiment doesn't even have 10 heavy tanks. Hearing that it was only 500 meters away, Kong Tianlei was completely stunned. It's fake, it's fake. Zhou Peijun and several of his friends were dumbfounded and broke out in cold sweats. Ma Dongyang, Zhou Jianhua, and others who were kneeling on the ground were pale and trembling. Veteran Kong Dahai was also stunned. Looking at Xuanyuan, who was still sitting on the steps of the cemetery with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened, everyone felt like they were dreaming. It can't really be. No way. This is impossible. How could it really be this guy? One phone call, and 30 heavy tanks and a reinforced regiment of 3,000 men were dispatched? Don't panic. Maybe he's just passing by. Kong Tianlei laughed dryly. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a huge roar shook everyone present and made their eyes tremble. It's obvious. That was the sound of a heavy tank's tracks rolling over the ground. The sound is like raging waves. The vibration was so huge that even the leaves on the ground near the cemetery were shaking. The vibration coming from his feet made everyone in the audience so frightened that they dared not speak. Intense light. It came from a distance like a laser. Sharp and eye-catching. Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, and the others were all trembling with fear and shocked. Just see. 30 heavy tanks. At this moment, one car after another was turning the corner, and in front of everyone's extremely trembling gaze, they were driving on the road leading to the cemetery, as majestic as mountains. At last, the entire cemetery was surrounded by people. Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, and all the others were sweating profusely, their bodies were trembling, and their brains went blank in an instant. Da-da-da! All the tank soldiers opened the doors and walked out. Then, in full view of everyone, they knelt on one knee towards Xuanyuan as if they were on pilgrimage. The sound was like a tide, shaking the night. All members of the Jinling Northern Border Guards are late in escorting the king. Please forgive us, King. Kong Tianlei. Ma Dongyang. Zhou Jianhua. Zhou Peijun. Everyone. Da-da-da. Before everyone could react, waves of footsteps swept across the night like a huge wave, and 3,000 fully armed members of the combat unit, wearing black combat uniforms, walked quickly in neat steps. Immediately, stand on the other side. He stood upright with a solemn look. In the silent dark night, it was as if the moonlight had lost its color. All they saw were 3,000 members of the combat unit, holding an automatic rifle in one hand, with the 5 fingers of their right hand raised near their temples, their eyes sharp as they saluted Xuanyuan, who was sitting on the steps, with an extremely high military salute. In unison, vibrate all around. All members of the Jinling Northern Territory Dragon Riders pay their respects to our king. May our king be in good health. Kong Tianlei. Ma Dongyang. Zhou Jianhua. Zhou Peijun. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their legs were trembling, and cold sweat was pouring down. Kong Tianlei's pupils shrank sharply. 3 burly middle-aged men were walking towards us. He was almost scared to death. Everyone, each of them has a gold star on their shoulder. All of them, first-class generals. You are? Kong Tianlei turned paler and paler, got goosebumps all over his body, and was so scared that he almost lost control of his bladder. Yes. The three first-rank generals didn't even look at him, but walked straight past him and headed towards Xuanyuan. Bow and salute. Kneel down and say, Duan Weigua, the chief of the northern region of the Suda War Department, pays respect to the emperor of the northern border. Liang Bing, the southern division chief of the Suda War Department, kowtows to the northern territory emperor. Lu Fengyan, the eastern division chief of the Suda War Department, pays respect to the northern territory emperor. We are late in protecting the emperor and deserve death. I hope the emperor will punish us. Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, Zhou Jianhua, Zhou Peijun, Kong Dahai. Everyone. In the silent and cold night. At this moment, some people are confused. Some people were panicking. Someone was frightened. Some people were shocked. Some people collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Some people couldn't believe it. But at this moment, everyone gasped and there was dead silence. He is actually the Northern Emperor who disappeared for 5 years. Chapter 35. Don't worry, there's still you, Emperor of the North. 4 words fell. There is no need to use other words to describe what these 4 words mean to the empire and to all Chinese people. The wind suddenly rises. The leaves were in disarray, as were the thoughts of the veteran Kong Dahai, and even more so the hearts of Kong Tianlei and Ma Dongyang. They were speechless and shocked, and there was anxiety and fear in the depths of their pupils. Middle-aged, wealthy businessmen such as Zhou Jianhua, as well as Zhou Peijun and his gang of cronies, felt their limbs go cold and their hairs trembled. The next moment, I felt a chill running down my pores, my legs went limp and numb, and with a plop, I fell to my knees, trembling with fear. Even though she is only 6 or 7 years old and her mind is not fully developed, she is still the granddaughter of veteran Kong Dahai, Nyonyo. Now, he also opened his mouth wide, his face full of shock. Although she didn't know who Su Xinyuan was, she knew that the big brother in front of her must be very powerful. Everyone get up. Su Xinyuan waved his hand, his tone unusually gentle. Click, as Su Xuanyuan's voice fell. Thousands of the royal guards moved in unison and slowly stood up. Several thousand of the royal guards stood upright and put the automatic rifles in their hands back to the side of the body with orderly movements. The silent surroundings were suddenly filled with bursts of sound. Thank you, Lord Emperor. Like thunder. Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, and others were so frightened that they trembled even more violently. He is the Emperor of the North. He is actually the Emperor of the North. Thank you, Lord Emperor. The chiefs of the 3 major war departments in Sudu also stood up, saluted again, and then stood aside respectfully. For Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, and others. They were even more uneasy and terrified. They bit their lips, fearing that they would scream out in fright. But whatever you fear is bound to come true. You too, come here. Kohonji gestured with his hand. Kong Tianlei and Ma Dongyang, who had been curled up and dared not even raise their heads, were lifted up and dragged to Su Xinyuan. As for Zhou Jianhua, Zhou Peijun, and other wealthy fathers and sons knelt on the ground, not even daring to breathe. Realize it later. Kong Tianlei and Ma Dongyang were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats before they reacted. Ma Dongyang suppressed his trembling, swallowed his saliva, raised his head tremblingly, looked at Su Xinyuan, who was sitting on the steps, forced a smile, and said flatteringly, "Your subordinate, I was just joking with you, not?" Yes, it's all misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. Kong Tianlei also nodded quickly. Yeah, Su Xinyuan said calmly. Intent to murder the Northern Territory Emperor. What is the crime according to the imperial law? Just finished. The earth-shaking response echoed all around, like a violent storm and huge waves, trembling in the ears, one wave higher than the other. Kill, kill, kill! Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, Zhou Jianhua, Zhou Peijun, and others who were kneeling on the ground were so frightened that they lowered their heads and were about to collapse. They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. One day myself, it will anger the Northern Emperor. Their so-called identities as wealthy businessmen are simply not in the same dimension compared to these characters who have already entered the clouds and are almost legendary to all living beings in the Empire. Have mercy, have mercy. This is all a misunderstanding. We really didn't know it was you. Please spare my life. Kong Tianlei and Ma Dongyang were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats all over their bodies. They quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. Please forgive us. Even if we have 10 courage, we dare not act insolently in front of you. As for the demolition of this mausoleum, it is also carried out according to the plan. There is nothing that violates the laws of the empire. Please understand. Yeah. Xuanyuan spoke in a calm tone. He waved. Immediately, Ko Hongji, who was standing behind them, threw a recording file in front of the two of them. Brother Ma, don't worry. After the matter is completed, the 3 million that belongs to you will be transferred to your overseas account. Okay. If that's the case, I'll approve this demolition plan for you. Then the 3 million. Don't worry. As long as you approve this project after it's completed, not only will the 3 million be deposited into your account, but you will also get 20% of the shares of the entertainment city. Ma Dongyang. Zhou Jianhua. The owners of the voices played in the recording file are obviously Ma Dongyang and Zhou Jianhua. For such a vast northern territory, it is very easy to obtain this recording. The two were terrified on the spot, shivering. Come on, tell me what's going on with these 3 million? Xuanyuan waved his hand and smiled faintly. And what about the 20% stake in the entertainment city? Ma Dongyang. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone runs for their own safety. Kong Tianlei immediately looked righteous and ashamed to be associated with him, and pointed at Ma Dongyang with great sorrow. Well, you, a corrupt official who abuses your power for personal gain, are actually going to demolish the cemetery where the loyal bones of the Chinese people are buried just for a mere 3 million. I really misjudged you. Only. He just finished speaking. But it was another recording file dropped at his feet. Don't worry, I still have you. Kong Tianlei. Chapter 36. Respectfully invite the loyal souls of Yanhuang, and let the mighty power of China reign supreme. Brother Ma, where do you think it would be appropriate to place the martyrs' tombs? You'll have to ask our Kantuan staff officer about this. You too. Are you asking me about such a small matter? It's just a pile of rotten bones. Go ahead and tear them apart. After that, I'll send someone to take the rotten bones away and bury them somewhere deep in the mountains and forests. Just listen to the recording. One can imagine what kind of demeanor Kong Tianlei had at that time. Complacent, disdainful, arrogant, and smiling. He dismissed the matter with just a few words. Well done, as expected of Chief of Staff Kong. He is really resolute and decisive. That's just a pile of rotten bones. They were just a bunch of useless cannon fodder when they were alive. Brother Kong, don't worry, you will get your share after this is done. Kong Tianlei. Kong Tianlei's face turned pale instantly, and he was so frightened that he lost his mind. He collapsed to the ground, shivering with his head down. Your subordinate, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Forgive me. He was trembling all over, and at this moment, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He really didn't expect it. The words I said at that time, when they fell into his ears one day, were like a death warrant, so scary. Oh, Xuanyuan smiled gently and said, Forgive you? Have you asked them? Have you ever asked if there are any loyal people buried under this cemetery? Thousands of combat team members roared in unison, shaking like thunder. That was the best answer. How can I say I have no clothes? I share the same robe with you. You are tarnishing the loyal soul of the Chinese nation. Kill, kill, kill. Kong Tianlei. In that case, what's the point of keeping you? Xuanyuan waved his hand and said calmly, Bring the knife. He stood up slowly. A broadsword with a red tassel, delivered immediately to your hands. Expressionless, he walked towards Kong Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, Zhou Jianhua, Zhou Peijun, and others who were so frightened that they dared not move even a step. Loud, whistling sound. It rang again. I don't have clothes, but I share the same clothes with you. I should be killed. I should be killed. I should be killed. Fire the cannon, sing a song, and respectfully invite the loyal souls of the Chinese nation to come and see if the country is what they wish it to be. As soon as Xuanyuan finished speaking, he had already landed beside Zhou Peijun and his gang of cronies. His eyes were cold, and he did not hesitate at all. A broadsword with a red tassel, accompanied by the passionate and high-pitched voices of thousands of combat troops. Zhou Peijun's head was chopped off in an instant and rolled down on the spot, like a huge wave washing away sand, as if it would even pierce through the darkness. If China is in trouble, they will be the first to bear the brunt. They are willing to become loyal souls in the underground. Even if there is a fusion of fire and sea and thunder in the sky, And even if people in the future slander and laugh at them as cannon fodder, what does it matter? If we can drive out foreign enemies, protect our land, and bury this 7-foot body, what's the harm? If China is invaded, the passionate men should strengthen themselves. Drink up this bowl of hometown wine. The hero will never come back. The mighty Yellow River and the mighty Yangtze River give me life and strength. The singing was passionate and majestic, shaking the entire cemetery. Chinese man, stand tall and proud, not inferior to anyone in the world. No more insults. Seeing his son's head rolling to the ground, Xuanyuan was so frightened that his eyes turned white and his hair stood up. He was even more shocked by the passionate singing that dared to compete with the heavens and the unyielding soul. Gehongji said loudly, "Northern border guards, listen up. Fire your cannons to welcome the loyal souls of Yanhuang." Boom! The roar of cannons pierced the darkness and shook the earth. Let it go again. Boom, boom, boom. The sound waves that shook the sky, like war drums, rang in the ears of Kang Tianlei, Ma Dongyang, Zhou Jianhua, and others. Their faces turned pale, then green and yellow, as if their souls were drained out, and they knelt there in a daze. Snap! 4 or 5 heads rolled on the ground. Put! The third cannon shot arrived. The huge tremor resounded throughout the suburbs of Jinling and even the city center, waking up many people who were still asleep. They all looked towards the suburbs of Jinling in silence and curiosity. Mercy, mercy! Ma Dongyang was completely frightened. His eyes were dull, and he was completely numb. His lips were dry, and he just begged for mercy instinctively. The veteran Kang Dahai, who was not far away, was also stunned for a moment, his eyes blurred with tears. The heroic singing of thousands of combat unit members in his ears also became more passionate and more tragic at this moment. If China is invaded, let our blood be dyed into the most beautiful flowers and sprinkled on our chests. Forward, forward! The song seems to carry memories, passion, and an extremely high appeal. That belongs to every Chinese man. A memory engraved in my bones. Veteran Kang Dahai's eyes suddenly turned red. He clenched his fists, waved them, and started singing along. The sword is unsheathed. Thunder and lightning are flashing. When 2 people meet on a narrow road, the bravest one wins. Keep going forward. Keep going forward. Keep going forward. Iron-blooded warriors. Some people have used their lives to continue the history of this magnificent country. The flags are flying. Some people have used their bodies to create immortality for this prosperous paradise. Mercy! Kang Tianlei's face was full of panic. He wanted to beg for mercy, but when he uttered only one word, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Once upon a time, he's also... Xuanyuan slashed down with his sword. The head fell to the ground, but he was looking at all the members of the combat department. Aloud, I look at the sword camps by candlelight and then admire Beggar Mountain. Who will go to the battlefield with me? I have no clothes, but I will share them with you. The powerful and high-pitched voice echoed in the night. Who can bear to see the scarred mountains and rivers and the constant tears of blood? We respectfully invite the loyal souls of Yanhuang and make China's national prestige magnificent. All members of the combat unit responded with high spirits, which was majestic and tragic to the extreme. We respectfully invite the loyal souls of Yanhuang and make China's national prestige magnificent. For Xuanyuan, those buried in this cemetery were not cannon fodder, nor were they waste. They are all heroes. Ma Dongyang and Kang Tianlei used the little power they had for personal gain and insulted these loyal souls. They deserve to die thousands of times. Among the wealthy businessmen and their sons, Zhou Jianhua, Zhou Peijun, there is not a single innocent person. He was used to abusing his power. Now, you have to pay it back. 10 minutes later, the 30 heavy tanks of the Royal Guards and the 3,000 men of the Dragon Riders saluted Xuanyuan and began to return along the same route. Soon, the huge suburban cemetery returned to peace. Xuanyuan was also preparing to leave, but he looked at the veteran Kang Dahai not far away and nodded gently. Old man, after today, no one should dare to pay attention to this cemetery. He bowed and said, "See you later. Goodbye." Ko Hongji put a windbreaker on him, then opened the car door and left. Watching the car going farther and farther away, the veteran Kang Dahai's eyes were shining. He seemed to have not yet recovered from the scenes just now and stood there woodenly. Memories come flooding back. Suddenly he thought of his squad leader back then. At that time, he asked, "Sergeant, have you ever regretted joining the army?" "Regret?" In my memory, the squad leader smiled and said, "I never regretted this. It's right on my doorstep. If a man doesn't even fart, is he still a man?" No more talking, the enemy is coming. Get ready to fight. A trance. Veteran Kong Dahai came back to his senses, looked at the car disappearing in the distance, and burst into laughter. The hero has come out of seclusion. We have successors. Good, good. Nyo Nyo, the granddaughter standing nearby, felt something dripping on her head and couldn't help but raise her little face to take a look. "Grandpa, why are you crying?" Grandpa didn't cry. He was happy. Chapter 37 that year, the cabinet elder. There was a huge explosion last night. Almost all the citizens of Jinling fell asleep in curiosity and silence. The morning of Jinling is approaching, when the whole Jinling, once again entering a prosperous and busy state. Whether they were street vendors, shop owners, young students, or elite white-collar workers sitting in high-rise buildings, they were all following the people around them, discussing the sudden gunfire last night. Did you hear any noise last night? It was so loud. It sounded like someone was setting off a cannon. It seems to be coming from the suburbs. That's right. My home is in the south of the city, the farthest from the suburbs. I could hear it last night. It was so loud that it almost shattered the windows in our house. Do you think there's a war going on in the suburbs? Nonsense. How could there be a war in such a peaceful and prosperous time? In my opinion, it should be an exercise. Exercise? That's impossible. If Jinling had an exercise in previous years, they would have given advance notice. How could it be so sudden like last night? Discussions arose. But it sank quickly. Curiosity is curiosity. No one is going to dig into the matter and get to the bottom of it. No matter which faction's War Department in the four corners of the empire, what they want to do is not something that ordinary people can explore. When Xuanyuan came back last night, it was nearly 1 in the morning, but he woke up early in the morning. This is closely related to his several years of military career. Soldiers in the combat department must be prepared at all times. According to the information obtained by the 18 riders last night, after Marquis Lu Qing died, the Li family's heir apparently called the Li family in Yanjing. Ko Hongji stood aside, handed over a set of clean clothes with both hands, and began to report. Knowing that he is difficult to deal with, he temporarily swallows his anger. He is not like an ordinary good-for-nothing. Xuanyuan raised his neck, turned up his collar, and smiled gently. It's a pity that you are so self-righteous. Find someone who can calm the situation. Who is he looking for? Ko Hongji said, the current patriarch of the Li family, the father of this Prince Li, is Li Zhua. And there is also the Southern Heavenly King, Su Feng. This Southern Sky King is one of the 3 candidates for the Lord of the Northern Territory who were nominated during the 5 years you were missing. Ge Hongji said, bring breakfast to Xuanyuan, a cup of hot milk and 2 eggs. This amount is probably too little for a child. However, as the nominal left guard of the Northern Emperor, he was very clear about this man's living habits. He did not like to eat too much for breakfast. Oh! Xuanyuan gently peeled the eggshell and said calmly, what is so special about this Southern Sky King that he could be nominated by those old guys in the cabinet? Although he has been missing for 5 years. Even now, before it is announced to the public, he, the Northern Emperor, is back. But count on your fingers. You can guess it. The royal princes, the royal family, and those generals who were capable of establishing their own princes, both in the court and the country, had long been dissatisfied with him, the emperor of the northern border. That's it. He, the emperor of the Northern Territory, is too glorious. No one in the whole country has the same status as him. And there were only 2 or 3 people who dared to acknowledge his death in the battle 5 years ago, and then go with the flow and nominate a new Lord of the North. It's the cabinet elder, Yin Song. Ko Hongji did not hide anything and answered truthfully. Imperial Cabinet. There are 5 members in total. It can be said to be the other hand of His Majesty the Emperor, commanding all officials of the 6 ministries except the Ministry of War. Almost all affairs of the empire, from top to bottom, must be decided by the cabinet and finally reported to His Majesty the Emperor. And the Grand Counselor Yin Yu is the highest authority of this hand. Xuanyuan didn't say anything. He just quietly swallowed a peeled egg, chewed it slowly, and then took a sip of hot milk. This old guy, if I remember correctly, should be almost 90 years old. Xuanyuan didn't care at all and smiled faintly. But he's still like a young man, still so jealous, which is cute. Gihonggaji? Ko Hongji's cheeks twitched, and he felt helpless. A dignified cabinet elder, a pillar of the empire, a man whom even the few capable princes of the royal family would respectfully address as Elder Yin. Yet this person actually described him as cute? Is that a compliment? I really don't know what expression this great minister would have if he heard this. But, after thinking of something again, Kahongji smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's still this? For the first time, he took on the identity of Lord in the North. When he went to Yinjing, on that day, snow covered the whole world. The empire opened the gates of the Forbidden Palace, which had been closed for nearly 10 years. A 100-mile red carpet was laid out just to welcome the new Lord of the North, who would go down in history. Princes, nobles, and imperial concubines follow the emperor out of the palace to welcome this person. His Majesty the Emperor even let him ride in the dragon sedan chair, went to the Forbidden Palace together, welcomed him, and gave him a seat and a banquet. But halfway, however, this senior cabinet minister jumped out, pointed at this person's nose, and scolded him, saying that he had violated the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects, was too arrogant, and did not know how to be restrained and humble. For a while, the atmosphere was awkward. No one can save the situation. Everyone, including the princes and concubines, were waiting to see this person make a fool of himself. After all, they have long been dissatisfied with this person. You are the Lord of the North, whose ancestors were neither royal relatives nor founding heroes. Why should we, the people closest to His Majesty, go out of the city to welcome you in person? Even if His Majesty the Emperor agrees. You should also abide by the etiquette between the ruler and his subjects. How can you really enjoy it so openly? Originally, everyone thought that this person would feel ashamed and kneel down to apologize. After all, the new Lord of the North is still too young. He cannot psychologically endure being scolded by the Grand Minister of the Cabinet, a senior figure of the empire. But I didn't expect it. Xuanyuan did it directly in front of the officials from the 6 ministries, princes and nobles in the palace. He pointed at the nose of the cabinet elder and started to curse him. You old jerk. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself carefully? Who do you think you are to give me orders? Believe it or not, I'll twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. As soon as these words came out, I don't know how many jaws dropped. That senior cabinet minister, who was well-read and could not even utter a swear word, could not stand being humiliated by such vulgar language. He was so angry that his beard stood up on the spot, and he almost had a heart attack and passed out. Think about it now. Ko Hongji couldn't help but want to laugh. That bang. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, the door was suddenly opened and a girl, half bent over and tiptoeing, hid behind the door. Gihonggaji? Where did you go? Where is the person who was here just now? That's really strange. In the passage outside, 3 or 4 young girls dressed fashionably, who looked to be in their teens, ran past. When they didn't notice the figure, they left. But he didn't go far. Therefore, the girl hiding behind the door still didn't dare to come out. Xuanyuan also looked over there. The girl had a slender figure and was wearing tight short jeans. She stood tall and graceful, but she was wearing large sunglasses and a black scarf, so her face could not be seen clearly. But, judging from her exposed gorgeous lips, fair skin, slender legs, and watery eyes, she must be a beautiful woman with an elegant face. But, what's going on? How come a girl came in? I forgot to close the door. Ko Hongji scratched his head embarrassedly. He hurriedly urged the girl. But before he could open his mouth, the girl quickly made a gesture towards him, which looked inexplicably playful and cute. Shh, don't talk. They haven't gone far yet. Gihonggaji? Xuanyuan. Chapter 38. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, but some people keep moving forward with heavy burdens. What is the situation now? Just 2 grown men. He stared at the girl hiding behind the door, peeking through the crack of the door and looking out secretly. Looks just like childhood. Playing hide and seek, looking afraid of being found. I don't know if it's an invisible cooperation, or maybe it's some kind of telepathic connection. Xuanyuan, who has always been aloof, couldn't help but cooperate with the girls. In the room, it was quiet. I'll go. Ko Hongji was helpless. He looked at Xuanyuan and was about to ask whether he should let the other party leave. The words haven't been finished yet. Xuanyuan used the same gesture as the girl, and she had no choice but to shut her mouth again. Gihonggaji? Hey, You two work in perfect harmony, and I, the left guard, have become redundant. About a minute later, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest, as if she was lucky not to be discovered. Directed at Xuanyuan and Kohongji. Waving his hands, he said with a cheerful smile, "Thank you, my two classmates." Xuanyuan. Kohongji. However, accidentally, the black veil covering her face fell down, revealing a pure yet mature face. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as beautiful as a flower and a feast for the eyes. Kohongji. Kohongji's face froze for a moment, as if he recognized who the girl was. The girl quickly put on her black scarf again and left. Kohongji couldn't help but say, "Do you know who that girl is?" Xuanyuan took a sip of milk and glanced at Kohongji. The most popular female star in the empire right now is called Mu Xiuyao. She has millions of fans. Not only can she act, she can also sing beautifully. She was recently listed on the Empire Female Singer chart. Oh, by the way, I remember now, she said last year that she would hold a concert in Soto. Kohongji is talking about the rise. Xuanyuan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly said, "How do you know this?" "Of course I know. When I was in the north, I looked up her information and..." Kohongji. However, as Kohongji was talking, he realized that he had given the secret away. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Northern Frontier War Department Military Regulations, Article 16, Article 4. Do you remember what it is? Should I repeat it to you? Kohongji. Of course he remembers. All members of the Northern War Department are not allowed to privately review information that is not related to the duties of the War Department, and are not allowed to discuss matters that are not related to the War Department. Otherwise, they will be punished with 80 strokes of a cane. Of course, now that I am not in the northern border, it is impossible for me to really punish Kohongji. Xuanyuan said calmly. It won't happen again. Kohongji smiled bitterly. A sigh of relief. Even though it's only 80, it really hurts when you hit him. Xuanyuan knew it clearly. As the left guard, his military rank was that of a first-class general. In addition, he was in charge of the northern border. Most of the provincial governors had to give him some face. But in fact, as the left guard, I am only 2 years younger than him. He remembers. Kohongji's family background is also quite good. Youth. If he had not entered the northern border, he might have been like any other rich kid, living a life of luxury and debauchery. However, as a member of the Northern Territory, at his age, he has to shoulder great responsibilities, guarding the empire's largest border. You can imagine how much pressure there is. Half of them came from the northern military regulations that he formulated. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. There is no such thing as a peaceful and prosperous age. It's just that there are people who carry the heavy burden for the people of this empire, guard the borders, and intimidate the other countries so that they don't act recklessly. Sometimes it's good to relax. But Kohongji was obviously asking for trouble. It hasn't been long since I got settled. I couldn't help but say, I think Mu Xiuyao and you are a perfect match, standing together. Just now when you two told me to shut up, weren't you working in perfect harmony? Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan put down the egg and glared at Kohongji. The latter. Only then did he quickly stop smiling and look serious. Xuanyuan finished eating the last egg and drinking the milk, picked up the white handkerchief beside him, wiped his mouth and said lightly, "There's something I need you to do for me." "What's up?" Kohongji spoke. "My father was not a soldier after all, and his grave should not be left in the martyrs' cemetery." Xuanyuan said in a sad tone, "This is the address of Sujia village. Go and see if you can find a place for my father to be buried." He knows. At that time, Shin Mingwen had no choice but to bury his father in the suburban martyrs' cemetery. Buried elsewhere. Perhaps the 5 great families will not even let go of my father's grave. If buried in the martyrs' cemetery, the 5 great families were cautious and dared not act presumptuously again. A piece of paper, handed it to Kohongji. Kohongji was stunned for a moment, but his expression was a little complicated. Is this necessary? After all, Uncle Su has been buried for many years. Will moving his grave disturb him? And considering your current status, it's actually not against the rules to bury your father as a martyr. After all, Kohongji knew. The man in front of him has always been clear about the distinction between public and private. He would rather be accused of being unfilial than occupy any place in the martyrs' cemetery for his loved ones. But Kohongji hadn't finished speaking yet. Xuanyuan shook his head and interrupted. "No need to say more. I have already made up my mind. If my father knew about this, he probably wouldn't want this to happen. He also said before he died that returning to his hometown would be the best destination for him if he died. Kohonji's look was even more complicated. Don't worry, I'll go there myself now. Xuanyuan nodded. Only. Kohonji just walked to the door, but looked at Xuanyuan and said with a smile. Actually, that girl just now is really suitable for you. Think about it when you have time. Xuanyuan. Kohonji closed the door, but his eyes were wet with tears. All the loved ones in this world are gone. It's time for you to find someone to accompany you for the rest of your life. After Kohonji left, the room fell silent again. Xuanyuan looked at the whole view of Jinling below with a dim gaze, but he couldn't help but shook his head and laughed at himself. Love! Since he came of age, so they live in the north. This remained the case until he was deified. He had seen too many good men from the north die in battle, their loved ones collapse, the elderly send off the young, and wail while holding corpses. He has seen more. Many graceful young women, with children half their height, came to look for their husbands and fathers, but ended up crying silently, and could only bring back many letters home that they had not yet sent. For people like us, having someone to accompany you for life may really just be a luxury. Murmur. Landing in the huge room, no one responded. Chapter 39. Classmate, you are a straight man. The Tianan building where Xuanyuan lives is almost the tallest building in Jinling City. The room he lives in, it is the top floor of Tianan building. A simple wash is finished. He looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he put his hands behind his back, looked at the scenery of Jinling in the distance, then changed into casual clothes and prepared to go to the gym in Tianan building to stretch his body. Since coming to Jinling, his body was a bit slack. If I were in the north, I would feel uncomfortable if I didn't run 10 kilometers every morning. Tianan building is very big. There are only 10 residents on each floor with independent restaurants, swimming pools, libraries, and gyms. It's 9 o'clock in the morning now. There are even fewer residents in Tianan building. Basically, they are business elites who come to Jinling from other cities to do business. Some for work, some for socializing. Xuanyuan quickly found the gym. Just by looking inside from the outside through the glass sliding door, you can feel that the independent gym in Tianan building is much more formal than those outside. All facilities are available. Just as he stretched out his hand and was about to open the glass door, he saw a slender jade hand falling on the handle at the same time as his. Take a glance. She's a slim girl with a graceful figure, wearing a pink sportswear and sunglasses. Classmate, is that you? The girl was slightly stunned. Although she felt it was a bit awkward, she smiled at Xuanyuan with a sunny face. Don't you remember me? I'm the one who hid in your room this morning. The girl stretched out her white fingers, tilted her head, and patted Xuanyuan's shoulder in a playful and quirky manner. Xuanyuan. It's not that he's forgetful, but he didn't expect that the girl would be so familiar and dare to pat his shoulder. Hello. Do we know each other well? Since the day he became the Lord of the Northern Territory, in the vast Northern Territory, and even when he went to Yinjing that year, the princes, concubines, dukes, and nobles all followed him to welcome him. No one of the opposite sex had ever dared to greet him like this. Even in normal times, just by looking at his face, one can tell that he has a cold and aloof personality, which has already put many girls off. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Xuanyuan didn't say anything, the girl took out her hand and waved it in front of Xuanyuan, acting like an innocent and lovely girl next door. Then, our classmate Su. But he replied very arrogantly, Are we familiar with each other? After saying, he opened the glass door and walked in. Mu Shuiyao. When the girl came to her senses and was about to chase after him, the glass door lost its traction and bounced back, hitting her head. She rubbed her head with a look of grievance on her face. He was so angry that he stood there, stomping his feet as he watched Xuanyuan walking away. Why are you like this? I was just saying hello to you. How can you talk to a girl like that? Just finished. But then he saw Xuanyuan, with his back to him, raising his hand and waving. It seems to be saying, What did you say? I can't hear you. Mu Shuiyao. This? Who is it? Straight man. He is a steely straight man among straight men. I'm so pissed off. That damn straight guy deliberately let go of the glass door and let me bump into it. I'm so angry. Mu Shuiyao was in a mess. She stood there with a flushed face. She stomped her feet in anger. She's a big star after all. I don't know how many male fans I have. But this was the first time that I was teased so deliberately by the opposite sex. It seems that he doesn't know her yet. Snort. It doesn't matter. Straight man. Straight man of steel. Mu Shuyao opened the door angrily and walked in. Compared to the morning, she is not worried about being pestered by crazy fans. This morning was purely accidental. Her little fans sneaked in from somewhere, leaving her unable to take care of herself, so she had to find a room to hide in. She didn't want her fans to know. She lives in this building. Otherwise, word of mouth spreads from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 people to 100 people. Everyone is overwhelmed. Bought a bottle of mineral water. He took a sip with a snort. Where is this rude straight man? Where did he go? Mu Shuyao looked around, trying to find the straight man who had just made her angry, but she didn't find him. I had no choice but to give up. Found a treadmill. Start running. This was not a sudden impulse on Mu Shuyao's part to exercise, nor was she like some girls in the gym who exercised for 3 minutes and took photos for an hour. But she has always had the habit of fitness. Maybe it's due to my profession. It's important to keep in shape. Different from the morning when she was hiding away and wearing beautiful clothes. Even though she was wearing a sports suit at this moment, she could still outline Mu Shuyao's perfect figure without any flaws. She has the innocence of a girl next door. She also has a charming side like a queen. Maybe this is because I was born with a talent for clothes hanging around. I look good in anything I wear. Ran for a few minutes. Mu Shuyao just wanted to drink some water. Inadvertently, her eyes glanced to the side, and her little mouth curled up like a crescent moon. Snort. You stinky straight guy. I found you. Maybe the breakfast was not right. Xuanyuan just went to the bathroom. As soon as I stepped onto the treadmill, I saw a pair of long legs falling on the treadmill next to me. Hey, classmate, what's your name? It was the angry Mu Shuyao. Only. Student Su, who has a cold personality. But he ignored classmate Mu. Instead, he turned on the treadmill and started jogging on his own. Mu Shuyao. Hey, brat, ignore me again. Snort. Mu Shuyao turned around angrily, turned on the treadmill as if in a fit of spite, and began to compete secretly with classmate Su. Then, however, student Su increased the speed of the treadmill. Then, student Mu also pressed the key, back and forth. The speed of the treadmill suddenly became faster and faster. Our delicate classmate Mu, however, felt a little tired and was out of breath, unable to keep up with classmate Su's pace. Stop, take a break. Mu Shuyao quickly called a halt. Feeling dry mouth. I want to drink water. But then I realized that my bottle of mineral water was still there, and I hadn't taken it over. But it was at this time, an unopened bottle of mineral water was handed in front of him. Mu Shuyao was stunned for a moment, then discovered. It's Xuanyuan. You're welcome. He just pulled it over and drank it with a gulp. Snort. You are still kind to women. It seems that he is not a straight man. Just as I was thinking this, Xuanyuan's words almost made our classmate Mu, who was drinking water, spit out his water. If your legs are short, just slow down the treadmill. Mu Shuyao. Straight man of steel. You have short legs. I am a model height after all, so how can my legs be short? Looked at Xuanyuan, but he's a full head taller than me. I couldn't help but take another closer look. He has a tall and majestic figure and wears casual clothes. He looks like a boy next door, but he doesn't look like a muscular man with a rough appearance. His skin is even whiter than hers. This guy, quite handsome. Mu Shuyao's cheeks turned red for no apparent reason. Shuyao, are you here to work out too? But at this moment, an extremely gentle voice was heard, and a young man wearing a blue sportswear and with a gentle appearance walked towards Mu Shuyao, waved his hand, and came over. Chapter 40. My time is limited. Let's get started. In the top floor gym of Tianan building, Xuanyuan and Mu Shuyao were not the only ones there at the moment. Someone among them had already recognized Mu Shuyao. It's not like young kids chasing stars. The guests who can book the rooms on the top floor of the building are not people who pay special attention to the entertainment industry. They all have their own circles of concern. Seeing the young man in blue sportswear, everyone couldn't help but look over. It's Yang Hao, the prince of Shengting Group. I didn't expect to see him in Jinling. Shengting Group should be one of the top 5 companies in the empire, right? He is young and promising. He is only 27 years old and has taken over the position of vice president of Shengting Group. I estimate that in a few years, he will take over the entire Shengting Group. People all around were talking about youth identity. There was quite envy in his eyes. Shengting Group. It is also the company that these business elites most want to work for. Shuyao, I'm sorry about what happened this morning. I've already told the front desk not to let anyone in casually anymore. Yang Haosi said politely. But actually, Tianan building does not belong to Shengting Group. But in Yang Hao's mind, as the vice president of Shengting Group, when he speaks, not only a small receptionist, but even the person in charge of Tianan building has to give him face. It's okay. A busy businessman like you can't take care of everything. Mu Shuiyao responded with a faint smile. I didn't take what happened in the morning to heart. She came to Jinling to perform. It was because of the company behind him that he was invited by Shengting Group. I heard that it was Yang Hao who planned it. I'm not busy today. Do you have time? Do you want to go out for a walk this afternoon? I'm very tired today, so I'd better not bother you. My friend happens to be from Jinling, so I'll ask him to take me out for a walk when he has time. Mu Shuiyao refused. He looked at Su Xuanyuan again. Obvious. Classmate Mu is using classmate Su as a shield. Student Su didn't say anything, still jogging in an orderly manner, oblivious to the people around. Mu Shuiyao. Same. This is Yang Hao, the vice president of Shengtian Group. Mu Shuiyao pretended not to see it and continued with the introduction. Seeing that Su Xuanyuan ignored him, Yang Hao looked him up and down with obvious hostility and dissatisfaction. Your friend seems to be quite aloof. He was not angry, but he was targeting her intentionally, saying disdainfully, Shuiyao, you are a famous star after all. You should avoid associating with people like this in the future. They are too uncultured and will lower your status. Mu Shuiyao frowned. She felt that Yang Hao had passed. Can the vice president of Shengting Group speak in such a superior tone? This friend doesn't like to talk much. Yang Hao sneered and said, So, your friend is of low quality and doesn't even have the most basic etiquette of meeting someone. It seems he is a country bumpkin who doesn't know the rules. In Yang Hao's eyes, Su Xuanyuan at this moment, he's just a blind boy. He is the prince of Shengting Group and the future successor of the group. He is standing here, and you have no reaction at all. What does this mean? Brother, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Su Xuanyuan stopped. Turn around. Expressionless. I heard you. But who do you think you are? Yang Hao? Yang Hao was stunned. The gentle face immediately turned red. Where did this freak come from? Didn't you hear Mu Shuiyao's introduction just now? I am the vice president of Shengting Group. You kid, you actually asked me who I am? The people watching the show were also stunned, opened their mouths wide, and looked at each other. Just now they thought this was a young man running. Didn't hear it. Come to think of it, with the vice president of Shengting Group standing next to him, how could he not respond? Never thought about it. I got this reply. This person just appeared out of nowhere. He's probably a fool, daring to talk to Yang Hao like that. That seems to me. Mu Shuiyao couldn't help but laugh. This straight man of steel. Say, quite honest. Su Xuanyuan continued jogging. He hasn't exercised for a long time, so it's time to give his body a good rest. Vice President Yang's face, however, became even darker. It's embarrassing. We have to get it back, don't we? Especially in front of Mu Shuiyao. When he saw Su Xuanyuan running, he immediately said with disdain, Brother, how about we compete to see who can run 10 kilometers? Su Xuanyuan didn't say anything. Mu Shuiyao frowned. She really couldn't stand Yang Hao calling her brother all the time. He seemed very polite, but in fact he was very hypocritical and his life was so unreal. Why? You don't dare to do that. Seeing that Su Xuanyuan didn't say anything, Yang Hao continued to provoke him. Are your legs as skillful as your mouth? Yang Hao? Come up quickly and leave after losing. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. This Vice President Yang was obviously jealous of him because Mu Shuiyao was present. He felt it was childish. Like a child. What a joke. I will lose. Yang Hao's face was full of disdain. A look of confidence. Get on the treadmill. Obviously, he was certain that Su Xuanyuan would lose. This young man is doomed to fail. If I remember correctly, Yang Hao seemed to have practiced long-distance running for several years before he became the vice president of Shengtian Group. It seems he has won awards, no less than professional athletes. The people watching the show around shook their heads. Yang Hao, you have practiced long-distance running for 5 years and ranked among the top 5 in the Empire's professional long-distance running competition. My friend is just an ordinary person. You are not doing this on purpose. Mu Shuiyao expressed her dissatisfaction directly. Yang Hao didn't take it to heart and just smiled faintly. Shuiyao, I'm doing this for your own good. Some people are not worth making friends with. Suffering a little will be good for their future life. Yang Hao seemed to have good intentions. seems to be considering Xuanyuan, but he still didn't forget to make a few sarcastic remarks in his words. This kind of person is very hypocritical. After saying, he looked at Xuanyuan again. You won't dare to do that? For him, Mu Shuiyao described his long-distance running career in this way. Are you, an unknown boy, still not aware of the difficulty and need to retreat? I am the vice president of Xingting Group. Can't cure you? Pretending in front of me? I don't even need to use my status as vice president to pressure you. Lest it spread, it's shameful to say that I'm bullying others by taking advantage of my power. Okay, don't you like running, kid? I will use what you are best at to defeat you, and see if you still have the nerve to continue pretending after you lose. Only. As soon as he stood up and took a look at Xuanyuan, he was stunned. What are you doing? Mu Shuiyao was also full of confusion. Xuanyuan was seen increasing the speed of the treadmill track. The red light came on, indicating that the maximum speed had been increased directly. Mu Shuiyao. The tracks alternate up and down. The speed is so fast that it is dazzling. Nothing. Xuanyuan said calmly. My time is limited, let's get started. Young Hao? This kid is crazy. Top speed. Is that a normal person? Able to run? It would be strange if he wasn't thrown out by inertia. Chapter 41. Su Qingrui is not worthy of entering the ancestral tomb of my Sujia village. Is this young man crazy? How dare he play like this? This is really crazy. Isn't this intentional to hurt yourself? The maximum speed is so fast that even a four-legged horse would have to run at full speed. Yeah, how can ordinary people compare to four-legged beasts? I think this young man wants to get hurt on purpose so that he can extort money from Vice President Yang. I really can't understand it. Mu Shuiyao is a famous star after all. How could she have such a low-class friend? The people watching the show around were pointing and talking. Some people were surprised. Some people ridiculed. It's a bit strange that a resident who can live on the top floor of Tian'an building is like this. In everyone's eyes, guess who can live on the top floor of Tian'an building? They are either corporate CEOs who are good at judging people and know when to advance and retreat, or they are business elites who are good at communication and have a calm personality. They are not like Xuanyuan, who is too pretentious. Top speed? Everyone shook their heads and sneered. What a fool. Some people, seeing this scene, were even more disdainful and said sarcastically, it looks like he's the son of a nouveau riche. Maybe this is his first time at the gym. Mu Shuiyao was helpless, eyes sparkling. I don't know what to say. Shuiyao, this is your friend? Vice President Yang was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and sneered. It looks like this is your friend's first time at the gym? Previously, Yang Hao's attitude was relatively restrained because Mu Shuiyao was present. At this moment, seeing Xuanyuan doing this, his whole expression of disdain and contempt was revealed without any disguise. I thought it was someone else. What a country bumpkin he is. Since your friend Shuiyao is so confident, why not let him start first? Yang Hao sneered. What the hell? It seems he doesn't even have to run. Later, when this country bumpkin goes up there, he will definitely be thrown out by inertia. It would be best if he were to die. Only. He was just about to continue to ridicule Xuanyuan in front of Mu Shuiyao when he heard a series of exclamations. Oh my god, is he still human? This is simply not a human being. He can run so smoothly even at the top speed. This kid is a monster. Am I hallucinating? This kid actually... Everyone around looked at each other, shocked, and rubbed their eyes hard. Yang Hao was startled. He quickly turned his eyes away. Suddenly, he was stunned. This country bumpkin is a monster. Is this something a human can do? Just see. Xuanyuan's feet landed on the treadmill, which was turned on at the highest speed. His legs seemed to be equipped with powerful motors, and he walked as fast as if he was walking on flat ground. Everyone was stunned. In their eyes. Xuanyuan at this moment. He is not a human being at all. Mu Shuiyao opened her mouth wide. Her beautiful eyes were blank, and her face was full of shock. This straight man of steel. Good. So awesome. Less than 10 minutes passed. The red light on the treadmill turned on, indicating that you had run 10 kilometers. President Yang had a dazed look on his face, completely dumbfounded. How is it possible? He looked dumbfounded and could hardly speak. Obviously, they couldn't believe that an unknown kid who came out of nowhere not only dared to run at the highest speed, but could also run 10 kilometers within 10 minutes. He found that he hadn't even shed a drop of sweat. Is this still a human being? I've never heard of this. How is this possible? It's incredible. Not only did he run the top 10 kilometers per hour, he also ran so fast that he finished it in less than 10 minutes. This is far beyond the world record. Everyone around was shocked. I feel like I witnessed history today. This straight man of steel is too amazing. Mu Shuyao opened her mouth wide, extremely shocked. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Xuanyuan was full of admiration. After Su Xuanyuan ran 10 kilometers, even his breathing was not disordered. It seemed that in his opinion, running these mere 10 kilometers was a matter of course. This is also true. If it wasn't a treadmill with its limitations, why would it take 10 minutes? If he ran at full speed in the vast northern land, it would only take him 5 minutes at the fastest. Back then he led the 18 riders of Kunlun. Night raid. The golden Chilean flag shuttles across several mountains. They rushed all the way from the northern border war department and went straight to the rear of the Beiluo army of 300,000. For a distance of 100,000 kilometers, not only did their breathing remain steady, they also killed 300,000 Beiluo soldiers. How can it be compared with a mere 10 kilometers? Turn off the treadmill. Su Xuanyuan's eyes were indifferent. Look at President Yang, who is in a daze. I've finished running. It's your turn. Yang Hao? Yang Hao's face turned pale. I can't say a word. Why are you running? Run 10 kilometers in 10 minutes. Who can compare with this freak? But our classmate Mu also wants to remind you. President Yang, it's your turn. Yang Hao? This was like stabbing President Yang in the heart. Previously, he relied on his level that was not inferior to that of professional athletes and ridiculed Su Xuanyuan, thinking that he would definitely win. It seems now, even if I grew 2 more legs, it would be useless. If you dare, let's compete in something else. Do you dare? Running is not my strong point. There is nothing to be proud of if you win. Yang Hao's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. Su Xuanyuan said calmly. Before, who said that I should suffer a little? Yang Hao? You can't afford to play, so you act like this. Is this the demeanor of a big CEO? Yang Hao? Mu Shuyao stood aside, covering her mouth and laughing. She suddenly felt. Su Xuanyuan's way of talking freely and seriously arguing with people is quite cute. Since he is a big CEO, he must have some outstanding qualities. A country bumpkin like me naturally cannot compare to him. Su Xuanyuan made a please gesture. How about I give you, the big boss, the highest speed too, so that a country bumpkin like me can learn some new things. Yang Hao? Then, our President Yang no longer has the face to stay here. Pretend to answer the phone. Looks like he's anxious to deal with something. Shuyao, my assistant, called and asked me to handle it. I'm going back now. After saying, he seemed to be feeling guilty and didn't even dare to look at Su Xuanyuan. He quickly fled. Then, our classmates Mu and Su looked at each other and both smiled like children. Student Su didn't know why he was laughing. He is in the Northern War Department. Very calm. I seldom express my emotions like my peers. It may have been a long time since I felt as relaxed as I am today. Here, return your water. Mu Shuyao handed her bottle of water to Su Xuanyuan. This kind of scene, can't help feeling. The two of them are like old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Su Xuanyuan took it. Turn around and go back. Hey, you know my name, but I don't know yours. Mu Shuyao looked at Su Xuanyuan's back as he turned and left, her face full of anticipation. Su Xuanyuan. Su Xuanyuan spoke calmly, without even turning his head. This guy is really a straight man. Mu Shuyao had a face full of resentment. She muttered a few words and turned to Su Xuanyuan, who had already opened the glass door. Hey, you guys, even though you're a straight man, you're still pretty cute. Su Xuanyuan. Su Xuanyuan was speechless at Mu Shuyao's words. But I don't know why. Su Xuanyuan couldn't help but let a slight smile appear on his face. Maybe. I guess I was infected by the energetic and carefree girl behind me. Su Xuanyuan felt. The morning workout was quite enjoyable. Just got back. He saw Kahongji already waiting for him in the room. It also brings disappointing news. Su Xuanyuan's eyes suddenly became cold. His father, while still there, for Sujia village, not only were the roads rebuilt, but schools, factories, welfare homes, and ancestral halls were also built, so that the villagers of Sujia village would have a place to rely on in their old age, and the village became the most prestigious village in Jinling. He wanted to move the grave of his father Su Qingrui so that he could return to his roots. Result, I got 2 sentences back. He, Su Qingrui, is dead and still wants to implicate us. He is not worthy of entering our Sujia village's ancestral tomb, let alone placing his spirit tablet in our Sujia village's ancestral hall. Chapter 42. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different kinds? Once upon a time, their lineage migrated out of Sujia village. Starting from his father Su Qingrui, the Su family finally prospered. In fact, in the ancient capital of Jinling, no matter if they are wealthy or the five great families, their ancestors are all like this. The only difference: the five great families, feeling that they were born noble, cut off all ties with the past after leaping into the sky. In their eyes, that is a stumbling block that will only lower their status. But his father Su Qingrui has not changed his original intention. In his eyes, no one is born noble. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers. Is there any kind? The most outstanding figures in the world are still to be seen today. Father Su Qingrui has no selfish motives at all. Vigorously support the development of Sujia village. Hopefully one day, there will also be a person who, like him, can realize his ambitions. Therefore, only because of this can Sujia village become a well-known representative of Jinling and even several cities near Suzhou. You know, decades ago, Sujia village did not even have a so-called ancestral temple for worshipping ancestors. But now, he wanted to return to his hometown for his father Su Qingrui. I was actually replied, not worthy? Not qualified? Interesting. Su Xuanyuan's eyes were cold as he looked at the scenery of Jinling in the distance, but he smiled. Lightly said, "Who said that?" "It's an old man named Su Gan." Ke Hongji did not hide anything and answered truthfully. "We have already found Sujia village and are selecting a feng shui treasure land suitable for burial for Mr. Su." On the way, this old man named Su Gan came with more than a dozen people and insisted on driving us away. Ke Hongji was quite angry. If it weren't for the Northern War Department's rules that forbid attacking the elderly and the weak, he would have killed that unreasonable old man today. Add the word gong at the end of the surname. Noble and extraordinary. No one can use the position without authorization unless he is a founding minister. He is the father of the Lord in the North. You deserve it, not to mention ordinary officials. Even if the emperor himself knew that this person was going to relocate the grave of his father, he would definitely write an imperial edict himself and announce it to the world. Everyone from the princes and nobles to the ministers would submit their mourning words and kneel towards the sky. Even the common people would observe a moment of silence for him. That's good. You actually said you are not worthy, even without knowing. Considering the contributions this father made for Sujia village during his lifetime, he should not be treated like this. To repay kindness with enmity. What's the difference? Sugan. Su Xuanyuan shook his head and murmured, his eyes dim. If he remembered correctly, this old guy had a serious illness back then and was in critical condition, but he had no money for treatment. Father Su Qingrui heard it. All expenses covered. He was also arranged to be admitted to the best hospital in Jinling, and the best attending physician was found, which saved his life and enabled him to fully recover. That's why. I don't know how many wealthy people in Jinling knew about this. Everyone rushed to visit Su Gan. I hope that through Su Gan I can get to know my father, the head of the #1 family in Jinling. This is how he became an unknown old countryman who could not read or write. Suddenly, he looks a little more human. He has become the present-day, dignified and respected Mr. Su. This old guy even said shamelessly that if you want Su Qingrui, the dead man, to be buried in the ancestral tomb of Sujia village, you should go to him and kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times on his 90th birthday. And in front of everyone, respectfully call him Grandpa Su. Ke Hongji opened his mouth and repeated Su Gan's words word for word. I reluctantly considered it and agreed to put Su Qingrui's spirit tablet in the Su family village ancestral hall. Time. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. It seems that he needs to meet this Mr. Su in person. He said tomorrow. Tomorrow. You will come with me to meet him. Ke Hongji nodded. The next morning, after having breakfast, Su Xuanyuan went downstairs. A dark green Hummer was already waiting at the entrance of Tianan building. Sujia village. It is quite far from the center of Jinling. We've already left the city. Located in the middle of the border between 2 Suzhou cities, Jinling and Nanling. Stand tall, overlooking Sujia village. Outsiders may indeed be amazed and cannot help but question. How can this be called a country village? Distinct. It's a tiny little town. There are almost everything you need, including factories, schools, stadiums, and even bars and amusement parks that can only be found in bustling cities. Because in the past 20 years, it has developed rapidly. Sujia Village. It's no longer just the locals from Sujia Village who live here. Many foreign businessmen. Take a look at the resources here, investing one after another. This also led to the growing growth of Sujia Village, and the people in every household, whether in terms of clothing, skin, or temperament, were all completely renewed. He doesn't look like an ordinary country guy at all. There is absolutely no difference between them and the residents in the city center of the ancient city of Jinling. A dark green Hummer. Stop at the intersection of Sujia Village. It still attracted a lot of people's attention. Hey, isn't this Xuanyuan? Which Xuanyuan? Are you talking about the eldest son of the Su family, the most aristocratic family in Jinling? It seems to be him. I remember that he was a soldier back then. It seems that he has been discharged and is back now. Just got off the bus. Many people recognized Su Xuanyuan. What is he doing here? I'm afraid he saw that the Su family had collapsed and wanted to come to our Sujia village to seek help. After all, he is just a soldier and has no money or power now. I guess even eating is a problem. Some people were talking about it. Yesterday, I heard that he wanted to move Su Qingrui's grave back to the ancestral graveyard of Sujia village, but was stopped by Mr. Su and his men. They said that he had to kneel down and kowtow to Mr. Su on his birthday today. Isn't Mr. Su too unkind? After all, Su Qingrui has helped our Sujia village so much. What's the big deal? Have you forgotten how the Su family fell? Asking Su Qingrui to move his grave back would involve risks. What's wrong with asking Su Xuanyuan to kneel down and kowtow? Someone sneered and said, did he feel wronged? Could it be that he still thinks of himself as the eldest young master of the Su family? Chapter 43. It is his honor that I can come, so why should I bring any gifts? This world. There is always that group of people. Seeing a person you once looked up to fall from grace one day, anyone would feel an indescribable sense of pleasure. In short, everyone wants to step on it. But, obvious. This person has chosen the wrong person. Slap your face. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. Before the man could react, Kahonji appeared in front of him and slapped him twice in the face. Bang! Immediately, the face is red and swollen. Everyone around was stunned. You dare to hit me? The young man who was slapped was filled with shame and anger, and he directly questioned Su Xuanyuan. However, looking at Kahonji, who was a head taller than him, he dared not say anything harsh. He didn't expect it. Su Xuanyuan now is still so arrogant. How dare he hit someone? Do you really think you are still the eldest son of the Su family who gets everything he wants? Isn't he afraid that the news will get to old Su's ears and make him unhappy, so that he won't give Su Qingrui a place to be buried? Everyone looked at each other in silence. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. You, Su Xuanyuan, are no longer the glorious eldest master of the Su family as you once were. Since you want to be with Su Qingrui, return to your roots. You should keep a low profile, right? Su Xuanyuan's face was calm, hands behind back, walking towards Sujia village. Kohonji hurried to follow. What's so great about you being so arrogant? The young man who was slapped was obviously not convinced. He covered his red and swollen face and said disdainfully, you come to our Sujia village to ask for help? And with this attitude, you also want to move the grave of the dead Su Qingrui back? Bah! His legs were crippled. He just finished speaking. A faint voice came again. Snap! Suddenly, there were bursts of shrill wails. I saw the young man curled up on the ground, covering his legs with a look of pain on his face, gritting his teeth and crying. If you keep talking next time, it will be your death. Everyone. This scene made everyone stunned and dumbfounded. Look at each other, even more confused. The Su family, once the most powerful family in Jinling, has collapsed. Why is Su Xuanyuan still acting so recklessly? Could it be someone who served in the military? Is your brain short-circuited? Where is my father's tomb located? Su Xuanyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery of Sujia village around him, and said lightly, haven't been here for more than 20 years. Sujia village has indeed developed very rapidly, but it still retains its original environment of green mountains and clear waters and has not been overexploited. Come with me. Kohonji hurriedly walked ahead. Soon, arrived at the destination, the surrounding environment. Su Xuanyuan was quite satisfied. There are green mountains and clear waters on all sides, full of vitality, And there is also a decades-old locust tree that blocks the scorching sun. If we talk about the art of geomancy, my parents are buried here. It can ensure that your descendants will be safe and sound and have a bright future. Xuanyuan didn't care about these. Since ancient times, kings have been enthroned and generals have been appointed. Believe that man can conquer nature. What's more, he is now the emperor of the Northern Territory, second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Why would he need a future? All he wanted was to choose a good burial place for his father. Yes, it is a good place indeed. Xuanyuan nodded. Hearing that Xuanyuan was satisfied, Kohongji breathed a sigh of relief. This is certainly a good place. He specially invited the best geomancer in the empire to finally make the selection. The father of the Northern Emperor. Burial mausoleum. How can we be careless? To put it more miraculously, this man is second only to the emperor and is responsible for the future destiny of the empire. His father would have been more or less affected by this. Feng Shui. It has always been the case that if you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Yiting, your Sujia village is indeed a good place. If it weren't for the company's affairs, I would have wanted to settle here. A gentle voice came from behind. A young man in a suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and with an imposing appearance was walking towards him from not far away. Next to him, there was also a girl who was wearing a white dress, had a good figure, and a lace casual hat. She looked to be in her 20s. At this time, the sun is shining brightly. The sunlight shining on the skin of the young man and the girl made their already extraordinary temperament even more dazzling. Bathed in the sunlight, they felt like they were glowing. Although more than 10 years have passed. But look at the face. Xuanyuan still recognized who the girl was. They are the Su family. Before migrating out, judging from her status, this girl should be considered his cousin. Her name is Su Yiting. The girl looked at it. His eyes were slightly stunned. She seemed to recognize him too. Xuanyuan? Xuanyuan nodded. Su Yiting came over. The young man next to him was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, and then his expression returned to normal. But his eyes showed disdain. Walked up to him. With his hands in his pockets, he looked around, without even looking at Xuanyuan, still pretending to appreciate the scenery around him. Who else did I think it was? It turns out that she was once the most beautiful and charming girl in Jinling. Are you here to attend Mr. Su's birthday party? Su Yiting asked. Xuanyuan didn't say anything. In Su Yiting's eyes, it was obvious that she agreed. Come to think of it, the whole Sujia village heard yesterday that her cousin, whom she had only met twice when she was a child, wanted to move Su Qingrui's grave. Let Su Lao lead people to stop them halfway. Come today. Look at the appearance. I guess he's here to discuss something. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is my boyfriend, the chairman of Nanling Tianlong Group, Jiang Tianqi. Su Yiting introduced. Graceful and elegant. However, he was deliberately emphasizing Jiang Tianqi's identity, and there was an invisible sense of pride. Tianqi, this is... He didn't finish his words. Jiang Tianqi interrupted calmly. No need to introduce. Once upon a time, Jinling was so beautiful. How could I not know her? In the past, I admired Brother Xuanyuan very much. Jiang Tianqi is sarcastic. He sneered and said, Now, tut tut tut. It seems that Brother Xuanyuan is so poor that he doesn't even have a decent set of clothes. It looks like you're here to attend Mr. Su's birthday party, but why are you dressed like this? At least you can change into some formal attire, right? He still had his hands in his pockets. Look down. He looked at Xuanyuan with disdain and condescension. Kohongji frowned. The young man in front of me. Where does this sense of superiority come from? Su Yiting also looked at Xuanyuan seriously. After looking him up and down, she frowned and said, Xuanyuan, today is Mr. Su's birthday after all. Since you are asking him to do something, you should dress decently. Also, you didn't even prepare a birthday gift, did you? Xuanyuan was still dressed in white sportswear. This outfit wouldn't be out of place if worn anywhere else. But what day is today? Mr. Su's birthday. How can you come here without wearing formal clothes? Yes, Brother Xuanyuan. How can you come here without bringing any gifts? Jiang Tianqi sneered. Just now, Su Yiting was still in front of him, talking about Su Xuanyuan's past deeds, and her words were full of admiration. He was very unhappy at that time. The Su family collapsed. Who the hell is Xuanyuan? Now it seems that, just as he expected, Xuanyuan is now not even as good as an ordinary person. It seems that he is just a private who has been in the army for a few years. When was Jinling so glorious? What bullshit? Why don't you come with me? I have a suit here. You can put it on first. Su Yiting spoke. She knew the cousin in front of her. He must have just returned from the military. I'm afraid I don't have any savings at all. After all, the Su family is gone. In the past, she still admired this cousin very much. Even though more than 10 years have passed, and this admiration has gradually faded, she still doesn't want to be laughed at by everyone at her birthday party because of this. Yes. The next moment, Su Xuanyuan's eyes were calm. But he said calmly, "It is an honor for 3 generations of Su Gan's family that I can attend Su Gan's birthday. Why should I bring a gift? You don't have to worry about me." Su Yuting, Jiang Tianqi. In an instant, both of them were stunned. Chapter 44. I'll give you an hour, then send you on your way. Jiang Tianqi was stunned, a look of speechlessness, looking at Su Xuanyuan. What did this kid say just now? Is it an honor for Su Gan that I can come to attend his birthday party? Brother Xuanyuan, do you know what you're talking about? Jiang Tianqi sneered and said, if it were a few years ago, Brother Xuanyuan, you would have taken it for granted when you said this. Now that the Su family is gone, Brother Xuanyuan is still so confident and says such things. Brother Xuanyuan is indeed the most handsome man in Jinling. Jiang Tianqi's face was full of sarcasm. The tone is sarcastic. He sneered. If my guess is correct from what I know, Brother Xuanyuan seems to be just a soldier now, right? Are you done yet? Su Xuanyuan said calmly. That's it, you can go now. Jiang Tianqi. You. Jiang Tianqi was slightly angry. I just wanted to get angry. Su Yiting stopped him. Tianqi, let's go. Jiang Tianqi had no choice but to nod. At this moment, Su Yiting really felt that Su Xuanyuan in front of her, the cousin whom she once envied and admired, was really far inferior to what he used to be. Still immersed in the identity of the eldest son of the Su family. Cousin. Su Yiting looked at Su Xuanyuan and said disappointedly, "This is also the last time I call you cousin. I remind you that if you want Su Qingrui's grave to return to the ancestral graveyard of Sujia village, today is Mr. Su's birthday. You'd better be more humble and don't make him unhappy. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even if you die, you won't have the chance to see Su Qingrui's grave return to its roots. You're done." Su Xuanyuan's expression was indifferent. Hands behind back. Just turn around. That's it, you can go now. Seeing Su Xuanyuan's indifferent attitude, Su Yiting shook her head in extreme disappointment. Tianqi, let's go. He is completely hopeless. As soon as the words fell, she simply grabbed Jiang Tianqi's hand and left. Kohongji just kept shaking his head. This cousin of yours is really ridiculous. It's ridiculous indeed. Su Xuanyuan also laughed. Shake your head helplessly. To be honest, he didn't take Su Yiting's inexplicable disappointment or Jiang Tianqi's natural sense of superiority to heart. The two seemed to be of the same age as him. Judging by the trajectory of peers, the experience should have been similar. But in fact, there is indeed a huge difference in levels. How could it cause any fluctuations in his emotions? Su Qingui is now the famous old Su in Sujia village. He is of a very high generation and his prestige has exceeded that of Sujia village. Future generations. After more than 20 years of development, they have also each developed an industry of their own. Today is Su Gan's birthday. It was held with great ceremony. Not only did the local people of Sujia village come to congratulate, but even many business tycoons came with gifts. The birthday party begins. Then you can see the entrance of Su Gan's house. There were 3 or 4 luxury cars parked there. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, you can't afford them without millions of dollars. Su Xuanyuan and Ku Hongji just walked in. The birthday party hasn't started yet. It's just that someone is seated. As soon as Su Xuanyuan entered the door, he attracted the attention of many people. After all, it would be difficult not to spread what happened at the village gate, so everyone started whispering. Look, here it comes, look. Who is it? Don't you recognize this? Su Xuanyuan, the former eldest master of the Su family. It's him. I heard that he just entered our Sujia village today and beat Su Qian, breaking both of his legs. Really? How dare he? The people in Sujia village pointed and talked. I feel that Su Xuanyuan is too ignorant of the world. They actually want to relocate Su Qingrui's grave. Shouldn't you be more humble in your attitude? Just arrived. Just breaking Su Qian's legs. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Su will be angry when he finds out? Who is Su Qian? The grandson of Su Lao's younger brother. Look, he doesn't even have any birthday gifts in his hands. Isn't this too crazy? Does he really think he is still the eldest young master of the Su family? With this kind of begging attitude, it would be strange if he could move Su Qingrui's grave back to Sujia village. When everyone found out, when Su Xuanyuan came to the birthday party but didn't bring any birthday gifts, everyone was furious. Looking at Su Xuanyuan's eyes, full of contempt, in the eyes of everyone. The news of the collapse of the Su family, the most aristocratic family in Jinling, had already spread throughout Jinling. The current Su Xuanyuan, he is just a private who has served in the army for a few years and has no money or power. They really couldn't figure it out. Why didn't Su Xuanyuan bring a birthday gift? Isn't it obvious that he doesn't take Mr. Su seriously? The birthday banquet begins. An old man wearing a brocade robe with a longevity character embroidered in the middle, with white hair and leaning on a dragon-headed cane, was helped out by a tall girl in a white dress with a bright temperament. Suddenly, everybody stood up. An old man with white hair. It was Su Gan, and that tall girl was his granddaughter, Su Qingru. Okay. Looking around the courtyard at the guests and the mountains of birthday gifts, Su Gan nodded with satisfaction. Thank you very much. Thank you all for taking the time to come and attend my birthday celebration. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Only when your eyes see someone. I was stunned at first. Then he snorted coldly, looking disdainful and dissatisfied. Does Su Xuanyuan really think he is still the eldest young master of the Su family? When they saw me coming out, they didn't even stand up. They are so arrogant. Su Gan looked at him coldly. The dragon-headed cane slammed the ground hard. Su Xuanyuan appeared in Sujia village. He had known a long time ago. Just wait for the other party to come and beg you. But I didn't expect that he would dare to be so disrespectful to me on his birthday. Immediately, everyone felt that the atmosphere was not right. All eyes looked over there, but only saw. At this moment, Su Xuanyuan was still drinking as if no one was around. His posture was truly elegant and full of aristocratic air. In everyone's eyes. Just 2 words. Arrogant. Su Xuanyuan, didn't you see my grandfather come out? Is everyone standing up? Su Qingru scolded. You are too disrespectful to my grandfather. Moment. The atmosphere is even more depressing. Everyone's face was full of sarcasm. What time is it now? You still think you are the eldest master of the Su family, putting on airs. You're done. Su Xuanyuan glanced at him casually. Everyone. This guy. Didn't you see that Mr. Su was angry? Without waiting for Su Qingru to speak. A faint voice. Once again, it fell all over the place. I'm a magnanimous person. I'll give you an hour to celebrate your birthday. After that, I'll send you off. That should be okay, right? Everyone. Sika. Chapter 45, The Farmer and the Snake. Everyone was shocked. The guests were in an uproar. Their mouths opened wide, and they looked at each other, trying to confirm whether they had just heard it wrong. When I see people around me, they all have this expression. Suddenly, even more shocking, they heard it right. This is true. Among the guests, Su Yiting was also stunned by Su Xuanyuan's words. She looked at Su Xuanyuan, who was still sitting there drinking, stunned and dazed. Hey, Su Xuanyuan, do you know what you're talking about? Bang! Immediately, someone slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. This was a middle-aged man who was a little fat, wearing an expensive suit, and had an impressive aura. He was standing next to Su Gan. The middle-aged man's name is Su Yongchang. He is Su Gan's son. My father, Su Gan, was the one who arranged this 90th birthday party. But he didn't expect it. This hasn't officially started yet. This kind of thing actually happened. Su Xuanyuan, the former eldest son of the Su family, actually dared to say in front of all the guests that he would give his father an hour to celebrate his father's birthday and then send him off? Really think highly of yourself, or the Su family at its peak, with that eldest young master at the height of his power? Someone, get this troublemaker out of here now. Su Yongchang said coldly. How could their lineage be the same as it was 20 years ago? Now they are well-known figures after all. How can they allow a down-and-out young master to put on airs here? Send my father on his way? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Jiang Tianqi sneered, watching Su Xuanyuan make a fool of himself. He really didn't expect that Su Xuanyuan, who firstly had no support from the powerful Su family in Jinling, and secondly, had no influential and powerful status, would dare to say such treasonous words at the birthday party of the old man in Sujia village. Who gave you the courage, Su Xuanyuan? Su Gan's face. It even reached the freezing point. His face was ashen. Today is his 90th birthday, and he is waiting to hear the congratulatory messages from the guests. But I didn't expect it. This is the first sentence. Such arrogant and unlucky words. A day of joyful mood. They're all gone. He really doesn't want to see Xuanyuan again now. Get out now. That's it? You still want me to agree to let that dead guy, Su Qingrui, return to his roots? It's really wishful thinking. 5 or 6 young people from Sujia village. They immediately surrounded us. The meaning is obvious. If you don't leave, we ask you to leave. Su Xinyuan, why don't you get out of here? An old man who looked frail was also angry at Su Xinyuan. He is Su Gan's younger brother, Su Infeng. It was at the entrance of the village that there stood Su Qian, the man whose legs were broken, grandpa. Now, Su Qian is still lying at home. I couldn't even attend the birthday party. At this moment, Su Infeng, as an elder, was furious when he saw Su Xinyuan being so presumptuous. The atmosphere of the whole venue. The situation suddenly became tense. But even so, Su Xinyuan, who was sitting there, had a face as calm as water, as if nothing had happened, and he was still drinking as if no one was around. What a pity. This wine is really a bit lousy as a farewell drink for an old man like you. Everyone. So Infeng. Everyone was stunned. His face was filled with speechlessness. Good to pretend. They had never seen anyone pretending like this. The key point is that they feel that it seems particularly suitable for the young man in front of them who has elegant manners, a strong aura, and is full of aristocratic air. There's nothing strange about it. But what a pity. The young man in front of him is now just a retired soldier. Once upon a time, the Su family, the #1 family in Jinling, has collapsed for 5 years. Go away, go away. Su Gan could no longer sit still. His face was full of disgust. Wave in person. I didn't even want to look at Su Xinyuan again. However, the 5 or 6 strong young men were just about to carry Su Xinyuan out. Ku Hongji was standing next to him. He took something out directly from his arms. Bang! A large caliber black pistol. Throw it on the table. The meaning is very clear. If you don't agree, you can try it. Everyone. Sika. Everyone was suddenly shocked. No one expected that Su Xinyuan would dare to pull a gun. You know, imperial law. Gun control has always been extremely strict. In an instant, the whole place was silent. No way. For ordinary people, nothing can be more convincing than this. Sugan immediately became angry. His face was cold and gloomy. Dragonhead cane. Hit the ground hard. He coughed a few times out of anger. Su Xinyuan, what on earth do you want to do by coming here today? Sugan felt really aggrieved. He had finally made it to the age of 90, and he hoped to have a grand birthday celebration in these memorable years. Su Xinyuan said calmly, I don't want to do anything. I've already said that I'll give you 1 hour, and then I'll personally send you off. After saying, continue drinking. It seemed that in his eyes, Su Gan's life, or that of old Su, was insignificant and he could take it if he wanted. You, Su Qian said coldly. If it's because I didn't move your father Su Qingrui's grave back to Sujia village yesterday, we can discuss it. You are violating the laws of the empire by doing this. Do you know that? Discuss. Su Xinyuan smiled gently and said, Who said yesterday that my father, Su Qingrui, was not worthy of being buried in the ancestral tomb? Who said that my father's spirit tablet is not qualified to be placed in the Sujia village clan ancestral hall? He said calmly, It seems that everyone has forgotten that everything that Sujia village has now was created by my father when he was alive. If it weren't for my father, Sujia village wouldn't have these factories and schools, let alone the so-called clan ancestral hall. Sugan was about to explain, Don't forget, even your life was given by my father 20 years ago. Without my father, would you be alive today? Sika, in Su Xuanyuan's eyes, repay a favor with a favor. Take revenge when there is a grudge. The story of the farmer and the snake will never happen to him. The whole place was silent. Sugan's face looked a little embarrassed. But at this moment, a young man ran in from outside with a happy look on his face. Old master, a distinguished guest has arrived. It is young Master Qin from the most distinguished family in Guangling. The #1 family in Guangling? Hearing this, Sugan was shocked. Although his status has risen over the past 20 years, it is still not comparable to that of a wealthy family, let alone an aristocratic family. But now, the heir of Guangling's #1 family actually came in person to congratulate him. Hurry up, please. Sugan gave orders quickly. All the guests were in an uproar, their faces filled with shock. No way, Is this true? The eldest son of the Qin family, the most aristocratic family in Guangling, has come from afar to celebrate the old man's birthday. The Qin family is a well-known family in Suzhou. Even the 5 great families in Jinling may not be able to compare with them. Mr. Su, you are so honorable, aren't you? You can even let the eldest son of the Qin family come to celebrate your birthday in person. Chapter 46. This is the first time I have seen such a request. Everyone's eyes looking towards the gate of the house. I saw a young man in a suit and tie, with a dignified temperament and handsome face, striding in, a faint smile on his face. Even though he was being watched by everyone, he did not seem nervous at all, as if he was already able to handle such a scene with ease, as if he was strolling in the garden. Behind him, there were also 2 followers carrying birthday gifts. The young man was none other than Qin Feiqian, the eldest son of the Qin family, the most aristocratic family in Guangling. Everyone held their breath. In the past 20 years, although their Sujia village has developed very rapidly, everyone's pockets are full. After all, just a bunch of rednecks. Any business tycoon who appears in their Sujia village can become a guest of honor. Not to mention the wealthy. But the person coming now is the eldest son of the Qin family, the #1 family in Guangling. Aristocratic family. They probably won't be able to meet him in their lifetime. Help me up. Su Gan couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly stood up. Go and greet him. Su Infeng, Su Yongchang, and Su Qingru also hurriedly followed. Zhang Tianqi was extremely envious. Helpless pout. When he came, he didn't have this kind of treatment and couldn't be greeted by Su Gan personally. After all, or maybe his status is not enough. Aristocratic family? Mr. Qin, why are you here? Su Gan smiled and said, you came just like that. Why did you bring any gifts? You are really embarrassing me. It was also the first time that Su Gan came into contact with a person from an aristocratic family. My heart trembled. I'm not sure what Qin Feiqian's intention is. Master Su, you are joking. Qin Feiqian smiled warmly. Speaking of, wave. Grandpa Su, take a look. This is a gift that the younger generation brought you. The attendant opened the longevity box. Oh my god, this looks like a 100-year-old snow fungus. I heard that if people eat it, they can extend their lifespan by 20 years. And Tang Sankai, this thing, you can't buy it without 3 million. That's $2 grand. All the guests were shocked, and their eyes widened. Zhang Tianqi was amazed. Su Yiting was also speechless and envious. Mr. Qin, you are so polite. How can I bear this? Su Gan was flattered. Su Infeng and Su Yongchang also had apologetic smiles on their faces. Mr. Su, these gifts are nothing. They are just a token of our gratitude. Qin Feiqian smiled and said, I came here today to ask Elder Su to agree to something. I want to marry Elder Su's granddaughter. If Elder Su agrees, the betrothal gift will be 10 times this. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was completely shocked. Their eyes widened wider than before. The eldest son of the Qin family want to marry Su Lao's granddaughter. Su Qingru, Su Infeng, and Su Yongchang were even more stunned, and suddenly they were shaking with excitement. If that is true, then wouldn't their lineage really be able to ascend to heaven? Su Qingru was speechless. I was speechless for a long time. Then, her cheeks flushed, and it seemed that there was hope. Su Gan was stunned for a long time. Only then did I come to my senses. Suddenly, a look of joy. Mr. Qin, if you really mean this, then it is truly a glory that my Su village has cultivated for several generations. How could I not agree? Su Gan's old face was beaming with joy. If their lineage could really get close to the Qin family, they would become very prosperous in the future. What is the Qin family? The #1 family in Nanling. Qin Feiqian was all smiles. Nodded. It was by chance that he met Su Qingru. In terms of temperament and appearance, she was truly stunningly beautiful. Even some rich daughters could not compare to her. He is the heir to the first family in Nanling. There is no need to marry into other small wealthy families to maintain the development plan of the wealthy family. Find out the identity. So he came to propose marriage. Another distinguished guest has arrived from one of the Jiangqing noble families, young Master Liang. Outside the house, at this moment, another excited voice was heard. Moment. Everyone just calmed down. Shocked again. One of the Jiangqing families, the Liang family. What happened today? Young masters from aristocratic families came one after another. Is it possible that old Su's lineage is really going to rise completely? Su Gan was completely stunned. Su Yongchang and Su Infeng behind him were also in a trance. Wait until the eldest son of the Liang family arrives. With birthday gifts. Come forward. Only then did I react. Mr. Su, I am honored to be here. The young master of the Liang family, also wearing an extremely expensive suit, walked over. He waved. The attendants behind him opened a birthday gift, which made everyone's eyes widen again. Mr. Liang, you are so polite. Su Gan bowed quickly. I wonder if Mr. Liang is also. Old Su, let me be frank. My younger generation likes your granddaughter and wants to marry her. What do you think, Old Su? Young Master Liang spoke politely. Everyone. The lineage of Mr. Su. It's really going to rise. Su Gan's face was full of smiles. I'm so happy that I don't know what to say. At this time, Su Qingru remembered that last month she and her best friend had the honor of attending a top-class gathering in Nanling. It was rumored that many children from aristocratic families were present on the second floor. It's just someone like her. Can only stay on the first floor. It must have been that party. Let the two of them notice her. Mr. Liang, it is Qingru's blessing that you like her. Logically, I cannot refuse her. Su Qian said helplessly. It's just that Mr. Qin also has the same intention. Besides, today is not the time to discuss this matter. Someone just threatened to kill me on my 90th birthday. Su Gan sneered inwardly. He looked intentionally at Su Xuanyuan, who was still sitting there drinking. Still pretending? See it? Now, my lineage is not someone that a small soldier like you can mess up at will. It seems that he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to speak. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Who is so bold? Qin Feiqian and Liang Xingqing frowned immediately, looking very unhappy. When the two saw that it was Su Xuanyuan, I was stunned at first. Suddenly, they all laughed disdainfully. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be the former young Master Su. Qin Feiqian sneered and said, I heard that Master Su joined the army in his early years. It seems that he just came back. But Master Su, you are too disrespectful to me. You dare to say such things on old Master Su's birthday. Why don't you get out and kowtow to old Master Su to apologize? Seeing that Su Xuanyuan was indifferent, Liang Xingqing asked sarcastically, What? Master Su, you wouldn't be too scared to say anything after seeing us two here, right? He snorted coldly. Why are you still standing there? Come over here and kowtow to Mr. Su and apologize. Do you really think you are still the glorious Mr. Su? Everyone's eyes were also slightly amused. This time, Su Xuanyuan really rushed to the Dragon King Temple. Even during the heyday of the Su family, these two young masters from aristocratic families would not easily provoke them. Not to mention, now you are just a soldier. Su Qingru snorted coldly. Ever since she was a child, she couldn't stand Su Xuanyuan's behavior and always felt that he was too pretentious. Now, Su Gan sneered. Su Infeng and Su Yongchang were also sneering. Everyone in the audience, who was waiting to see Su Xuanyuan make a fool of himself, sneered. Mr. Qin, you may not know that when he first came, he pulled out a gun and threatened me. Su Gan fanned the flames. You bastard. You dare to pull out a gun? Who gave you the courage? Liang Xingqing scolded. Are you deaf? Come here and kowtow to Mr. Su and apologize. I didn't expect that our eldest son Su, who served as a soldier for several years, is now capable of both civil and military affairs. Qin Feiqian walked up to him, pointed his finger at his forehead, and sneered. Come, let me see if Master Su has the courage to shoot. Come on, shoot. The guests watching the show around couldn't help but curl up the corners of their mouths and cover their mouths to laugh. This Su Xuanyuan. This time we've hit a wall, right? Bang! However, the next moment, there was a loud bang, shocking everyone in the audience and making their bodies tremble violently. A bullet. It immediately pierced through young Master Qin's forehead and blood gushed out. Young Master Qin, even until his death, still had a look of control over the situation on his face, but his eyes were also wide open. Sika, Olf, Sudyonchan, Suemfeng. Everyone. In an instant, someone screamed. Some people were frightened to death. Everyone was stunned and in chaos. How dare you? Su Xuanyuan casually threw the pistol to Ku Hongji behind him, as if nothing had happened. Continue drinking. Lightly said, This is the first time I've heard of such a request from young Master Qin. I'm sorry for shocking you all. Sika, Olf, Suemfeng, Sudyonchan. Everyone. Young Master Liang was also frightened silly. He moved his legs back and almost fell to the ground. He just wanted to go over there too. A few sarcastic remarks. But unexpectedly, Qin Feiqing, who was walking in front, died just like that. His eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you shoot and kill him? How? Su Xuanyuan looked at him disdainfully. You want to try it too? Liang Xingqing. Chapter 47. I apologize for disturbing your fun. All the guests stared with wide eyes, completely terrified. Su Yuting was stunned. Jiang Tianqi was also dumbfounded. Su Gan, Su Yongchang, Su Infeng, and Su Qingru were all stunned as if they were dreaming. They felt that the world at that moment was extremely unreal. Dream! This must be a dream. But staring at the body of Qin Feiqing, who was lying in a pool of blood, with his eyes wide open, lifeless and without any signs of life, everyone suddenly woke up and gasped. Su Xuanyuan, how dare he? How dare he kill the eldest son of the Qin family? He is the heir to the #1 family in Nanling. So noble. When the heads of the 5 major families in Jinling meet them, they will all be polite. At least they will not treat them with a cold attitude as they treat ordinary people. They will definitely use the most grand hospitality etiquette to entertain them. But now, what on earth did they see? Su Xuanyuan, a big-time soldier, actually dared to open fire and kill Qin Feiqing in front of all of them. Everyone, don't pay attention to Su, just keep drinking. Su Xuanyuan took a sip of sake. The eyes are dim. Looking at the frightened Su Gan, he said with a casual tone, as if nothing had happened, and smiled gently. There is still half an hour left. You can eat and drink and say goodbye to your descendants. When the time comes, Su will take you on your way. Don't worry, it won't hurt. It will only take a blink of an eye. You also saw that this young Master Qin passed away peacefully, didn't he? Sika, Olf, Su Dongchan, Su Enfeng. Everyone. What is arrogance? This is arrogance. At this moment, the performance is vivid and vivid. In front of all of them, he killed the eldest son of the Qin family, the most aristocratic family in Nanling, and he could act so nonchalant. Su Xuanyuan, it's really crazy. How dare you kill him? Liang Xingqing said, tremblingly. He staggered, then stood up straight, swallowed hard, and looked at Su Xuanyuan, who was still drinking. The Su family was once the most prestigious family in Jinling. It has collapsed for 5 years. At this moment, in the eyes of a young master from a noble family like him, Su Xuanyuan was simply an insignificant little person, so small that he could be compared with a beggar on the street. He never thought about it. Su Xuanyuan today dared to kill Qin Tianqing. How? Su Xuanyuan glanced at him and said calmly, Are you trying to say that if I kill him, the Qin family will make me, a soldier, die without a burial place? Liang Tianqing was stunned for a moment. Yes. Isn't this an obvious question? Everyone was speechless. Su Xuanyuan smiled and said, How about I make a phone call and ask Mr. Qin's father how he feels about me killing his son? Liang Xingqing. Sika, Olf, Su Dongchan, Su Enfeng. Guess around. Then, in full view of everyone, Kohongji found the cell phone in the pocket of young Master Qin. Beep, beep, beep. Immediately, in front of everyone, he called the father of young Master Qin. That is the head of the first family in Nanling, the Qin family, Qin Xiong. Hey, Tianqing, what's going on? A deep voice came out of the phone and fell into everyone's ears, even if no one has ever heard my voice. But Liang Xingqing, as a descendant of a prominent family in Jiangcheng, had undoubtedly seen him in person. Look at Liang Xingqing's expression at this moment. Extremely unnatural. This means that the person on the other end of the phone is indeed the head of the Qin family. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. I just think of 2 words. Crazy. Su Xuanyuan must be crazy. I'm sorry, Master Qin, this is what happened. Just now your son insisted that Su shoot him, so I reluctantly sent him on his way. Su Xuanyuan said calmly, You won't blame me, right? Liang Xingqing. Killed the Qin family heir. How dare you say such things? Liang Xingqing gradually calmed down. He sneered. I think Su Xuanyuan is going to be finished. You. Really? An extremely angry voice came from the other end of the phone, but the next moment, the head of the Qin family seemed to have noticed something. Immediately, the tone changed, with a shivering sound. You are? Since Master Qin has heard it, come and collect your son's body. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. Liang Xingqing. Okay, this evil boy must have made you unhappy. It's good that he died. It's good that he died. I will send someone to bring back the body of this evil boy. Hang up. Okay. Hang up sound, echoing in the silent surroundings. Liang Xingqing. Sika. Sudyonchan. Suemfin. Guess around. This moment, everyone was stunned. His face was filled with silence and dullness. Is this the end? How is that possible? The heir of the Qin family died at the hands of Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan even dared to call and challenge the head of Nanling's #1 family, Qin Xiong. Result: what did they hear? The head of the Qin family didn't even fart, as if he was trying to please his ancestors, to please Xuanyuan, still saying that it's a good thing that Qin Tianqing died. This beautiful, really beautiful. Liang Xingqing, however, clapped his hands and sneered in a sarcastic tone. But don't you think you've overacted? Where did you find this actor who can imitate the voice of the dignified Nanling Qin family master so well? He is really good. Even I was almost fooled. Liang Xingqing sneered. Obviously, he didn't believe that the person on the other end of the phone was really Qin Xiong himself. Because everything that just happened, it's really too fantasy, so dreamy. How could the dignified head of the Qin family, the head of the most prominent family in Nanling, react like this when he heard that his son was killed? So he judged. The person on the other end of the phone just now was definitely fake. Acting? Everyone was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, I also feel that it is fake. This is simply impossible. How could the head of Nanling's #1 family, Qin Xiong, react like this? Everyone looked at Xuanyuan and sneered. I was almost fooled by you. Yeah. Xuanyuan smiled gently and said, how about you make a phone call and ask your father? Hit me if you want. Do you really think I will be scared by you? Liang Xingqing sneered. I'll fight myself this time. Let's see how you can find actors. He called his father. Just throw it in front of you. He sneered. Come, I want to see what you can do to me. Hey, Chinger, what do you want from your father? Then, everyone heard an extremely strange and frightening conversation, and gradually, their eyes widened. Did you hear my voice? The other end of the phone. Since you've heard it, I'll make it short. Xuanyuan said calmly. You have taught your son well. He has some courage. He just asked me to kneel down and apologize to him. Do you know how to deal with him? Angry sound. It was spread immediately. Everyone was shocked and stood there like a fool. This anger was not directed at Xuanyuan, but at our young master Liang. You bastard. You dare to ask this person to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you. You are really rebellious. Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson when you come back. You bastard. Speak. What are you still standing there for? Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to this person. If this person is still angry today, I will kick you out of the house. You are not my son. Liang Hao. Liang Xingqing. Sika. Sudyonchan. Suemfin. Everyone. Listening to my father's scolding, he was about to eat someone's food. Liang Xingqing was terrified, and the hairs on his body stood up. Without even a thought, just kneel down and kowtow to Xuanyuan. The whole audience was stunned. Xuanyuan was still sitting there, drinking alone. Her manners are still as elegant and graceful as ever. His face was as pale as water. It was like an autumn breeze blowing across a snowy land, or like a king sitting on the ground in the midst of a huge army, chatting and laughing with his enemies. Everyone, please sit down. I will leave after I kill the last person. I apologize for disturbing your fun. Everyone. Sudyonchan. Suemfin. Sika. Chapter 48, Yesterday's Glory. Now sitting alone on the snowy peak of Kunlun Mountain. Half an hour later, the huge house was filled with deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened. They were speechless, dazed, horrified. All kinds of complex expressions gathered on their faces, making everyone gasp. Mr. Su is dead. He died in a state of confusion. Extremely puzzled. Those cloudy and confused eyes were filled with unwillingness and horror. Su Qian died. I haven't figured it out yet. Why? Today, Xuanyuan has no status and no power. He is just a soldier who has just returned from the army. Let's take a step back. Even if he really was in the War Department and got a chance to be promoted, how high could his status be? The lieutenant colonel died of starvation. Be bolder. Colonel, is that the end? Even so, the head of the Qin family, the most noble family in Nanling, and the head of the Liang family, the most noble family in Jiangcheng, do these two people need to be afraid of Xuanyuan to such an extent? looking at Xuanyuan's back as he left. Everyone was confused. No matter how hard I try, I just can't understand. Yesterday's glory. Now at the top. How could ordinary people know this? Second only to one man, above 10,000 men. The king who commands millions of soldiers in the vast northern territory and sits alone on the top of the snowy mountain of Kunlun. Speaking of mysterious identity, the empire has millions of territories. The emperor of the north is second, and no one dares to claim to be first. Who will check? No one knows why. The next morning, under the big locust tree in Sujia village, the warm sun was setting and a cool breeze was blowing. Su Xinyuan watched his father Su Qingrui's coffin being slowly lowered into the burial pit. From beginning to end, his eyes were dim, until the coffin fell to the ground. Su Xinyuan looked solemn and bowed. Ko Hongji, who was standing behind him, also bent down, while the 18 riders of Kunlun who were hiding around him half-knelt respectfully and performed an extremely grand military salute. The fine calligraphy and written spirit tablets were also placed in the Sujia village clan temple. He is ranked among the ancestors of the ancestral hall. Father, in a short while, I will take the heads of all the people from the 5 great families to comfort your spirit in heaven. Please take good care of yourself in the underworld. Su Xinyuan saluted. So he left Sujia village. When the dark green Hummer completely disappeared in front of the gate of Sujia village, the tightly closed doors of every household quietly opened. Many villagers came out, their hearts trembling because of what happened yesterday. His eyes were still blank and dull. What do you think of his current status in the War Department? In my opinion, he is probably a first-class general. It's really amazing. If Su Qingrui hadn't died and the Su family hadn't collapsed, I really don't know what the Su family would be like now. You guys, don't think too highly of a first-rank general. The 5 great families in Jinling are now in collusion with each other, and the local officials in Jinling also support the 5 great families. To be honest, a first-class warrior is really not good enough. Some people sighed. Some people are envious. Some people shook their heads and sighed. If Su Gan could readily agree, Su Qinrui's grave would be moved back to the ancestral grave, rather than deliberately making things difficult. Their Sujia village might have a chance to take off again, but unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone knows it. Su Xinyuan is back. Most likely he wants revenge on the 5 great families. But they still felt that the 5 great families of Jinling were better than a first-class general like Su Xinyuan. Well, Su Yongchang and Su Wenfeng smiled bitterly and sighed. If they had known this earlier, why make things difficult for Su Xinyuan? If not for this, when Su Qingrui's grave was moved back to their Sujia village, they would assist wholeheartedly and establish a good relationship with Su Xinyuan. Yu Sujia village is also good. Or for them, why worry about the future? Can they just live in Sujia village and dominate the world? Some people are filled with resentment. Su Qingru clenched her fist tightly. His face was as cold as frost, full of reluctance. It's not that he hated Su Xinyuan for killing his grandfather, but there was something else. Just one step away. If Su Xinyuan had not appeared, she would have been able to choose one between the heir to the number 1 family in Nanling and the heir to the Liang family, a family in Jiangqing. As a husband, at this point, she, Su Qingru, will be able to ascend to the tree and become a phoenix. But now, Su Xinyuan, I don't believe that you can really overthrow the 5 great families. Su Qingru's eyes were filled with resentment. Grit your teeth. Go back to the room. The clouds are beginning to rise over the stream. Dusk is approaching. But in the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, everyone in Jinling inexplicably felt that the atmosphere was not right. Every corner of Jinling, they began to impose martial law. The 5 great families were seated in places where luxurious convoys of cars drove out one after another, heading towards the Jinling Wharf. Arrived at Jinling Wharf. It's also about evacuating the crowd. No one is allowed to approach the dock. The storm is coming, even without knowing. Can also guess. It seems that a great and powerful person will come to Jinling soon. The heads of the 5 great families gathered together. Behind them, all the young men were present, dressed in formal attire. The heads of the 5 major families, led by Chen Tianxing and Wang Jinnan, all looked respectful, with serious and expectant eyes as they looked at the distant coastline. In front of them, Li Shijian was even wearing the ceremonial robe that the prince of the royal family would only wear when there was an important event. But as time goes by, the coastline was still motionless. The five great families could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper. Brother Chun, are you sure it's this time? Logically, we should have arrived long ago. But why haven't we seen the prince and the southern heavenly king's royal ship yet? Yes, Brother Chun, why don't you go ask the prince? Chun Tianqing coughed, signaling for silence, and then said calmly, since it is the agreed time, the prince and the southern king will definitely come to our Jinling today. I know what you were worried about. Don't worry. Once the prince and the southern king arrive, what waves can Xuanyuan cause? Just wait. Chapter 49, Dragonhead King's Ship, Two Kings Arrive. Chun Tianqing's tone, extremely casual, yet full of calmness and confidence. In his eyes, what's Xuanyuan? So what if I can have 4 first-class generals accompany me? He also had to admire Xuanyuan. It took less than 10 years. He created a world of his own in the Northern War Division where the chosen ones gathered. 4 first-class generals accompanied him. This kind of identity, looking at his peers in the empire, no one can compare to him except the high and mighty prince. But what can I do? Provoke the undefeated royal family. There is only one word for the ending. D. Even though the patriarch of the Li royal family and the southern king Su Feng have not yet actually arrived in Jinling, he has already seen how miserable Su Xuanyuan's ending will be in the near future. Chun Meixian standing with a group of young men from the 5 major families. Now, his face was expressionless, but he was sneering in his heart. Su Xuanyuan, just wait for death. Here it comes. At this moment, Li Shijian, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. Everyone stared at him, looked towards the distant coastline. At sunset, a dragon-headed royal ship as tall as a mountain, majestic and majestic, appeared in everyone's sight. The whole body is carved from gold. In the reflection of the setting sun, it looks particularly majestic and full of ancient charm, even though they are thousands of meters apart. All the young men from the 5 great families couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. Oh my God, that ship is huge. Is this the royal ship that Patriarch Li and the Southern King of Heaven were riding on? It's so big, really so big, and so impressive. The young people were amazed and shocked. Even someone as proud as Chun Meixian was shocked at this moment. Her eyes widened in a daze and speechlessness. It's really big, so impressive. The 5 great families all had their own luxury cruise ships. In terms of luxury, they were pretty decent, and at least it wouldn't be too embarrassing to show them off. Anyone can see it. They will open their mouths wide. But now, when I saw the Dragonhead King ship that the patriarch of the Li royal family and the Southern King Su Feng were riding on, I really felt from the bottom of my heart that these so-called aristocratic families were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. As expected of the royal ship of Patriarch Li and the Southern King, it is truly magnificent. Wang Jinan was shocked. The other heads of noble families also looked envious. You can see it. The cost of building this Dragonhead King ship is absolutely so expensive that even the heads of aristocratic families like them would be deterred from buying it. My lord, is that the royal ship of Patriarch Li and the King of the South? Chun Tianqing flattered. The outside alone is so magnificent. I'm sure the inside must be even more amazing. After we deal with Xuanyuan, I wonder if the prince can let us go up and have a look so that we can broaden our horizons. No big deal. Li Shijian smiled faintly and said, it's not that I intend to show off to you, but our Li royal family has 8 more Dragonhead ships like this one. 8? Everyone stared with eyes wide open and fell silent. Compared with the Li royal family, these local noble families who dominate Jinling really look like rag pickers. Boom. Soon, the huge Dragonhead King ship finally docked, causing a wave of moderate size. The ship's ladder descends. The red carpet is rolled out. It's like a distinguished guest. A dozen Li clan followers were the first to disembark and impose martial law. Then a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura and the air of a superior in every gesture walked down. The body is upright, square face. Although her face was not as youthful as that of a young man, her bright eyes exuded an unusual brilliance. Thinking back to when I was young, he is also a handsome man, middle-aged people wearing. He wore an ink-black brocade robe with silver hollow edging inside. He wore a jade belt around his waist and held an ivory folding fan in his hand, which made his aura even more extraordinary and otherworldly. Father. Li Shijian hurried forward. The 5 family heads and a group of young men behind him also looked reserved, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, and knelt down to greet him. Greetings, your majesty. Middle-aged identity. It is about to come out. The royal family of Yinjing. The patriarch of the Li royal family, Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded. He looked around. Look at the scenery of Jinling. His tone was slightly cold. When I was young, I came to Jinling several times. 20 years have passed, and this ancient capital of 6 dynasties has not changed at all. It's a pity that since the fall of the Zhou dynasty, each generation in Jinling has been getting worse and worse. So far, there are few young people who are up to par. He casually glanced at the people kneeling on the ground, waved his jade fan, and said lightly, "No need to kneel. Stand up." Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and other family heads, as well as a group of young men, trembled in awe and quickly stood up. Except Chun Tianxing and Wang Jinan, there are 5 other family heads. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly. "King," Chun Tianxing spoke. He was just about to go over and make some pleasantries. But suddenly he felt an inexplicable pressure coming from above his head, and he was stunned for a moment. Look towards the entrance of Dragon Head King's ship. A young man wearing black jade clothes, with his hands behind his back and a cold aura, appeared at the entrance. Young man's eyes just swept it over so lazily. It actually made Chun Tianxing, several family heads, and a group of people couldn't help but shiver. This person, deep eyes, a handsome face. The young man had an extremely cold aura. He just walked down the ladder slowly with his hands behind his back. Every move he made gave everyone an inexplicable sense of submission. Even a royal prince like Li Shijian. They both felt a little ashamed, feeling that the other person was not at all like someone of the same age as them. Li Shijian guessed it immediately. Who was the other party? Whispered, "Father, is this the Southern Heavenly King Su Feng?" Li Yuan stared, signaling not to talk nonsense. "Brother Su, I'm sorry. I saw you were resting, so I didn't disturb you." Li Yuan went to greet him personally. "Brother Su?" Chun Tianxing and others were trembling in silence. It was really unbelievable that the undefeated royal patriarch, who was 2 years older than the other party, was talking to the other party as an equal. It seems, the status of Su Feng, the king of the south, higher than they thought. "Prince Li, let's go meet the man named Su Xuanyuan and see if he is from my northern border war department." Southern Heavenly King, Su Feng said calmly. The tone is more casual. It seems that in his eyes, nothing can be difficult for him. But in fact, the Southern King Su Feng is still one of the 3 candidates for the Lord of the North in the Northern War Department. But from his words, he already regards himself as the Lord of the North. "This time I came, it is to punish subordinates. Brother Su, please be patient. He is just a young boy who doesn't know his place. Why should you be so anxious about him?" Yes. Chun Tianxing immediately stepped forward to please. "My 2 princes, you have come to Jinling after a long journey. We have booked the largest restaurant in Jinling to welcome you. How about we go have a drink first to relieve our fatigue? As for Su Xuanyuan, with the 2 princes here, it will be easy to capture him." "Look." Chun Tianxing and several family heads smiled fawningly, their faces full of anticipation. "Brother Su, what do you think?" "Whatever. Then lead the way," Li Yuan said indifferently. The 2 of them exchanged a few words. Both Li Yuan and the Southern King Su Feng were extremely calm, as if in their eyes, the name Su Xuanyuan was just a pitiful little person. When do they want to move? Raise your hand. It can make the other party kneel down and kowtow for mercy. Immediately, Chun Tianxing and his companions quickly invited Li Yuan, the patriarch of the Li royal family, and Su Feng, the king of the south, to get in the car. They lead the way, a huge convoy, shocking everyone along the way. Most of the local people in Jinling were shocked and couldn't help wondering who this person was who could be personally received by the 5 dignified family heads. The storm is coming. The tree wants to stop, and the wind doesn't stop. No one today would have thought that in the near future, the Northern Emperor who had disappeared for 5 years would disappear. In this autumn wind, the clock has officially turned for a comeback. Chapter 50. Send a letter to Lord Yin. The 5 great families have dominated Jinling for so many years, but I have never heard of anyone who could get them to personally drive a car to receive someone. Who could it be? You're not from Yinjing, are you? Yinjing? How is that possible? Although our Jinling is the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, the times are different now. In the eyes of the bigwigs in Yinjing, Jinling is not even worthy of attention. Return to Yinjing? Looking at the convoys of the 5 great families driving past in a mighty manner, some people obviously did not believe it. but he kept his voice low. Covering his mouth, he said, "A few days ago, I heard someone say, the eldest son of the Chen family and the eldest son of the Wang family died in the Hentang Hotel. Which of these two stories do you think is more true?" "What?" The people around him were shocked. Their eyes widened. "Is this true? The eldest son of the Chen family. The eldest son of the Wang family. Dead?" The passersby around were immediately startled and stopped in their tracks. Of course it's fake. Looking at the person next to him, who was stunned by his own trick, he couldn't help laughing. "I was just kidding you. I also heard it from others. How can it be true? Look how scared you are. Do you believe this kind of gossip?" Hearing this, passersby walked past with contempt on their faces. Come to think of it, the eldest son of the Chun family. The eldest son of the Wang family. Who is that? How could he die like that for no reason? Do you really think they are fools? Jinling Palace. This is the highest civil service institution in Jinling. It can be said that he holds Jinling's economic lifeline and development trajectory in one hand. Over the years, he has secretly cooperated with the 5 major families and made a lot of money. Now, several middle-aged men wearing 4th-rank official uniforms and red hats were standing with their hands behind their backs. They would occasionally look outside the door and sometimes frown and shake their heads as they walked back and forth. Received the message this morning. The 5 great families led a group of young men go to Jinling Wharf to welcome the patriarch of the Li royal family and the currently popular Southern Sky King Su Feng. These 2 figures, no matter which one, not to mention being qualified to contact, they're not even qualified to meet. This is a real big shot in the empire. The authority is overwhelming, noble, and extraordinary. Compared with these 4th-rank officials living in Jinling, it is simply not like they are living in the human world. 2. What place is Yanjing? Imperial power belongs to. At the feet of the emperor, princes and nobles gathered here. There are many big shots. Since ancient times, it has been a place of power, a place of dragons and tigers, and a place of dominance that swallows up mountains and rivers. From this place, people who came out, judging from his bloodline, 3 generations ago, he could probably have been noble. What's more, he is the patriarch of the royal family. There is also Su Feng, the king of the south, who was nominated by several cabinet elders. 2 such figures came to Jinling. How could they not pay attention? It must be that he was busy with official duties. Otherwise, they would have gone to the dock to greet him long ago. It's really frustrating. It's been almost 3 hours. Why is there still no news? Has none of the people who went out come back yet? The officials of Yunding Prefecture were eagerly waiting and extremely anxious. Report. Report to the Lord. As he was speaking, someone came running in breathlessly, gasping for breath, swallowing his saliva, and saying, "Come, come." The 2 princes have been taken away. Patriarch Chun and his men are at the Hentang Hotel, welcoming the 2 princes. Several 4th-rank officials. Face color. I was stunned for a moment. Everyone, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. If you go too late, you might not even get a sip of soup. Yunding Mansion. The building is empty. 5 4th-rank officials wearing red hats all got in the car and headed for Hentang Hotel. One is the patriarch of the Yanjing royal family, the Li royal family. One was recommended by the cabinet elders, Su Feng, the king of the south, to curry favor with anyone. It can definitely be said that he has a successful career, a bright future. It will definitely not be long before he will be promoted to a higher level and enter the Suda governor's office. Suda 4th rank, nearly 100. There are only 2 or 3 places available to enter the Suda governor's office every year. Officials like them who are 4th-rank officials in Jinling have been in office for nearly 20 years. Lao Shi, does the Jinling lieutenant know about this? We all know about it. There's no reason why Captain Butianjing doesn't know about it. Tell the driver to drive faster. It would be bad if a rough guy like Butianjing got ahead of us. Since ancient times, civil officials and military officials have been at odds. The same is true in Jinling. But they don't know? Now, the huge school captain's building. Even if everyone knew the news that the patriarch of the Li royal family and the southern King Su Feng were coming to Jinling one step ahead of them. But it was the spring breeze blowing by, as if nothing had happened. Every captain in Jinling was busy with his own business, and no one wanted to go to the Yunding restaurant to curry favor with the Li clan leader and the southern King Su Feng. As the captain of Jinling School, Butianjing was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at this moment, looking helplessly yet proudly in the direction of Hentang restaurant. He even shook his head and sighed. "You're a bunch of idiots. When you find out who you are facing, you will probably get your pants wet with fear. Yunding restaurant? Bu Tianzeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. In his eyes, at this moment, the Yunding restaurant is no longer the key to unlock the gate of the Suda governor's mansion. It is a thorny field where souls are buried. Tianan building. Gehonggaji is back. He came behind Su Xuanyuan, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the scene in Jinling below for a long time. Yerikome. Kohongji spoke, handed over a list. The others are quite sensible, but these few are more enthusiastic than meeting their biological father. Su Xuanyuan took a pen and drew a red circle around the names of several people. Just throw it away. A figure wearing the uniforms of the 18 Kunlun riders appeared out of nowhere, took the list, knelt on one knee, and said, Emperor, all those who are circled in red will be eaten and drunk, and no one will be left alive. Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. Also, have the northern border spy stationed in Yinjing deliver a letter to our great Lord Yin. Just to ask, does this southern heavenly king, Su Feng, want to live or die? One of the 18 riders nodded, then disappeared. Kohongji smiled bitterly. This great minister, Yin, has always believed that the emperor of the northern territory is dead, and he seems to be trying to confirm this conclusion in the court. He really wanted to see the expression of this imperial minister when he received the letter. Will I be scared to death in one breath? Chapter 51. The surging rivers and lakes have existed since ancient times. Until today, the news that the Northern Emperor has returned. Qualified to know. Only he, the left guard, and the Governor-General of Suzhou, Huang Bingshu, knew the whole story. Except for the 5 major families in Jinling. The wealthy and aristocratic families in the 13 cities of Sudu know the answer. But do they dare to reveal it to others? Yinjing Cabinet. The several ministers seemed to be of one mind, but in fact they were divided on whether the Northern Emperor was still alive. But there have been several disputes. Let's not even talk about the great minister Yin Song. The old fellow has been holding a grudge ever since his own man pointed at him and called him an old jerk in front of so many princes, nobles, and ministers from the 6 ministries in the Forbidden Palace in Yinjing. Want to confirm the fact that the Northern Emperor has passed away. But even now, none of the imperial institutions under the feet of the Emperor of Yinjing dared to write an edict, announce it to the world, and declare the so-called facts. Who dares? Cabinet? Prince? In fact, no one dares. As a result, the investiture ceremony of the Northern Territory Emperor has not yet been held. This person is not here. The entire court was even more excited because of him, and 3 candidates for the new Lord of the North were nominated one after another. Think of this. Kohongji couldn't help but say, Lord Emperor, during the 5 years you were away, did you know that the Empire has released martial arts rankings, namely the Qilin ranking and the Azure Dragon ranking? Many of the Empire's famous masters are on them. The world is full of ups and downs. It has existed since ancient times, never disappeared, but ordinary people can't access it. And the so-called Jianghu. They are warriors who believe that the strong prevail. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. In ancient times, King Xiangyu lifted a tripod, shocking all the heroes in the world, an unprecedented achievement. There is the invincible Lu Fengxian since ancient times. With just a Feng Tianhua Ji, he is invincible in the world with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, with one strike of his sword, Li Bai can make the 19 continents cold with his brightness. And he is as powerful as a tiger, swallowing up mountains and rivers. And there is no one to surpass him. Su Xuanyuan didn't say anything, still quietly looking at the scenery below. Words in the ear. It just went in one ear and out the other, with no trace of emotion in his eyes. There are a total of 100 people on the Qilin ranking. Only martial arts masters are allowed to enter. The last 50 are all masters, and the first 50 are all great masters. Jianghu Warrior. 5 levels. The first level, entering the Dark Realm, can be invincible among hundreds of ordinary people. The second grade, with internal strength that can destroy everything in its path, is a dragon among the martial artists in the martial arts world and can call himself a master. The third level, the Realm of Transformation, makes one the leader among warriors and a powerful person. The fourth level, stepping on the master, transforming the chi into gang, is like sitting on the cloud dome, competing for supremacy in the world. Fifth rank, the founder of a school, able to truly look down on all living beings, worshipped by incense, a martial arts grandmaster. However, Only those who are not masters can be included in the Kirin list. You can imagine, its high level is probably the most unquestionable list in the history of the dynasty. There are only 20 people on the Azure Dragon ranking. The qualifications for being selected are somewhat outrageous. If you are not at the 7th level, you are not even qualified to be paid. Without exception, they are all people that the Imperial Royal Family wants to recruit. Rumor has it that the top 5 people on the Azure Dragon ranking are all powerful people on the 10th ranked Divine ranking. Emperor, the Southern Sky King Su Feng, is ranked 9th on the Azure Dragon ranking. His strength is already at the 8th level. The elders in the cabinet were able to join forces to nominate him. He is indeed a genius. I'm afraid this guy may really be able to enter the world's list of gods in the future. Kohonji said a lot in a row. The meaning is obvious. Although Su Feng, the Southern King, is a rising star nominated by the cabinet and is naturally not as good as the one in front of him, his potential is hard to underestimate. Please show mercy. Spare the other person's life. However, Xuanyuan in front of him did not show any wavering gaze from beginning to end. This made Kohonji feel a little guilty. Could it be that he said something wrong? I was about to speak. Then I heard a faint voice falling into my ears. You're done. Gihongviji. Xiaoke, you've been talking a lot. Isn't it my turn to say something? Gihongviji. All right, I understand what you mean. You just want to say that the 8th grade realm is indeed a rare talent. If you recruit it into the Northern Territory War Department, you will be able to shoulder important tasks in the future. Su Xinyuan said calmly. But my northern border needs an 8th grade realm? Kohonji opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but stopped himself. He actually wanted to say, now, most of the people in the court, including the princes and the generals who lead the empire and are considered to be independent princes, hope to re-elect a lord of the north. Pulled into an 8th grade realm, it will undoubtedly consolidate this person's identity. Su Xinyuan put his hands behind his back, turned around, sat lazily on the recliner, and said lightly, haven't you always wanted to know the identity of the 18th rider? Su Xinyuan waved his hand. Show him. Kohonji was stunned for a moment. A figure wearing the unique Northern Border Combat uniform of the 18 riders appeared out of thin air, landed beside Su Xinyuan, knelt on one knee, and nodded in salute. King, show him. Yes. One of the 18 riders nodded, and then took off the black veil on his face. A delicate and extremely young face was revealed. Kohonji looked over. At first glance, he felt that the person in front of him was a stranger, someone he had never seen before. Wait until you look more carefully. Immediately, eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. You are? An excitement. Tongue-tied. I actually forgot how to speak. By the time he had completely calmed down, one of the 18 riders had already put on the black veil mask again and disappeared on the spot. Kohonji hurried forward, his expression dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, and said in an incredible tone, could he be Zhang Qingyu, the direct disciple of Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, the leader of the 8th sects in the world? That face. He was definitely not mistaken. The 8 sects in the world are all extraordinary and unrivaled in the world. The gate of each sect will never be opened except by the old emperor himself. That old Taoist priest Zhang. He is also ranked first on the Azure Dragon list, and is half a step into the 11th level of the Divine list. But now, what did he see? His direct disciple Zhang Qingyu was actually one of the 18 riders of Kunlun in their Northern Border War Department. This, Kohonji was speechless. See, Su Xinyuan said calmly. Zhang Qingyu is now in the 7th rank. His strength ranks 12th among the 18 riders. Xiaoke, do you think we need an 8th level warrior to stabilize the position of our Northern Border War Department in the Empire? Gihongviji? At the 7th level, Zhang Tianchi's direct disciple could only rank 12th in strength among the 18 riders. What else do you need? Oh, by the way, I want to tell you that I created the Qilin ranking and the Azure Dragon ranking 3 years ago. Gihongviji? Suddenly, the left guard of the Northern Emperor was in disarray. Now, warriors of the Empire are vying for it, logging in, feeling extremely honored, and wanting to have their names included in the Qilin list and the Azure Dragon list. It turned out that this person was the one who created it. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, he couldn't believe it. Su Xinyuan stood up. He gave the left guard a bullet on the head, lightly said, let's go, everyone is here. We have to go and meet them, or they will say we are not polite. Kohonji came to his senses. Hurry to catch up, but there are still doubts in my mind. My Lord Emperor, I have no doubts about the people on the Qilin list, but the powerful people on the Azure Dragon list are all arrogant and have never been willing to be on any Imperial list. How did you get these old guys to willingly include their names in it? Oh, in the past few years, I have been free and visited the mountain gates one by one. I greeted them a few times, and they took the initiative to put their names on it. Only the old Taoist priest on Mount Lunghu has some backbone. He was willing to take down the plaque of the Heavenly Master. Gihonggaji? The left guard was helpless. All right, this is a greeting. This is very voluntary. Chapter 52, I think you all don't mind. Henteing Restaurant. At this moment, there are many luxury cars parked outside, which looks very luxurious. The huge Henteing Restaurant. 4 intersections. There is a big sign with big words written on it. This restaurant is temporarily closed today. Even so, the entire Henteing Restaurant, from the managers of each department to all the low-level waiters. Not a single one is bad. They were all on high alert, looking at a top-level box on the second floor with nervous yet curious eyes. Even the behind-the-scenes boss of the Yunding restaurant, who was on a business trip, rushed back from Nanling at full speed in just a few hours. Then, in full view of everyone, he straightened his clothes, looked respectful, and gently pushed open the door. 10 minutes. Once again, like a slave, he arched his butt, retreated to the door, bowed and nodded towards the inside, and smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, I will get out of here right now. I will get out of here right now. Immediately. The door of the box closed again. Then, the behind-the-scenes boss of Henteing Restaurant, who was worth tens of billions, looked frightened and let out a long sigh. Went downstairs. Boss, who is this person? Yes, boss, tell us about it. You must know. Why are those 3 so arrogant that they let the 5 family heads accompany them like their grandsons as soon as they arrive? Managers from all departments of the restaurant quickly gathered around, wanting to get clarification. They saw it with their own eyes. The heads of the 5 great families in Jinling, as if they were accompanying their grandchildren, were extremely respectful and followed by 3 unfamiliar but extremely noble people as they entered the second-floor box. The 5 major family heads. What level is that? They are the local emperors of Jinling. Result. But in front of those 3 people, he was fawning and trying to please them, with his back bent like a eunuch serving in the palace. He didn't look like the head of a noble family at all. Hush! The owner of the Yunding restaurant quickly signaled to lower his voice, looking more nervous than anyone else. Shut up, everyone. If those 3 big shots inside hear you, you'll be dead tomorrow. Everyone shut up. But I also want to know who it is. Who else do you think can make the 5 family heads bend down to accompany you? The restaurant owner spoke in a low voice. Then, whispered 2 words. Suddenly, everyone was frightened. Their eyes widened and their faces trembled. What? Prince. My mom. A big shot really came to Jinling. More than just a big shot. Before, I still have a vague concept of the word prince and don't know how noble this person is. But at this moment, in the eyes of the restaurant owner, he finally understood it. Big shot. This is a great man who has connections and is extremely noble. They are 5 fourth-rank officials in Jinling. Just late to greet. Just kneel down at the other person's feet. Dare not look up. Come. Let's toast to the 2 princes and the prince. Respectfully, Your Majesty, Your Highness. I also ask the 2 princes to stay in Jinling for a few more days so that we, the common people, can listen to your teachings more. Yes. If His Majesty could stay in Jinling for a few more days, we, the common people, would definitely benefit a lot. Second floor box. Several people headed by Chun Tianxing and Wang Jinin all bent over and vied with each other to toast the patriarch of the Li royal family, Li Yuan, the southern king Su Feng, and the crown prince Li Shijian. Flattering voice. It never stopped in the box. As for the group of young men, they were not even qualified to sit with them. Set up another table. With envious eyes. Looking at his elders, they could sit and drink with 2 princes. Chun Meishuan's gaze. But sometimes it falls on Su Feng, the king of the south. This person, who is rumored to be one of the 3 candidates for the Lord of the North, is indeed extraordinary, with a temperament like jade, and does not live like any one of his peers at all than she had ever seen. Su Feng, the king of the south, is truly a dragon among men. In comparison, even the eldest son of the Li royal family, Li Shijian, is not as good as him. A warm and cold gaze looked over. The 4 looked into each other's eyes. Chun Meixian quickly withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and her cheeks flushed. Since you were so enthusiastic, Prince Su and I will stay for a few more days so that we can appreciate the scenery of Jinling. Li Yuan's gaze looked towards Su Feng. Opening. I wonder what you think, Brother Su? The Southern Heavenly King, Su Feng, nodded. Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others were immediately overjoyed. The two gentlemen in front of me. If they could stay in Jinling for a few more days, they would have more opportunities to get closer. Maybe. Once these two gentlemen were happy, they became members of the royal family of extraordinary nobility. I can't be a real royal. Be a lackey. The head office, right? Being able to be a lackey of the high and mighty royal family. Not shameful. In this world, some people want to be one, but they are not qualified yet. Li Yuan's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at the officials of Jinling Yunding Mansion kneeling on the ground. Okay, you guys should stand up too. You've been kneeling all the time, and your knees are hurting. Please sit down. It will also prevent people from accusing me of overstepping my authority in the future. As soon as the words fell, the officials of Yunding Prefecture, led by Shizhongsa, stood up with apologetic smiles on their faces, feeling flattered. Chun Tianxing immediately winked. Shizhongsa understood it in his heart. He smiled and said, "No, Your Majesty, it is a blessing for us to be able to encourage you, my lord." He picked up the glass. "My lords, as a token of my apology, I offer you another toast." The rest of the people. He also raised his glass quickly. "Drink wine. Sit down." Shizhongsa couldn't help but say, "My two princes, thank you for taking the trouble to come to Jinling. Is there something important?" As the head of civil servants in Jinling Yunding Mansion, he also learned this morning that the high and mighty prince of the Li clan and the southern king Su Feng were going to visit their Jinling. The specific reason is unknown. "Brother, sure, it's all because of that big-headed soldier from the Su family," Chun Tianxing said disdainfully. A few minutes later, when Chun Tianxing finished explaining the whole story, Shizhongsa's face immediately changed, and he said angrily, "What? How dare you kill a member of the royal family? You're really rebelling against him. Don't worry, my lord. I will send someone to capture this ignorant boy and bring him here to apologize to you. Although I already knew. It is possible that he is a high-ranking figure in the Northern War Department, but with the Southern King Su Feng around, why should we be afraid of this? This person is one of the candidates for the new Lord of the North." Joke. Afraid? Is there any need to be afraid? All right, it's just Su Xuanyuan, no need to make a fuss. Li Shijian sneered. "Now that my father and the Southern King are here, even if he knows he is wrong, does he have the courage to come and apologize? I guess he has already known the news that my father and the Southern King of Heaven are coming to Jinling. He has been frightened to the point of losing his mind, and his legs are weak." Chun Meixian sneered. "You are right. You, Su Xuanyuan, dare to come?" Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others also sneered in their hearts. As for Prince Li and Southern Heavenly King Su Feng, they maintained a calm and composed expression and a cool aura from beginning to end. The corners of the mouth are raised, as if mocking something. To have people like them make the trip in person is already a great honor for their ancestors. You should feel honored. However, just when everyone was about to continue their life of luxury, or when someone bent down to please and toast, flattering voices gradually arose in the box again. The door of the box. Suddenly it opened. Everyone was stunned. His face was filled with silence and disbelief. Looking at the slender figure who walked in from outside, strolling leisurely, as if chatting with them as old friends. The whole box was quiet. It looks like everyone is here. That saves me from visiting everyone one by one. I'm a little hungry. I guess you all don't mind me having dinner with you, right? Li Yuan, Southern Heavenly King Su Feng, Li Shijian, Chun Meixian, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, Shizhongsa, and others. Then, amidst everyone's stunned gazes, he sat down as if no one was around. "Everyone, why are you all looking at Su? Eat the food. You are not too late. The food is not cold yet." Li Yuan, Southern Heavenly King Su Feng, Li Shijian, Chun Meixian, Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, Shizhongsa, and others. Everyone. Chapter 53. If you are happy, Su doesn't mind. What is most embarrassing? I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Everyone was stunned. I had just concluded in my heart that at this moment, Su Xuanyuan must have been so scared after learning the news that the two princes were coming to Jinling that he hid in his turtle shell and dared not come out to see Chun Meixian. Moment. I was stunned. Following that, a group of dazed young men were speechless, Their eyes widened, unable to believe it. Xuanyuan. He actually dared to come. He just sat down openly, not considering himself an outsider at all, drinking and eating. Ko Hongji stood behind him. Xiaoko, what are you doing standing there? It's a rare treat. Why don't you sit down and drink together? This wine is quite good. It must have been treasured for decades, right? Xuanyuan smiled gently. He acted as if no one was around. In front of everyone, he took a sip, behaved elegantly, and nodded with enjoyment. Not bad, with a mellow taste. It should be a girl's red wine that has been treasured for 30 years. I didn't expect that Jinling has such a high-quality wine. Not bad, not bad. Chun Mei Xian, Li Shi Jian, Chen Tianxing, Wang Jinan, Shi Zhongzi. Everyone. Ko Hongji drank a few sips, then started eating the food without considering himself as an outsider. I don't know if it was intentional. It's still my habit. He smacked his lips. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I wasn't hungry before, but now I'm hungry. Chun Mei Xian, Li Shi Jian, Chen Tianxing, Wang Jinan, Shi Zhongzi. The face of the prince of the Li family, Prince Li Yuan, turned even darker. The southern heavenly king Su Feng's expression turned extremely cold. What the fuck? It's obvious that he doesn't take these two princes seriously. Hello, hey? Didn't see it? The two of us. Are we still sitting here? How outrageous. How outrageous. Shi Zhongzi scolded. Who are you two? Don't you have eyes? Don't you see the two princes sitting here? It's totally unbecoming of you to barge in like this. Do you know any etiquette? Hurry up and stand up and apologize to the two princes. This was the first time Shi Zhongzi met Xuanyuan and Ko Hongji. Although I don't know who the two people in front of me are. But it didn't stop him from scolding. Where did these two young men come from? Don't they consider themselves outsiders? Just arrived. Just sit down and drink and eat. Didn't you see who's sitting at this table? Your Excellency? Xuanyuan glanced. I am Shi Zhongzi, a fourth-rank official from Jinling Yunding Mansion. Shi Zhongzi said arrogantly. Whose family are you from? How dare you barge in like this? Don't you see that the two princes are still here? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and make amends. Oh, your majesty? Xuanyuan raised his head, looking very surprised. So it's the two princes here. Forgive me, I hope I didn't disturb you too. I see that the dishes on the table are not touched. Are the two princes not feeling well? If they're sick, they should go and rest. There is no need to accompany me specially. Shi Zhongzi. Hearing this, Shi Zhongzi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who is the host and who is the guest? What the hell? Could you perform a little more exaggerated? Is this called making amends? How dare you mock these two people as being sick in front of Li Yuan, the patriarch of the Li royal family, and Su Feng, the king of the south? Can you be more arrogant? Your last name is Su? Shi Zhongzi was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. His face changed immediately. You are Xuanyuan. What advice do you have? Xuanyuan said indifferently. Suddenly, the expressions of the other officials of Yunding Prefecture changed. No one expected it. Xuanyuan dared to kill members of the royal family, and even dared to challenge the high and mighty royal family. You actually dare to come. Look, no wonder you have been a fourth-rank official in Jinling Yunding Mansion for decades. You still need to learn this skill of observing people's words and expressions from several family masters. How come you have only reacted now? Xuanyuan joked. Shi Zhongzi, Chen Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and other family heads were immediately furious. Xuanyuan, you are so presumptuous. You don't even look carefully today. Is this the place where you go wild? You two princes and the crown prince are here. How dare you be so rude? Why don't you kneel down and apologize? They really didn't expect it. Xuanyuan dared to come. But don't take a good look. Who are the three people sitting in the right seats today? These three are here. Do they need to be afraid of Xuanyuan? How rude! How dare you not kneel before the prince? Do you know the difference between superiors and subordinates? How dare you be so disrespectful in front of the prince? Do you really think you are such an important person? Kneel down quickly. Shi Zhongzi and others scolded angrily. The Li royal family, Prince Li, who is that person? Su Feng, the king of the south, who is that? A generation inherits the throne, so noble. One of the three new candidates for Lord of the North nominated by several cabinet elders. How can a Xuanyuan like you look down upon that? Do you really think you can treat these two the same way you treat the five family heads? Come here, arrest these two ignorant guys and punish them. Stop yelling. I've already sent your Yunding mansion bodyguards away. Ko Hongji spoke. Sure, Zhongsa. Outside, the huge lobby on the first floor was filled with wailing men lying on the ground, and the owner of the Hentang restaurant and a group of department managers were staring blankly at the closed door of the private room on the second floor with a look of dismay on their faces. All dumbfounded. Who is this person? Dare to destroy the place of such a big shot? Are you tired of living? How dare you touch anyone from my Yunding mansion? Sure, Zhongsa was furious. You are challenging the laws of the empire. I can report this to the governor's office and have someone arrest you. If I were you, I would shut up right now. Why? Who do you think you are? Is this enough? Bang! A large caliber pistol was taken out from Ko Hongji's arms and placed aside. Sure, Zhongsa. Then, everyone shut up. The atmosphere is quiet. Okay. Li Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up, applauded, and said with a smile of anger, I didn't expect that in this ancient capital of 6 dynasties, there would be people who dared to brandish swords and guns in front of me. This really opened my eyes. Good. Everyone sneered. It's over. You have finally angered Prince Li. Let me see how this will end for you. Xuanyuan. Young man, do you like this dish? Li Yuan's tone was lukewarm, like a conversation between elders. Anyone who heard this could sense that this member of the Yinjing royal family, Prince Li, was truly angry at this moment. The taste of this dish is okay, but it's still a little lacking in cooking compared to the imperial dishes in the Forbidden Palace. And eating only vegetables is not enough. Xuanyuan looked up. He smiled gently and said, I heard that Prince Li's ship has a group of chefs accompanying him. They are all newly retired from the imperial kitchen, and Prince Li hired them at a high price. Can we ask these former imperial chefs to make a bowl of Yangzhou egg-fried rice for Su? Sure, Zhongsa. Southern Heavenly King Su Feng. Li Shijian. Of course. I heard that Prince Li is also a foodie. If you are willing to make one for me, I wouldn't mind. Li Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Is this human language? Let him be a hereditary prince of the royal family who has never been involved in housework from birth to now and is extremely noble. Being a cook? How dare Xuanyuan say that? Chapter 54. By the order of my king, I will send you on your way. In Chen Meishuan's eyes. In the eyes of Chen Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and other family heads. In the eyes of Yu Shizhongs, a fourth-rank official of Wendy Prefecture. In the eyes of everyone present. Undefeated royal family. That is an existence that is high above and can only be looked up to but not desecrated. But, right now, what did they hear? Xuanyuan actually asked the great Prince Li Yuan, to make him a plate of Yangzhou fried rice. Prince Li, treat me like a servant. Isn't this too arrogant? Don't talk about others. It was Li Yuan himself. They all stood there in a daze. Looking at Xuanyuan, who was still drinking and eating, he was speechless for a long time. Come back to your senses. His face was as gloomy as water. Su Feng, the king of the south. His brows were even furrowed. Coldly speaking, you are so arrogant that you dare to say such treasonous words. Do you really think that your status as a high-ranking official in the Northern Territory War Department will make you arrogant enough to ignore the dignity of the royal family? Don't forget, I am still here. Can't I control you? Xuanyuan asked back. Are you from my Northern Border War Department? Southern Heavenly King Su Feng. A sentence. The Southern Heavenly King Su Feng choked on the spot. He is the so-called Southern Heavenly King. So far, it has only been the candidates nominated by the cabinet elders. To put it bluntly, very famous. But it's just a vacant position. You are neither the commander of my Northern Frontier War Department, nor one of the 4 great generals of my Northern Frontier War Department. You should not be qualified to discipline Su, right? Xuanyuan smiled gently and said, Oh, could it be that Lord Nantian Wang is relying on the support of the cabinet? No way. Lord Nantian Wang is such a proud and arrogant person. He shouldn't be a bully, right? Southern Heavenly King Su Feng. I have 3 words that make up a swear word. I don't know whether I should say it or not. So angry. I'm full. Xuanyuan put down his chopsticks. He waved. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Ko Hongji handed over a white handkerchief and wiped his mouth with the same elegant and graceful manner. At last, drink up the wine in the glass. Everyone looked in a trance. This person, so elegant, good to pretend. Xuanyuan, you are so arrogant. How dare you be so disrespectful to Lord Southern Sky King? Lord Southern Sky King, you are one of the candidates for the new Lord of the Northern Territory nominated by the Cabinet Elders. If the Cabinet Elders hear such outrageous words, I wonder how long you can hold this high position in the Northern Territory. Why don't you kowtow and apologize to Lord Li and Lord Nan Tianwang? Several family heads slammed the table and shouted angrily. But I felt that what I saw was so unreal. Two princes of the empire. This guy Xuanyuan is not afraid. How come it is completely different from what they imagined? Xuanyuan, what are you standing there for? If you offend the two princes, you will be beheaded. Chun Tianxing sneered. I advise you to be smart. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences sooner or later. Listen, bang! Chun Tianxing's words. Not finished yet. A bullet hit his arm. Wailing. Followed by. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Say one more word, I don't mind giving you a ride, but don't worry. Su said I'll kill you on the anniversary of my father's death. And that's that day. Chun Tianxing. Chun Meixian quickly helped him up. His eyes were resentful and dull. That's enough. Li Yuan was completely furious. Young man, don't be shameless. My Li family is a royal family after all. How can we allow you to be so presumptuous? You must apologize to me immediately. I will temporarily ignore your disrespect to me just now. Then Su has something to say to you as well. Xuanyuan stood up. There was no wavering in his gaze. He said calmly, the 5 great families in Jinling destroyed our Su family's foundation, and your son is also involved behind the scenes. I'm giving you a chance now. If you chop off his head right now and offer it to my father, I can forgive your Li family and let bygones be bygones. Li Yuan. Everyone. Okay, Su is full. Thank you all for your hospitality. Bye. That's all. Xuanyuan and Ko Hongji left. For a long time, the entire box was silent, especially Li Yuan's face, which turned ashen and gloomy at this moment. Xuanyuan is really too arrogant. He clearly doesn't take the two princes seriously. My two princes, don't be angry. This kid will be finished sooner or later. Yeah, after all, I'm just a lousy soldier. How can I be compared with the two princes? Sure, Zhongce and his companions smiled flatteringly to break the awkward atmosphere. Father, Li Shijian was extremely angry. Xuanyuan is too crazy. He was so shameless that he asked his father to cut off his head and offer it to a lowly commoner. You really don't take the Li royal family seriously. Li Yuan interrupted. Look at Su Feng, the king of the south. Brother Su, what do you think? The southern king Su Feng also had a gloomy expression on his face. This person is so arrogant. He must be relying on the high status of the Northern Frontier War Department in the Empire to not take us seriously. Su Feng snorted coldly. He sneered and said, unfortunately, he is wrong. The reason why the North is the North and why it is not governed by the government and the cabinet is because of the North's emperor. The Northern Territory emperor has been missing for 5 years and is probably dead. It is easy for the cabinet to punish a high-ranking official in the Northern Territory. He said calmly, I will write a letter and send it to Elder Yan's residence. Within 3 days, this person's status as a high-ranking official in the Northern Territory will be dismissed. By then, the Southern King Su Feng did not finish his words. Smiles gradually appeared on the faces of many people present. Li Shijian smiled. Chun Meixian smiled. Chun Tianxing, Wang Jinan, and others also laughed, laughing sarcastically, but also proud and disdainful. Li Yuan waved his folding fan, and his gloomy expression quickly disappeared. He personally poured a glass of wine for the southern heavenly king, Su Feng. Then I will offer a glass of wine to Brother Su first. I'm sure that after receiving the letter, Lord Yin will immediately dismiss this kid from his position. By then, I want to see if this kid can still be as arrogant as he is today. Who is Lord Yin? The Grand Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, Yin Song. He is also the mentor of this Southern King. That's right. Although I have not officially become the Lord of the North, I still have 100 ways to punish a small high-ranking official. Su Feng clinked his glasses proudly. In fact, bragging about oneself, this is really the only option he has. But isn't this one enough? Everyone's expressions gradually relaxed, and they gradually forgot the unpleasantness that had just occurred. I told you a small high-ranking official from the Northern Territory can't possibly be able to stymie you two princes. Your Majesty is so majestic. Come on, let's toast to the two princes. This subordinate offers a toast to his majesty. Respect your majesty. Sure, Zhongsa and the others had flattering expressions and fawning smiles in their eyes. The senior cabinet ministers, as long as the decree of dismissal is issued, how long can Xuanyuan continue to jump around? Joke. A small high-ranking official in the north. Do you really think you can match the background of the two princes? After a while, flattering voices gradually arose, filling the entire box. 3 hours later, Zhongsa and several officials from Yunding Prefecture were drunk after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Prepare to go back. Arrived at Hentang restaurant, underground garage. Just took out the key. He was blocked in front of him by 5 or 6 cold figures in combat uniforms. Where did you get this blind idiot? Don't you see who I am? Zhongsa was angry, burped, and waved his hand, saying, "How dare you block my way? Get out of my way." However, just finished. Look up. The cold light emitted by the crescent moon's scimitar flashed their eyes, and they were so shocked that their eyes widened and all their drunkenness disappeared. Only then can I see clearly. The people in front of him were all wearing combat uniforms, wearing black veil masks, carrying dragon-headed bows on their backs, and had big swords on their waists. You. Who are you? Zhongsa was shocked. It was clear from the look of it that the person was up to no good. I have come here by order of my king to take your life. Get ready to go. A cold voice, falling beside the ears. Zhongsa. Others, kill them? Who are these people who dare to do this? I don't care who you are. We are from the 4th rank of Jinling Yunding Mansion. You are openly violating the laws of the empire. Aren't you afraid of losing your heads? Zhongsa looked terrified and swallowed hard. The rest of them couldn't help but retreat. But the next moment, the leading figure took out a token from his arms, which shocked him so much that his pupils shrank and he looked incredulous. That token, black gold inlaid with dragon. 5 claws entangled, lifelike. Just 4 words. This is impossible. Zhongsa's eyes widened, and he and a group of 4th rank officials from the Yunding Mansion were all terrified. Their faces were filled with fear, and their feet were cold. You. How is it possible that you possess the token of the Northern Territory Lord? You guys are so forgetful. Didn't you just meet? Zhongsa. Others, have you seen it? All at a loss. 3 seconds later, his hair stood on end, he gasped and shivered violently. This is impossible. How could Xuanyuan be the emperor of the Northern Territory? The emperor is so good-tempered that he even let you go on your journey well-fed and well-drinking. Come on, my lords, please stick your heads out. Zhongsa. Others, Chapter 55. Take care of yourself. Your life is more important. The bright moon is high in the sky, quiet and bright. The land of China has finally entered a rare period of quietness. The hustle and bustle of the city, finally gone. The whole world seemed to be quiet and entered a dormant period. Every household washed up and went to bed. But at this moment, Yanjing, far away from Jinling, this ancient and mysterious capital is one of the most vicissitudes of life in China. Forbidden City, Shanghua Hall. But the lights were on, just like daytime. The huge Shanghua Palace was filled with endless quarrels. In my opinion, we should choose Shiwu King Mu Tianling. He is the candidate recommended by the 3rd prince. How can he not take the position of Lord of the Northern Territory? What a joke. Mu Tianling has just passed the age of 20. How can he be qualified to be the Lord of the Northern Territory? If he wants to suppress the millions of soldiers in the Northern Territory, he has to be the Eastern Heavenly King Wei Lei. What kind of person is Wei Lei? He is from the underworld, and he is worthy of becoming the Lord of the North. Listen to me. Listen to me. Choose Shiwu King Mu Tianling. Choose Wei Lei, the Eastern Heavenly King. Among the 3 candidates, no one is more suitable than him. All I saw was a long table with red lacquer and flowers. There were several middle-aged men standing there. They were wearing red robes embroidered with red cranes, jade sable hats on their heads, white jade belts around their waists, and had beards. They looked quite elegant. These middle-aged people, they're all princes and nobles. He is not just an ordinary prince or nobleman. Even the princes and nobles had to bow and show courtesy when they met the imperial cabinet minister, who was in charge of the 6 ministries. They argued with each other. What are you arguing about? Among the 3 candidates, who is more qualified to be the new Lord of the North? I've already said that Wei Lei is just a humble man from the underworld. How can he sit on the position of Lord of the North? Kings, princes, generals, and ministers, are they of different species? According to your opinion, Lord Yang, doesn't that mean you are not even qualified to be a cabinet minister? What did you say? As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Galao, who was wearing a jade pendant on his waist, became angry immediately. He walked over aggressively, grabbed the other person's collar. Did I say something wrong? The other one was still as imposing as ever. He also grabbed Elder Yang by the collar and sneered. Your ancestors, Yang Galao, were also born in the grassroots. If it weren't for the emperor, you, Yang Tianqi, wouldn't even be qualified to sit here and argue with me today. I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. The two cabinet elders immediately started fighting with each other. The rest of the people rushed forward to pull them apart. But he was not making any progress and was just hoping to see the two of them fight. Ahem. In front of the long red lacquered table, an old man who had been silent and dozing with his eyes closed, who looked to be in his twilight years, with a wrinkled face and a long white beard, coughed a few times. Moment. The two fighting elders finally separated. Please continue your discussion. I am old and tired, so I will go back to rest. The old man's cloudy eyes seemed full of fatigue. Get up. Just left like that. Several cabinet ministers. They looked at each other, expressed dissatisfaction with each other, snorted coldly, and then left in anger. Several cabinet ministers, seemingly in the same boat. In fact, everyone has their own little thoughts. And that old man was none other than the cabinet's chief minister, Yin Song. But this one, as soon as he walked out of Xianghua Palace, the fatigue in his eyes disappeared, and he snorted coldly with a look of dissatisfaction. In just a few steps, he left the Forbidden City. He doesn't look like a 90-year-old man at all. Outside, a 6-person sedan chair from the Yin mansion has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yin Song coming out, several people were extremely respectful, bowed, and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Yin Song went in. The 6 strong men then raised their arms and headed towards Yan's residence. Not far. Then I heard someone mumbling to himself and cursing angrily from the sedan chair. Yang Tianqi and Zhou Liang, these 2 bastards, should quit the cabinet, bastards. You bastard, you always fool me like this. The sturdy man carrying the sedan smiled bitterly. Seems like I've gotten used to it. In recent years, almost every month on this day, whenever their master came out of Xianghua Palace, he would become like this, sitting in the sedan chair and scolding the ministers. He cursed all the way to Yan's house. Just stop. Yin Song in the sedan chair was so angry that his face turned red, but he also looked cold. He was tired of scolding and was breathing heavily. Essol. In recent years, as long as he mentions it, who will be the Lord of the North? The rest of them were like doing Tai Chi. Perfect understanding. Fighting back and forth. Sometimes he is the king of West Wu. Sometimes he is the king of East Heaven. I just refuse to mention the southern king Su Feng. You know, Su Feng, the southern king, is his favorite disciple. Hey, everyone knew that he wanted to nominate Su Feng, but no one responded. The sedan chair landed. We have arrived at the Yin mansion. Yin Song was just helped in. A graceful and elegant woman came towards me. She looked to be in her 40s at most. The woman's name was Du Rong. This was the 3rd wife of Lord Yin. Master, you are back. The woman said, I have cooked lotus seed porridge. Would you like to have a bowl, master? No. Yin Song, who was already in a bad mood, waved his hands with resentment on his face, but also sighed. You go and rest first. I'll go to the study for a while. The woman had no choice but to nod and leave. Just left. The housekeeper of the Yin family hurried over and whispered something in Yin Song's ear. Letter. Yin Song frowned. What letter? This is a letter that King Su just sent. It seems that he encountered some problems in Jinling. The butler said, there is another one. I don't know who wrote it, but the other party clearly stated that it was for you, master. I have already placed both letters on the table in the study. Okay, I got it. Yin Song waved his hand and said, you go down first. Walk into the study. Elder Yin washed his face first, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of the desk. If there is something important, you have to write a letter. Really? Then, he frowned, talking to oneself. Don't care. First, he opened the letter from Su Feng, the king of the south. Asshole, there is such a thing. Just finished watching. I got angry. How dare a small high-ranking official from the Northern Territory look down on Yin Song's most favored disciple? Arrogant. The Northern Emperor is gone. How dare you be so arrogant? Did he really think that the North was still like it was back then, a place his cabinet could not touch? How arrogant! How dare a mere, high-ranking official from the Northern Territory look down on others? Yin Song took the pen. Wait for me to write a letter and see if you are still arrogant. Just unfolded a brand new paper. Haven't started writing yet. But he shook his head. Let's take a look at the other one first and see who wrote it. For Yin Song, a senior cabinet minister, it was easy for him to remove a minor high-ranking official from the northern border. No rush. Crash. Tear open the seal and take out the letter. Spread out slowly. But I just saw the first paragraph. The eyes of this great Lord Yin froze for a moment, as if he had seen a ghost. His pupils dilated and his hair stood on end. It begins with, "You old jerk, you've lived a pretty comfortable life these past few years, and you even taught someone called the Southern Heavenly King Sufong. Not bad, not bad. Your disciple is so impressive, really impressive. You followed the prince of the Li clan to Jinling, saying that you wanted to find me and question me. Tell me, your disciple, do you want to live or die?" Elder Yin. "Well, it's better to die. I like peace and quiet. Don't worry, I'm a magnanimous person. I will send your disciple's body intact to the Yin mansion. There's one more thing. I heard that during the years when Su was away, Elder Yin has been trying to confirm Su's death. You said that in a few days, Su will go to visit Elder Yin in person. Elder Yin should not be unwelcome, right? Elder Yin. Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. I don't have the time to do that. But I hope that Grand Lord Yin will take care of himself. After all, if I'm unhappy about your life that day, I won't mind going to Yinjing to get it back. Elder Yin." There are only a few hundred words in total. Wait until this great Lord Yin finishes reading it. But he was so scared that cold sweat broke out, his beard stood on end, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Inner room of Yin Mansion. Du Rong, the third wife of the great Lord Yin, had just made up the bed sheets and was ready to rest. Let's meet our great Lord Yin. As if he had lost his soul, he quickly burrowed into the quilt, trembling all over and his face pale. Du Rong was speechless. "Master, what's wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to stay in the study for a while? Why are you shivering so badly? I figured it out. Take care of yourself. Your life is more important. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Du Rong." Chapter 56, don't you think so, soldier? Came back last night. Su Xuanyuan and Ku Hongji both slept very late. So when I woke up this morning, it was already 8 o'clock. Born in the War Department, getting up at this time is considered a failing grade. No way. Yesterday's meal was so delicious. And we also drank some good wine, the girl's red wine that I have treasured for decades, which is not easy to come by. Folks saying, the food at other people's homes is just delicious. Kohonji woke up from sleeping on his side. I saw that I had finished washing. Su Xuanyuan, who was sitting in front of the French window, blushed, touched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said apologetically, "My lord, I am so sorry. The after effects of the girl's wine I drank yesterday were a bit strong, and I overslept. As a left guard, he has always been responsible for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the Northern Emperor. But I didn't expect it. He woke up the latest today. This made Kohonji feel a little embarrassed. That's great. I haven't had breakfast yet either. Let's go to the building restaurant." Su Xuanyuan said indifferently. Kohonji nodded. Hurry to catch up. Each floor of Tian'an building is fully equipped with dining areas for residents. But few people actually come here. The business elites and company owners who live here think that coming to such a public restaurant is a lowering of their status. Therefore, can see, there were only a few people in the huge top-floor restaurant. Dining room. There are 3 windows for people to order meals. Whether it is pancakes, fried dough sticks, noodles suitable for Southerners, or buns and soy milk for Northerners, we have everything. For people like Su Xuanyuan and Ko Hongji who came from the War Department, they felt very familiar with it. It seems as if I have returned to the time when I was queuing up for meals in the military camp. Not like a high-end restaurant, though. There are dedicated waiters. But pure and more simple. Food is the most important thing for people. What's the point of having all those rules and regulations? Finish the meal. The two found a suitable location. Just sat down. Then I heard bursts of excited noises. "Ms. Mu, please sign an autograph for me. I am your loyal fan." "Where to sign? Just sign here or on my clothes? My wife is your fan. I want to take it home to show her. And me, Miss Mu. Please sign one for me too. Everyone, don't be anxious. We have them all. Come one by one." Su Xuanyuan ignored it. Ko Hongji was stunned. raised his head, and looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be 2 days ago. In order to avoid crazy fans, the big star, Mu Xiuyao, hastily hid in their room. It seems, also come to the restaurant for dinner. I was surrounded by several young restaurant staff who were vying for my autograph. A big star also comes to a restaurant like this to eat? Ko Hongji muttered. Shake your head. I feel that in this rumor, the most popular female star in the empire today is a little different. Not aloof. Not pretentious. Not like some. Have a meal. It would cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and you would need a waiter by your side at all times. Face the fans. He even wore sunglasses. Extremely cold. He seems to be out of touch with the world, with an arrogant and condescending attitude, and ignores people. Ko Hongji lowered his head. Don't look anymore. I just finished half a bowl of porridge. A pleasant, smiling voice came to my ears. I didn't expect you to be here too. Look up. It was Mu Xiuyao. Mu Xiuyao's outfit today was different from what she wore in the gym 2 days ago. The tight jeans underneath show off her long legs and great figure. Although he was only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Such a simple style. But it seems to be more suitable for Mu Xiuyao, with gorgeous lips, elegant makeup, and black shiny hair. She looks both pure and charming and mature. Mu Xiuyao smiled. A very outgoing personality. He sat directly opposite Xuanyuan. Ko Hongji was stunned for a moment, full of suspicion. Could it be that this big star knows this guy from our family? I didn't expect that, Miss Mu. You would also come to the public restaurant to eat. Ko Hongji smiled and took the initiative to speak. Yes, I got used to it when I was in school. Mu Xiuyao said with a smile. By the way, Miss Mu, do you know? Ko Hongji signaled with his eyes. Looked at Xuanyuan. Mu Xiuyao laughed out loud. Like a lively and cute little girl, a little heartless, she joked. Of course I know him. Xuanyuan. Su Daisy, who doesn't know him? Xuanyuan. Suidio. While drinking porridge, Ko Hongji couldn't help laughing and almost spit it out. When did you get this nickname? How could he not know? It won't be when he goes to Sujia village. What other stories have happened between this person and the famous star? Still the first time. Who dares to give this person such a nickname? By the way, are you from Jinling? I'm not, but my husband is. My husband has lived in Jinling for nearly 20 years. Ms. Mu, is this your first time in Jinling? Yes, the company arranged for us to come to Jinling to shoot the scene. Mu Xiuyao kept smiling as she talked to Ko Hongji, like a graceful girl next door, without any celebrity airs at all. But there is helplessness in his eyes. But I'm so bored. I've been staying in the building these past few days. I really want to find someone to take me for a walk. I want to go see the Confucius Temple, Linggu Temple, and Qixia Mountain in Jinling. Mu Xiuyao was very interested. I have longed to visit Qixia Mountain in particular. I heard that in autumn, the entire mountain is covered with fiery red maple leaves. It must be very beautiful. Is that so, Miss Mu? You can go find my husband. He is very familiar with me. Ko Hongji said, right, first, eat. There's food, but it can't stop you from talking. As soon as he spoke, Xuanyuan glared at him, and he had to shut up. The atmosphere was awkward. Ko Hongji stopped talking. Then, our classmate Mu looked pitiful and stared at classmate Su, who had been silent. Su Daisy, just take me to see it. I'm not familiar with you. I'm busy, and don't call me an idiot. Okay then. Student Mu put away his smile and looked at Xuanyuan in a serious and helpless manner. Su Dad, just take me to have a look. Look, I'm so pretty, and I don't know anyone here. What if I get targeted by some bad guys? Can't you be a gentleman and spend a day with me? Xuanyuan, are you so narcissistic? Straight man, a straight man of steel. What is a straight man? Mu Xiuyao. Two people have a conversation. It was weird and funny. They had only met a few times, but they were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, bickering with each other without any restraint. Ko Hongji wanted to laugh when he saw it. But he saw it. This Miss Mu seemed to be particularly relaxed in front of this person. Xiuyao, you're also a famous star. Do you need to beg this kid? Don't you see that this kid can only eat in public restaurants? Unfortunately, some people couldn't stand it and walked with a condescending attitude, sneering. I think this guy doesn't want to take you with him, but he's afraid of spending money. It's not worth it to go out with such a stingy person. Come here. She was a beautiful woman dressed up in a red dress, looking at Xuanyuan, full of disdain. He sneered. I've checked everything. This guy is just a soldier. How could he be willing to spend money to take you out to play? Don't you think so, soldier? The beautiful woman looked down. Like a proud female peacock, she raised her neck and looked at Xuanyuan. Chapter 57. It's already autumn. Why are there still flies? The beautiful woman's gaze, full of disdain. When speaking, especially when she mentioned the word soldiers, her tone was deliberately emphasized, as if in her eyes, soldiers were a group of lowly peasants. Usually, he wasn't even worthy enough for her to even look at him. The beautiful woman's name is Lu Yurue. He is Mu Shuiyao's agent. Rich experience. She has trained many big stars, and Mu Shuiyao is the fifth one she has trained. Sister Lu. Mu Shuiyao forced a smile. These two are my friends, don't say that. Friend. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's face showed even more disdain, and her eyes were full of sarcasm. Looking at Xuanyuan and Kohongji, let out a light snort. These two soldiers are worthy. She spoke in a cold and condescending voice. Hey, you two soldiers don't have any other ideas in the end. Stay away from our Shuiyao. With your status, are you qualified to be our Shuiyao's friend? Did you hear that? Xuanyuan remained indifferent. Kohongji ignored it. But I shook my head helplessly in my heart. Where did this stupid woman come from? Do people in the entertainment industry all have such a strong sense of superiority? Mu Shuiyao bit her lips, remained silent. Even though she is now a famous female star with a huge number of fans, her daily food, clothing, housing, transportation, dressing style, and even hobbies are still uncertain. All by agents. Strictly controlled. What can like? What not to like? Sometimes, she can only get what she wants if her agent nods. Hey, you two soldiers, didn't you hear what I just said? Lu Yurei looked down at him with a look of disgust, and her tone was commanding. She spoke again. Get out of here! You two stinky soldiers. Are you worthy enough to sit at the same table with our Shuiyao to eat? Get out! Sister Lu, no need, they are mine. Mu Shuiyao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. When the words came to her lips, she was glared back by Lu Yurue's stern eyes. Suddenly, look aggrieved. It's so noisy. Xuanyuan said indifferently. Drink porridge. Eat buns. It was as if he hadn't seen Lu Yurue at all. Yes, sir, it is a bit noisy. Kohongji nodded seriously, pretending that no one was around, and looked around. It's really strange, it's already autumn. Why are there still flies buzzing? Liun? Sir, do you want me to send you away? Forget it, that's all. Let her buzz. It's a good opportunity to clean my ears. I haven't heard flies buzzing for a long time. Liun? Mu Shuiyao couldn't help but want to laugh. She actually kind of likes Xuanyuan like this. What happened? They can all talk freely. It can also make others feel uncomfortable. This stray guy, so bad. But sometimes this Su Dadaizi is really cute. But a well-known big agent, whose face was heavily made up, suddenly became red with anger. His eyes were blazing, and his face was full of shame and anger as he stared at Xuanyuan and Kohongji, gnashing his teeth. You two stinky soldiers. Who are you calling a fly? Whoever says that a soldier is a stinky soldier is a fly. Are the flies buzzing again? Liun? Lu Yurue was so angry that she almost vomited blood. But there was no way to make the two stinky soldiers in front of him shut up. Suddenly, almost crazy, she is a well-known agent in the Empire and has brought out many famous stars, usually in the industry. Who doesn't call her Sister Lu? Result, I was humiliated like this by two stinky soldiers. You say, how can I not be angry? Why bother? Righteousness was at the forefront. A gentle but disdainful voice came from outside the restaurant. You are a well-known agent after all. Why bother with these two peasants? I guess their retirement pay can hardly cover their housing expenses. Lu Yurue looked over. A young man dressed in a suit and tie, with shiny hair and the look of a successful man, walked over with his hands in his pockets and a proud face. It was exactly 2 days ago. In the gym, Yang Hao fled in panic. Hey, President Yang, how come you're here so soon? See Yang Hao, the big agent who was so arrogant just now, Lu Yurue. That face. She was like a different person, as happy as a flower, and hurried forward to shake hands. Yang Hao shook hands. Immediately, his face was full of contempt. He sneered and said, Shui Yao, your agent is right. How can such a big-time soldier be worthy of being your friend? Listen to me, stay away from him. Such peasants are always dirty and have bad intentions. Yang Hao snorted coldly, a look of disdain. Last time, Xuanyuan. This made him, the vice president of Shengting Group, lose face in front of so many people. I thought it had some background. but I didn't expect that he was just a stinky soldier. It made him even more angry. He is a big CEO. I was actually teased by a peasant. All right, minute again today. When it comes to running, you're pretty good as a soldier, but when it comes to status, who the hell are you? Xiuyao, look, even President Yang has said so. Stay away from these two people. Lu Yurue agreed and flattered. President Yang is the president of Shunting Group. He has been through many ups and downs and has seen all kinds of people. He is always very accurate in judging people. She said, by the way, President Yang, you should also attend the banquet held in the circle today, right? Yang Hao nodded. I came here specially to pick up Xiuyao. Oh, how can I be so embarrassed? I am so flattered. So flattered. Lu Yurue quickly tried to please him. Our Xiuyao has only been in the industry for a year. How could we trouble President Yang to drive here in person? Xiuyao, why are you still standing there? Go back to your room, dress up, and go out with President Yang. Mu Xiuyao hesitated. She wanted to refuse. Opened his mouth, but he was glared back by Lu Yurue's stern eyes. I had to look aggrieved. He looked at Xuanyuan and left. Lu Yurue had seen it a long time ago. President Yang of Shunting Group is interested in Mu Xiuyao. So how could she miss the opportunity to get close to him? Hey kid, don't associate with our Xiuyao anymore, do you hear me? Lu Yurue ordered. However, Su Xinyuan turned a deaf ear to him and ate the last bite of the bun with a calm expression, not even looking at Lu Yurue. In fact, he indeed had no contact with Mu Xiuyao, just 3 chance encounters. However, he was really annoyed by people like Lu Yurue. Are you done yet? Su Xinyuan said calmly. In your eyes, is Shunting Group worth a lot of money? He drank the last mouthful of porridge. Wave. Kohonji quickly handed over a tissue. What do you mean? Lu Yurue didn't react and sneered. Could it be that I'm wrong? Yang Hao is even more disdainful. What is this stinky soldier pretending for? Hey, what do you mean? Are you still going to pester my Xiuyao? Still can't hear it? Kohonji handed the phone to Su Xinyuan. He said calmly. What this person means is that he wants to acquire Shunting Group and wants you and President Yang to get out. Yang Hao? Liu? Yang Hao was stunned for a few seconds. Then he started to sneer. Acquire Shunting Group? Just because you're a stinky soldier? Lu Yurue shook her head, pretending to be helpless, as if mocking Su Xinyuan for being too ignorant. This stinky soldier. Do you know how many billions Shunting Group is worth? 150 billion. Can you still buy it? It's so hilarious. Hey, I'm looking for MANHUA. Just say Su Xinyuan is looking for him. The two were about to open their mouths to mock. When Su Xinyuan got through the phone, the first sentence he said made the two of them stare in amazement. Look at each other. His face was filled with speechlessness. Jack Malek? The richest man in the empire? Impossible. At this moment, the air around seemed to freeze. Chapter 58, I am a madman from Chu, singing and laughing at Confucius. The richest man in the empire. Mayunization. Impossible. What is the identity of this stinky soldier? How is it possible to know such an important person? To put it bluntly, as the vice president of Shunting Group, his status is high enough. Ordinary heads of top wealthy families have to give him some face when they meet him. And his father, founder of Shunting Group. He is also considered a veteran in the imperial business community. Over the years, he has left behind countless business legends. To date, people in the business world and many noble families in the empire would respectfully address his father as Mr. Yang whenever they met him. Even so, however, he had also heard his father express such sentiments when he was drinking tea and chatting with the elders. Even if our Shunting Group has a market value of 300 billion, I'm afraid it can't even be 1% of Mr. Ma's. Who says it's not? Ma Lao is one of the tycoons who funded the military expenses of His Majesty the Emperor when he was young. He is also the only big man in our business community who is a businessman and holds the first-rank official title of the Ministry of Revenue. How can we compare? Alas, if we are lucky enough to enter the Taishan conference this year, I am afraid we will really be able to meet Master Ma. In memory, my father shook his head helplessly, his tone quite self-deprecating. What a pity, since the founding of Taishan Club, only 5 places have been open to the outside world every 10 years. I really don't know if we have this opportunity. If the Golden Palace where princes, nobles, and royal brothers gather is compared to the high sky, sacred and inviolable, it symbolizes the place where only the top figures in the empire are qualified to enter. Then Taishan will. It is the step closest to the top of the cloud dome in their business world. and the person who founded the Taishan Society. It's the imperial tycoon, Ma Huayun. But now, what did he? Yang Hao here? Does this stinky soldier in front of me know that big shot, who is as powerful as a cloud? How is this possible? Don't say it was him. Even his father doesn't have the qualifications. You stinking soldier. Are you acting again? Yang Hao came back to his senses. The first time, just think it's fake. He sneered. This is not a gym. You can't just run a few steps and get away with it. The richest man in the empire, Manhwa and Mr. Ma. Who is that person? Yang Hao said disdainfully. How can a stinky soldier like you know him? You also asked Mr. Ma to acquire Shingting Group. Who do you think you were to let Mr. Ma listen to you? It's so funny. Yang Hao's words, full of sarcasm. I simply can't believe that Xuanyuan knows the richest man in the empire. Ma Huayun. Yes, the richest man, Ma Huayun. He is such a famous figure in the empire. How can a lousy soldier like you know him? Lu Yurue also sneered. Who are you trying to fool? This stinky soldier in front of me. I really know the richest man, Ma Huayun. She ate the table, still pretending, making phone calls, and brazenly asking the richest man, Ma Huayun, to acquire Shingting Group. Do you think I was brought up by being scared? Hello, I'm Ma Huayun. Who are you? However, an old, powerful, and extremely majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. The two people were shocked. I couldn't help but shudder. Some people. Is he a big shot? Sometimes you can feel it just by looking at the temperament or listening to the voice. It is something that can only be developed after being in a high position for many years, and it will make people feel a sense of awe unconsciously. Yang Hao was speechless. Lu Yurue was speechless. The two couldn't help but look at each other, holding their breath involuntarily, and their hearts began to get nervous. It's impossible? Could it be that the person on the other end of the phone is really the empire's richest man, Ma Huayun or Mr. Ma? A conference room on the top floor of a high-rise building that is revered as a god by the business people in a certain empire. On both sides of the circular table, there sat a middle-aged man with a stern aura. The net worth of each of them is comparable to that of 5 Shingting groups. Now, they all frowned. Looking at the old man in a Zhongshan suit sitting at the center of the conference table, there was an even colder, more extraordinary aura. The richest man in the empire, the only tycoon in the business world who was qualified to enter the throne. Ma Huayun. Everyone feels that the new secretary Ma. Really ignorant. Didn't you see they were in a meeting? Meeting today. But it is related to the Taishan conference, which is held every 10 years, and those business tycoons will be able to participate. How could I disturb you? It looks like the new secretary is leaving. Some people looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. If any insignificant little person really calls here to ask for instructions from Mr. Ma, what kind of businessman is that? The new secretary has seen too little of the world and is too young. Just the next moment, when the phone is on, the first sentence, falling beside the ears. The empire's richest man, Ma Huayun, reacted as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened and his face was full of surprise. The almost 80-year-old man suddenly stood up from his seat in fright. Everyone present was shocked. They were all stunned. You are? What surprised everyone even more was that Mr. Ma, who was used to big scenes, even spoke with a tremor in his voice, as if he was excited but also afraid. Everyone was stunned. What's happening? Who is calling? It actually scared Mr. Ma like this. Yes, don't worry, I'll do it right away. Mr. Ma, who was usually cold and unkind to others at this moment, nodded repeatedly as if he was trying to please his own father, feeling terrified but flattered. Okay, don't worry, I'll do it right away. Goodbye. The phone was hung up. Ma Huayun suddenly slumped in his seat, let out a long breath, and looked like he had survived a calamity. Everyone was even more confused. Who is this? What are you still standing there for? But he stood up again and shouted to everyone. Send someone immediately to buy Shingting Group within 5 minutes. You can't do it. All of you get out of here. All middle-aged people. What a great show. Seeing Xuanyuan hang up the phone, Yang Hao, who was briefly distracted, couldn't help but applaud with a sarcastic look on his face. He sneered, I didn't expect that a soldier like you could act so well. Are you interested in coming to my company and playing a minor role? Don't worry, just for your performance just now, I'll give you 5,000 a day. How about that? Lu Yurue's gaze, even more disdainful. The scene where Xuanyuan was making the phone call just now was too fake, wasn't it? The richest man in the empire, Ma Huayun, Mr. Ma. He was like a grandson, being respectful, and trying to please the stinky soldier in front of him? This kind of thing, will it happen? It's obviously fake. President Yang, why are you still wasting your time talking to him? This stinky soldier is obviously lying to us. Lu Yurue sneered. Anyway, this stinky soldier is a native of Jinling and just got discharged from the army. I guess he doesn't even have a job. Talk to the bosses in Jinling. If he comes to apply for a job, tell him to get out. See if he keeps pretending in the future. Just finish speaking. Yang Hao's cell phone rang. He was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be my father calling. I couldn't help but frown. That's strange. Isn't Dad on vacation? Just connected. A voice that was extremely hoarse and angry was heard, even without hands-free. A loud voice. It is exactly the same. It fell into the ears of Yang Hao and Lu Yurue. That feeling. He wished he could rush over and eat Yang Hao alive. You bastard. What kind of person did you offend to make Manhwa, Mr. Ma, personally order the purchase of our Shunting Group stocks? You have destroyed the foundation of my Yang family for decades. I wish I could kill you, this evil son. You have brought great harm to my Yang family. Yang Hao? Liun? A moment. The two men's hairs trembled and their pupils shrank as if they had seen a ghost. They swallowed hard and stared at Xuanyuan, who was still sitting there. Yes. Xuanyuan acted as if nothing had happened. He just left a few words and got up. It seems that the two flies have finally stopped buzzing. Then, Su will take his leave. Yang Hao? Liun? I am a madman from Chu, singing and laughing at Confucius, the identity you rely on, in my eyes. But in the blink of an eye, everything was reduced to ashes. Chapter 59, Autumn Maple Leaves, Su Family Ancestral Home. As soon as Xuanyuan and Ku Hongji walked out of the restaurant and returned to the room, they saw Mu Xiuyao, who was already dressed up in a bright red evening gown, coming towards you. Mu Xiuyao apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that because of me, you two would. She looked helpless, speechless. Can imagine. She left now. Xuanyuan. He must have been subjected to unscrupulous ridicule from his agent Lu Yurue and Shunting's vice president Yang Hao. Here, she is half responsible. Not her. How could Xuanyuan suffer from such misfortune? Who knows? Ko Hongji laughed and said, Ms. Mu, I think you should change your agent now. Huh? Mu Xiuyao's face was full of confusion. Change agents. What's the meaning? Mu Xiuyao was just about to ask for clarification. Xuanyuan had already passed her by. Ko Hongji left soon after. Mu Xiuyao had no choice but to go to the restaurant with doubts to see if her agent Lu Yurue was still there. How could this happen? This is impossible. How could this happen? It's fake. It must be fake. But just walked to the door of the restaurant. Then I heard bursts of wailing. This made Mu Xiuyao stunned. That's strange. Who is crying? I wanted to take a look. Just walked in. She was stunned again. At the dining table in front, a person who cried without any manner knelt on the ground, beat his chest, and stamped his feet with a face full of regret. It turned out to be the agent Lu Yurue. And Yang Hao, especially Yang Hao, he doesn't have the bearing and demeanor of a big CEO at all. His face was full of despair. Regret. I can't believe it. He was kneeling on the ground, his eyes wide open, his face full of despair. He was grabbing his hair with both hands, crying and wailing. Why? Why did it turn out like this? This is impossible. How could this be possible? You guys, what happened? Mu Xiuyao was even more confused. Just walked past. I want to ask what happened. Then Lu Yurue and Yang Hao looked up at the same time, with complicated and confused expressions. Aren't we going to the party? I'm dressed up. Should I go now or? Mu Xiuyao asked doubtfully. But as soon as these words came out, then, the two seemed to be greatly stimulated. The pupils shrank sharply. He yelled, looked crazy, jumped up and down, and ran out of the restaurant. I am the CEO of Shunting Group. I am the CEO of Shunting Group. Fly, fly, little bird, I'm not a fly. I will always be the CEO of Shunting Group. I'm a famous agent. I'm a famous agent. I want to turn into a little fly, flying everywhere, flying. Mu Xiuyao. Downstairs of Tianan building. Xuanyuan returned to his room, changed his clothes, and got on the dark green Hummer, heading towards the Su family's ancestral home, along the Jinling River, in front of an ancient house that is full of ancient flavor and poetic and picturesque scenery. Two stone lions stand on both sides. Because it is not far from Qixia Mountain, There are fiery red maple trees planted everywhere around it. The stone path slopes up the cold mountain, and there are houses deep in the white clouds. Red maple leaves. The road leading to the Sioux family's ancestral home was paved. The autumn is strong. It seemed as if even the maple leaves had sensed that their former owner had finally returned. The dark green Hummer drove away slowly. The sky is filled with red flames. I still remember. When he left home, it was still green, but now it is crimson, breathing all over the road. When I was young, I have walked this road leading to my home countless times, with maple leaves falling. Sometimes I really wonder if one day I will be like these autumn maple leaves, withering and falling in time. In this world, except for my father. Who else remembered him? Therefore, I have been in the army for nearly 10 years. No matter what, he had never written a letter to his father to express his family affection. So how could it not be a letter of peace? He has seen too many good men in the North, died on the battlefield. Relatives come to look for you. Just take away the letters that have not been received for a long time. Dark green Hummer. Stop in front of Sue's house. Xuanyuan got out of the car. His eyes were dim. Look around, feeling everything in the memory. This place had been with him for nearly 20 years, and he could never go back to the past. He did not expect to come back today as an outsider. Xuanyuan took a deep breath. Push the door open and enter. Father, rest assured that you are in heaven. We are back at the Sioux family's ancestral home. Since the collapse of the Sioux family, all the industries on all sides were divided up. Only the Sioux family's ancestral home. It has been shelved until now. The 5 great families want to find a good buyer and make a fortune. In fact, many powerful families in Suda have this idea. Just always. There was no formal auction. Linglang Manor. As soon as Xuanyuan went to the Sioux family's ancestral home, the news followed and spread here. The 5 family heads sneered. Could it be that Xuanyuan wants to redeem the Sioux family's ancestral home? It's just wishful thinking. Father. Li Shijian also sneered and turned his gaze to Li Yuan. Brother Su. Li Yuan was calm and composed. He took a sip of tea and looked at Su Feng, the king of the south, who was sitting on the other side of the main seat. As if everything, it's all under his control. Now, we are just waiting for the cabinet to issue the dismissal order. By then, how long can Xuanyuan continue to jump around? The Su family's ancestral home. How much are you planning to start the auction for? Su Feng said indifferently. 8 billion. Chun Tianqing smiled apologetically. Be reasonable. 8 billion is too expensive. But that was once upon a time. The ancestral home of the Su family, the #1 family in Jinling, symbolized the glory of the Su family. 8 billion was at least affordable for the family. Su Feng snorted. Spread the word that the Su family's ancestral home will be auctioned for a starting price of 30 billion. Chun Tianqing was stunned. Immediately. Nodded. Li Yuan smiled. Li Shijian smiled. The 5 family heads all laughed. Smile with disdain. Full of irony. You Xuanyuan, don't you want to take back the Su family's ancestral home? Okay. I won't let you get what you want. Let you see with your own eyes how the Su family's ancestral home fell into the hands of others right in front of your eyes. Su Feng's mouth corners raised. Full of pride. He knew very well that the military expenditure of the Northern Territory was 80 billion a year. How much money could a small-time high-ranking official in the Northern Territory have? Play with me? I, Su Feng, the king of the South, will kill you. Chapter 60. The phoenix flies on the phoenix terrace. The terrace is empty and the river flows freely. Su family ancestral home. It's still the same as I remember. Quiet. Elegant. It makes people feel unconscious and relaxed. In the courtyard, there is a largest fiery red maple tree planted. On this day, the breeze blows, and the leaves slowly drift and scatter on the tiles, which really looks like an elegant and quiet ancient painting. Xuanyuan's eyes were indifferent. He put his hands behind his back, neither sad nor happy. Just walked quietly from the main gate all the way to the largest maple tree, where there is a simple swing made of 2 ropes and a wooden board. Childhood. He plays here. Play with friends here. Now. But the building is now empty. Xuanyuan silently stroked the tree trunk, sighed softly, and felt the memories that had been buried for many years slowly overflowing from his mind. Ku Hongji stood behind him. No words. Nearly 10 years. A military career. Today, this man returns home for the first time. The Empire's beings. All we know is that the emperor of the Northern Territory is second only to the emperor and above everyone else, with a noble status that even the princes in the Forbidden Palace cannot compare to him. He also holds the famous sword handed down from generation to generation in the empire, Longquan, commanding the Northern War Department, 1,000,000 soldiers, possessing the past and present. This right of executing first and reporting later was not possessed by any minister in the court or the government of any dynasty. But who can really pay attention to something? He is second only to one man and above 10,000 people, but in fact he is just a young man who is not even 30 years old. Ko Hongji sighed inwardly. He knew it clearly. The man in front of me has never been the kind of person who likes to reveal his emotions to others. Understatement. No means don't care. What's more, they're your closest relatives. At this moment, one of the 18 riders, wearing the Northern Kirin battle uniform, a black veil mask on his head, and carrying a dragon-headed bow on his back, appeared out of thin air, as if he had something to report. He knelt on one knee and bowed towards Xuanyuan. Report. Just open one word. He was interrupted by Ko Hongji, who gently shook his head and signaled not to disturb him. One of the 18 riders. Kneel quietly on one knee. No more words. Suddenly a breeze came. The branches of the fiery red maple trees sway in the wind. It's like an ancient painting come true. The wind blew the maple leaves, making them flutter and fly, and also blew the memories, making them gradually dissipate. Father, Xuanyuan muttered to himself. Final. Shake your head helplessly. The phoenix was flying on the phoenix tower. When it left, the tower was empty and the river was flowing on. The dead cannot be resurrected. Why should he feel so sentimental? Spring goes and autumn comes. Life is busy and short. Maybe father is really tired. Xuanyuan put his hands behind his back. Look up at the swaying maple leaves. Rays of sunshine fall on the face. It's more like people and their surroundings have merged into one, with a quiet aura and as calm as the sea. He said calmly, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Your Majesty, according to the news from Linglang Manor, the 5 family heads have decided to auction this ancient house with a starting price of 30 billion. One of the 18 riders replied respectfully. Yeah, Xuanyuan's voice was very soft. Doesn't seem to care at all. But anyone present could sense that the tone was extremely cold. This is one of the 18 riders. The black veil mask was put on the face and immediately lowered, looking across the empire, the entire northern border of Kunlun. Perhaps no one knows the man in front of them better than the 18 riders of Kunlun. There were 18 of them. Which one of them was not a figure who once dominated a region or even an era? Some of them came from the Manhua Empire, one of the 8 sects in the world that would only open its gates when the emperor himself came. Some are old masters of the martial arts world who have long since retired from the world and are living in seclusion in the mountains. Some of them retired to the government, but they were once outstanding generals who ranked first in the country. No earth-shattering strength. Who can make them surrender? He still remembers when this man became the new Lord of the North. He suddenly appeared at the gate of their mountain. Every Lord of the North in the Empire is a legendary figure who has amazed the times. This one in particular is rumored to be able to defeat the previous 9 Lords of the North alone. They were so frightened that they were on high alert. I thought that this new Lord of the North had bad intentions. Never thought. He actually hoped that the 8 sects in the world would allow their most outstanding disciples to enter the northern border to serve and protect the country and the people. Original. An elder from one of the 8 sects he belonged to was unwilling to pay any attention to him and did not even open the gate of the mountain. The 8 sects of the world. Where? Since ancient times, except when the emperor himself came in person, when has the temple been opened to outsiders? Lord of the North. Noble indeed. Not enough to make them take it seriously. Who would have thought? This person actually broke into their mountain gate alone. It's like stirring up a hornet's nest. As one of the 8 sects, how could we ignore the attack? Immediately, all the 9th rank elders in the sect joined forces and wanted to capture this person and then hand him over to the emperor to demand an explanation. But even half a minute, I couldn't hold on. He was beaten by this guy and cried for his parents. The leader of his own clan had no choice but to step forward and try to calm the situation by relying on his status as one of the strongest men on the Empire's god list. After all, no matter how talented you are still less than 30. But I didn't expect it. He was beaten by this man who was chasing his own clan leader with a small wooden bamboo stick. For a while, the entire mountain gate was in chaos. All I saw was an old man with white hair and beard, in his 70s or 80s, being chased and spanked by a handsome young man who was shouting and begging for mercy. I don't dare, stop fighting. I agree, I agree. That scene, thinking of it now, I feel cold all over. You didn't want to try it. You should step down first. Final. When I heard Xuanyuan's light words, this most amazing disciple from one of the 8 great sects in the world heaved a sigh of relief and disappeared on the spot. Kuhonji frowned. 30 billion? The 5 great families of Jinling really dare to ask for a price. Kuhonji was about to speak. There were bursts of exclamations coming from outside the door. Father, this old house is really beautiful. You can see the entire Qixia mountain from here. Sister, of course she is beautiful. Otherwise, how could the 5 great families of Jinling offer such a high price? I heard that the original owner of this ancient house was the Su family of Jinling. Yeah, the gate to the house. Several young men and women dressed in expensive clothes and with good temperament came over, and the one walking in front was a tall and fat middle-aged man wearing a suit. A group of people talk while walking. It's like walking in a park and commenting freely. Isn't the Jinling Su family the #1 family? How'd they end up like this? Even their ancestral home has been lost. It's really embarrassing. I heard that Su Qingrui has a son who seems to have joined the army. Join the army? As the heir to the first family, you actually want to be a stinking soldier. What was he thinking? It seems like someone arrived before us. Just saying. The young man among them noticed Su Xuanyuan standing under the maple tree, and several people were stunned immediately. A look of confusion on his face. Isn't it said that this old house has not been sold yet? Could it be that this young man, like them, is not a native of Jinling, but comes from somewhere else? Chapter 61. Long time no see, the real owner of Su's house.